Hello, everyone. On today's episode of Let's Talk FGO, fuck fairies.
I just took a big sip of coffee.
We're also going to be talking about Lostbelt 6, Act 2, and then also a pregame for Lostbelt 6, Act 3. So that'll be fun, but also more stuff. JP's doing stuff. And we'll try and get a Fanservant Friday in there somewhere, even though it's Saturday. Don't at me. Hello. I am one of your hosts, MEDUSA GANG, 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 MEDUSA GANG. And with me, as always, that other voice you can hear is my co-host, Lucky.
Oh, I hope everyone's enjoying Fate Grand Order, aka the night before Coronation. And while we here at Studio Mega like to bring you the latest in FGO-related news and memes, we will be talking about current and future events for both the JP and EN version of the game, so anyone not wanting to spoil it should just, just join everybody else that's saying, fuck fairies. Fuck.
Yep. Also, we are not kidding, again, about the spoilers thing. Listen, it's a lovely, wonderful episode. This is episode 300 of Let's Talk FGO. We have been doing this for 300 episodes. Almost 6-ish years. It's not exactly the 6-year anniversary, but 300 is pretty close. Sorry.
Our numbers get a little bit wobbly.
Yeah. Well, you gotta add, because it's 2 weeks every year, you gotta, add, every new year, you gotta add 2 more weeks to your anniversary. But also, we've skipped weeks sometimes. Mm-hmm. Because we've been dying and stuff, so whatever. 300 episodes, 6 years. Just like 6 years of FGO. Though I will note to everybody, we did not start recording Let's Talk FGO right after FGO went live, in case you don't know. It was about a month after the game came out. Because we wanted stuff to happen. We wanted to get our experiences and do stuff and things. Anyway, we have many beautiful, wonderful things to work you through today. It's going to be a ginormous episode, I'm sure. Because, as one might say, somebody fucked around and they're going to find out. Because, obviously, we were working on getting more Lostbelt done, because the final part drops soon. I had a kind of rough idea looking ahead about where, a good cutoff with some time left would be. But then somebody was like, oh, you guys probably won't do the whole thing. And then Lucky was like, how dare?
Someone threw the gauntlet, and then, I picked up said gauntlet and beat someone with it.
All right, and well, now we're here.
That someone is myself, by the way.
So before we... yeah, well...
I'm very tired.
Yeah, we're all tired. You didn't finish writing your notes until today, but I don't know how up late you were. But I didn't finish my run until 1 a.m. nighttime.
Oh no, I was up until 3 a.m. and then my computer started acting weird. Apparently, I don't know what it was, but my computer started running out of memory.
It's got a fucking RAM leak because you played too much FGO.
So I was like, I had
too many blocks of printer paper.
So I had a moment where I had to fucking stop and reset my computer, and I went to go take a break on my bed, and I went there. I was like, I'm not getting up, am I? Nope.
No.
So I had to finish. It was horrible too, because even though I took that break, it still took me another 4 hours. Just. Oh.
Listen, it's weighty.
Yeah.
But
also,
yes.
Yeah.
I was building it up because this episode, as always, is brought to you by our very special patrons, some of whom were able to hang out with Lucky for some of that live. Just decided to start streaming your reactions for a while. Got a few hours in there. Mm-hmm. But the episode brought to you by our patrons, such as, but not limited to, Adam Harp, Blacklist OG, Call Me Zed, Carlos, Dragon, Ferris, Fight This Icebird, Jeremy Vasquez, JDV9000, Just the Fage on the Sandoval, Chris Starlight, Legendary Boss Hunter, Liam Kessler, Regent Raptor, Rise of Kenji, Rogue Robin, Charvor, Shunfire, some guy named Bob, and Varian the Crow. If you like what we do, want to see us do more, consider supporting us on Patreon. Get access to episodes early and lots of other goodly goos.
Goodly goodly
Reward everybody. Oh. Yes, clean out some notifications. All right, so that means it's time to just, run down the line of our usual segments. Number 1, Wake the Fuck Up Senpai, our regular segment for pro tips. This one's kind of simple because, there's a handful of other things going on, but we'll be talking about those in news and stuff. But this has actually been a question that some people have brought up. And so, hey, if you seem to have misplaced some Saint Quartz, there was a bug. You could claim rank up quest milestones again. They added some new ones, but then also, unfortunately, reset some older ones. And they fixed it in an emergency maintenance, and if you got the extra quartz, they took it back. It's real simple. Don't be greedy, chat. Don't assume that they'll just give you the Saint Quartz if they fuck up, and you know that you don't need that rank up because you already did it. I know a couple of people mindlessly clicked, but yeah. Definitely one of those things where you should, pay attention to these kind of things because there's, intentional and then there's unintentional gameplay. But yeah, there you go. There's your tip in case you were wondering about some stuff. Because I know some people were like, oh yeah, when I logged back in, I had 20 less Saint Quartz or whatever.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, chat. It's time to answer those questions that you guys are burning a hole in your virtual pockets. Glad you regulars from the throne, a regular achievement topic. Because there was a GSSR and new banners and all kinds of other fun stuff. And chat, let me tell you, it's just that simple. You pick the Melusine banner over the GSSR, you get the Melusine. It was easy, simple, easy click of my life. Boom, donezo. And also, after exactly 301 Saint Quartz and 16 tickets, I have one singular Koyanskaya. She really do like my Fall from Grace. Literal last pull. Literal last 30 quartz. She's like, hit me. The 31 was, by the way, I had one singular paid Saint Quartz left over after the GSSR, and I was like, I'll do the single. It would be funny. It wasn't really anything. That said, out of this Wombo combo, I did also get NP3 Valk and NP2 Saito out of it. Saito was on my GSSR pull. The other 2 copies of Valk, because it was 2, were from the Koyanskaya pulls. I do believe technically Canis was on raid up on that system. I saw none of those. That would have been cool. But no. We're here.
We are here, so people are probably wondering about my side this time, so I'll let you guys all know. I rolled on the Kama banner. I did not get Kama. I got Reynez, which I think was probably my... Oh, what did I say before? I don't even remember. But she was not a high on my wants list. This was the one that shared, only had 3 spots, and they shared it with Arjuna Alter, Murasaki, Kama, and Reynez. And I already had a Reynez, and I really wasn't that interested in getting extra copies of her. And I'm gonna be real, I wasn't that honestly that interested in Arjuna Alter either, so this GSSR was kind of a wash for me, I want to say. But what? Oh, excuse me.
NP2 Ren is probably not the literal worst, but yeah, I don't think that's a high demand for most people.
No. But let me direct your attention over to this lovely, lovely creature. And I would like you to look at that NP level. Yes, she is level 100. Yes, she is 10, 10, 10. Yes, she is NP5. Now, chat, and none of you from last night answer, because you guys were fortunate and you saw this beforehand. I would like some people in chat to give me a guess how much money this cost me to do. Just throw out some numbers.
I obviously will not answer chat because I'm looking at the show notes where everything is recorded.
Mm-hmm.
Also because I have access to, secret knowledge of Mod Channel where some stuff happened. Well, Sorry, I'm just chuckling as the numbers scrolling.
And let me take a sip of my coffee here.
Oh, somebody's just like, lots. Yes, thank you. I appreciate the Viking counting method. 1, 2, 3, many. Many dollars.
It's a pretty good method. So, I will let you know. This NP5 cost me $60. That's it. I'm gonna let this sink in for a second.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to like repost the images you took and post it in Mod Channel anywhere, but yeah, you had a moment when rolling. There's some screen caps and you were like, what is happening?
Let me see. Let me double check Mod Channel. Let me see if I have Let me see if I have mod. There it is.
Yeah, it's up a couple, but yeah. So it's funny because there was a question you were wondering if you wanted to save rolls for this stream.
Yeah.
And you asked in the Discord, and basically got the equivalent of a null zero response. You had like one or maybe two people who were like, do it. One or two people who were like, nah, don't do it. And then, one person was like, I don't care either way. Obviously, because, all events are quantumly singular, it was appropriate that you indeed went ahead and rolled.
Yes.
It was a good time to roll.
So let me explain something. I only had about 300 quartz ish from after maintenance. I only had I didn't even have that many tickets, if I was going to be honest. But I rolled. And in rolling, I was able to pick up, and rolling that 300 quartz. Well, no, actually, let me say this. First, I tried out the single quartz. First, I tried the single quartz roll new function just because I was like, new button, go burr.
Yeah. Didn't
get anything. Then decided to spend the rest of my 300 quartz. During that 300 quartz, I got 2 Koyanskayas. After that, I realized that I was one roll extra because of that one I done earlier, and Lucky is a person who hates. I hate things being like hung over. It has to be at a 0 or a 5, or it just irritates me. So I spent 9 tickets to even that out. Got another one. I was all like, oh damn, wow. On rollover that night, we got the extra quartz for. We got an extra
2200 days, I believe.
Yeah, 2200 days. We got an extra quartz for there, and that gave me enough to roll again. So I got my 4th one there.
And this is when Lucky was like, "This is a sign from God. I have received the message." Well, be careful about saying one of those names there. Somebody in chat.
And at this point, I was out, so I would have to spend money, and so I was thinking about it. So at that point, I decided to buy a full pack, but I dumped all the Google points that I had saved up to buy myself $20 worth of discount. Used that to buy myself a that
buy an 80 pack for 60 instead of $80.
Yes. And then, during that, on the second to last roll, got my 5th one. And I am slightly fiberglass. That's it. I saw someone says, even only if I rolled MP1, I still would have Grailer. This is a Tomomo face. Like,
but he did secure the NP5, which puts him in a pretty good state because, you know, that's plenty of append, plenty of extra juice there, very strong. I don't think you can go 120 all append skills without the 6th copy.
No, but I'm not gonna worry about that right now. That's a lot of work.
Yeah. Well, also, hey, you already have the 5, so, like, you can just pick a future GSSR and be like, well, if I get the 6 coin, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That's the coins I need, you know? And another USO. Because Lucky finally got his first USO.
Yes, I finally did. But, that wasn't all I got in that deluge of luck. My Canis is also NP5 now. I'm pretty sure I stole, I think, like half of Omega's Canises. I think I got 4 total. I had to burn one. My OG Lancelot is now NP5. I have MP2 Chiron and MP2 Saber Diamond. And
I don't think I have any Saber Diamonds.
Yep, and as you saw, Coin Sky of Light is 10, 10, 10, level 100. Along with that, Merlin is now 10, 10, 10 for even more Buster support, and Melusina's Smile is protected. But everyone, don't you worry. Lucky continues to be horrible with financial decisions, because I was so freaked out by my luck here, I felt like I have upset some cosmic order. So I immediately went to goodsmile.com and pre-ordered the 1/4 figure Koinskaya figure. And was just like, take my offering.
Yeah, I said this in chat, but my coin is 1066 currently because I have been frequently battling my QP reserves all up and down this because not only obviously, you know, new servant glam and stuff, but also I still had to finish the Lostbelt. So there were some last minute skill adjustments that had to happen a couple of times. But also, there is one note in Not All the World's Evil, but Damn Close. Chat. Hi, it's me, Omega. I rolled on an Assassin banner. Ticket number 2, Koyanskaya. Gold Assassin with sparkles. It's the Steno number 9, everybody. That's 9 Stenos.
I'm not Stenos Omega.
Do I hear 10?
Let's not.
When I reach 10, I will stop counting. When we loop back around, we'll call it. But damn, it's just listen. I did better than I usually do. Hey chat, it happened. I got my AoE assassin finally in the 5-star slot. But holy shit, Jesus Christ, whew, it's still rough. But yeah, we can relax a little. I can recuperate my St. Quartzes for summer. But hey, there you go. That's all the world's evil. Now it's time to check in. Did you finish your master missions? So, this week, to finish your master missiones, you should defeat 3 balanced servants. I don't remember which side that is. I think it's balanced is between good and evil is how they did that. Because, you know, neutral, while a funny meme about Emiya is not helpful. But 3 balanced servants, 3 evil servants, get 2 skill gems or statues through battles, and then get 4. Defeat 15 Earth attribute enemies, and then defeat 15 humanoid enemies. If you, like Lucky and I, needed to still finish the Lostbelt, you could probably grab a couple of those there, the humanoids for sure and stuff like that. The Earth attributes, etc. You can probably get 4 skill gems or statues through those battles. But there aren't actually a whole heck of a hell of a lot of servants in there, and I don't actually know if, depending on where you're at in Lostbelt 6 Act 2, if there are exactly 3 evil and 3 balanced servants left. So what you're probably going to want to do is go into the dip. If you want 3 balanced servants and 1 evil servant, do Charlotte in America once. That's 20 AP. And then you can get the rest of your evils and some Earth attributes by just running skeletons and Fuyuki real quick. You'll be all right.
You'll be fine.
do that a few times and you'll patch up. You might also check out some of your half AP dailies to get some of your other shit. But yeah, that's your Master Missions. Some people, I'm sure, in chat have already asked or will ask us about our free SSR ticket. I'm sure, dead certain, there is at least one mailbag question about that, so we're just gonna save it.
Okay.
But also, yes, your second screen cap you sent me in mod chat was, Omega, help! I'm scared. I also screen capped, and I don't know if I shared that anywhere else, but the image is right there of just at one point you were just like wild gesticulation. I'm like, hold on, I feel the need to hold on to that one. That might come up later.
Sometimes you don't have words and you can only pantomime.
But yeah, let's move into Skelegrams.
Oh, Lord, are we getting there?
Yeah, I got some news. So first of all, in NA, 2200 days, as we said, it was on the 3rd. You got 10 sync cores. Nice of them to have this lineup almost exactly with when our anniversary stuff started. So, speaking of which, the 6th anniversary, the real shit, started on the 3rd, and all the campaigns and stuff are going until the 16th. So most of y'all are probably watching the stream. It was a pretty alright one. I think we just finished our tabletop session when they started to get to game news, so I caught most of it as well. Seemed to be doing alright. But there's a lot of stuff in here, so I'm just gonna read it off the article rather than literally write all the campaigns down again.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there was a free SSR servant out of 32 possible servants, including some story locks. There was the Koyanskaya banner, as we've already discussed, that goes until the 16th, as mentioned. There is a trial quest for Koyanskaya of Light to have one singular ticket. As a special reward, everybody got 126 Saint Quartz because we did, in fact, hit the 50,000 reactions for 60. Blew that shit out of the water. And Nissan was kind enough to bring us, and not only did he go to the great effort to try and deliver the entire update in English only, which I'm pretty sure he did. He had to think about his word choice a couple of times, but I don't think he busted back out into Japanese for the most part. Very impressive. Good job. Golf claps all around. But he granted us an additional 66 Saint Quartz. And then there was the 8-part campaign. There's the login bonus. I have been pinging everybody every fucking night. And I'm sure none of you have missed any of your login streaks as a result. Good job, me. Tonight is the last one. It'll be 10 tickets, which I think I'm going to pocket. I'm going to pocket those tickets. We got, by the way, our starter here for day 1. Also, we have our first ever NA exclusive CE.
Yeah,
Albert has apparently been trying to work on this one for a while, but yeah. It's Nami art.
Yep.
As he usually draws our anniversaries. And yes, we have a unique special one. Literally, English version 6th anniversary. It is a 4-star CE, and it gives you plus 10 friend points.
Yay!
There's also a cumulative login for a total of 5 days during this campaign for some extra shit, a Bond Grail. I feel like this one lone prism is a little sad. That should at least be like 2 or 3 at this rate. But, it's all in there. If you logged in for 5 days total, though, you got a fucking extra Holy Grail. Nice.
Nice.
We've already covered the GSSR results, just 15 paid Saint Quartz. That's really easy to accomplish these days. It's debut year times class specific. It's one of the single greatest, I think, GSSRs we've got if you want to try and really snipe something new. Because some of those categories are very small.
Mm.
Like I said, listen, I took a gamble. I rolled to the same GSSR bit as Dobin. But chat, simply never punished. There's also added the 1 per day. You can use one single paid Saint Quartz, literally 99 cents, just to get an extra roll every day. Not really, super useful, but it's a cute little factor. It kind of encourages people who aren't whales to just be like, I could spend, 99 cents a day for an extra little summon. Permanently, the half AP cost for all story is gone through Heian-kyo. Please catch up on story. We got a fuck ton of new inventory space. Added 100 slots to servants and craft essences, 50 slots to command codes, and you're added another 100 available in expansion slots as well if you want to spend some of them mana prisms. Your maximum size for second archive is now 900. So, yeah, base inventory increased and second archive increased. Got a bunch of updates to extra master missions. Nothing like completely here, but just catching up on all the stuff. If you've completed Lostbelt 5 at Heian-kyo, that's another like 20 total sync ports. Complete up to 200 rank ups for another, bunch of sync ports. They added, up to 240 interludes as well. And up to 220 free quests. Obviously, the free quest marker doesn't go up a whole lot because they didn't add that many free quests, but keep it in mind. Also, during the campaign period, you get double the amount of mana prism rewards from your daily missions.
Mm-hmm.
Also, all interludes are now worth double SQ. Just like rank ups are now worth 2, all interludes are now worth 2. And then we're currently experiencing half AP dailies and all dailies open, which is fucking great.
Yeah.
Let's see. How many days we got left? We got a few days left.
I think it's like 8.
Rank up Shabab. Also, yes, 8 days left in half AP. That I know off the top of my head because I was just looking at it. But I'm looking for how many are left in our rank ups. Oh, and there's extra inventory in Mana Prism and Rare Prism shop if you need to get some stuff.
I read about those.
Yep. They also improved the summon list. You guys may have noticed it already, but the banners are displayed at the bottom, including little graphics to let you know, hey, click here. We have an anniversary pickup summon with some extra servants as well. The usual rotation they do. Not a super big deal, but they got different campaigns. If you're looking out for, Dioscuris, Napoleons, Europas, Anastasias, Lishuan Assassin, Zhangyu, Sitonai, etc. They're running through a lot of different classes. Let me see. What are the revealed rank ups? Does this not have... Oh, here it is. Click for more information. Like, is there not a separate link for this? All right. Okay, no. So we've got all 7 are revealed. Because they did 14 total, 2 at a time. So day 1 was Artoria Pendragon Lily. This upgrades her intuition, increasing gauge, more stars, more HP recovery. Amadeus finally got his aesthetic appreciation fixed because that one fucking sucked. It's now Angel's Tune. It gives the enemy arts resistance down, as well as MP strength down and critical rate down. So pretty solid there. Ozymandias got his second rank up. Increases Noble Phantasm. It now gives himself -1 turn of cooldown when activated, and makes the battlefield sunlight for 5 turns after you execute his NP. Matahari got her rank up. Her espionage has been increased, so it super increases her star drop rate and also increases her crit strength for 3 turns. Very handy there. Regular Anne Bonny and Mary Reed got their guts increased. So their guts is 1 time 3 turns better. It taunts them for 1 turn, increases your NP gain by a lot. That's good. You're also going to get, that was the same day as Cursed Arm Hassan's Zabania upgrade. More damage, and also, hey, if you kill that enemy, if you get the instant death proc, you get 3 turns of bonus attack, and you get some NP charge back. Because, that's kind of how it worked in Heaven's Field, so they're like, make it better. Day 4, you're looking at Kirki NP rank up. Now it will not only do extra damage, but also the targeted enemy will lose their offensive buffs. Yay.
Yay.
Also, Leonidas gets his guts buff. His guts become stackable, and when his guts is activated, he and all allies get extra attack for 3 turns. That's each time your guts procs, by the way, so because that guts is stackable, you could technically do that twice.
Nice.
Day 5 was the Ku double feature. Ku Alter got his NP increased. It now removes the enemy's defensive buffs on hit. I think that's after, but still. And Coup Prototype now gives himself... he deals defense ignoring damage, which he didn't before, and also increases his quick effectiveness for 1 turn first. So just, bringing him in range here. And then day 6 was the upgrade that nobody thought would happen, but it's Jolter's NP upgrade. So increases her damage multiplier, and now she gains a large amount of stars, which is good because that's the one problem with Jolter is her star gen is shit.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, it finally happened, y'all. Also, that same turn, funnily enough, I don't know if they intended it this way, but Jolter and Mephistopheles being the same day is kind of funny because both of them are the big, like, buff block units, so that's what you use to clown on Gatia. But yeah, his innocent monster has been changed to Fruitless Wrath. It now increases his own attack for 3 turns and gives all enemies 3 turns of HP recovery down, so he gets to be even more trolly. And our final update, some nice, lovely ladies. Ereshkigal gets her NP upgrade. It now does bonus damage to Earth attribute enemies, and also gives her and the party, everybody who has Blessings of Kerr, increased critical hit resistance and nullify instant death for 3 total turns. So now that we've got, crit resistance programmed, we got some fun stuff. Also, this is where Drake got her golden rule buff, so not only does it increase her NP gain now, it increases her buster effectiveness for 3 turns, and makes her ignore defense for 3 turns. That's right, this chick's got piercing and ignore defense. Fuck you. Die. So yeah, really great rank ups this year. Good shit. I'm working on, I'm intermixing my rank ups with my QP farming, so it's a good year, y'all. And yeah, that is all of our anniversary campaigns. Quite a good show. Liked it a lot. There's some extra news as well, but we'll cover that after the end of this. Also, I'm not sure on the day, but the next block of the Story Clear campaign came out. So you got some extra Saint Courts and also a shitload of foes if you need those. I do appreciate them. I was able to get my Morgan fully normal foe. But that's not all, chat. That's right. We've been doing the news for like 30 minutes, but also JP is doing a new event. That's right. Back-to-back new events, y'all. Well, I mean, new story chapter immediately followed into a new event, but still. The Mystic Eyes Symphony started the 5th, going on until the 26th. So basically, this will block out everything before anniversary time for JP, it seems like. But, hey, remember how earlier this year we were talking about how we haven't done a tower event in a while? Here it is. It's also the Send Feet event. We're having a lot of fun here. But yeah, no. It seems like a normal tower event. There's a lot of levels. That seems cool. There's a shitload of logins for apples, like, every day. Like, really encouraging you to be able to grind up this event. Like, I think they've got, like, 3 weeks of like, daily logins planned. So, every 7th day you get, like, a gold apple, and every day before that, on the 1 through 6 days you get a silver. So, like, really refueling your apple count, juicing you up. There's new, not only new gacha CEs, but also new event CE. And we've already gotten some summon banners off this. Summon banner number 1 is just Saber MEDUSA, everybody. It's over. We've won. We're so back, etc., etc. But yes, the Saber MEDUSA shown off in the most recent story chapter release, Paper Moon Part 1. Yeah, she's in it. She's in it now. And she's apparently hanging out with the sisters. There's some CGs of Steno and Urali hanging around as well. So yeah, seems fun. Getting a little Dusa-centric. This does probably dash my hopes of a Summer MEDUSA this year, but I did get an SSR MEDUSA alt, so...
Take your fixes when you get them?
Yeah.
Clearly this means that it is time for Medea Summer.
We can only hope. I have seen so many great, fan arts and sprite edits of that. We can only hope and pray.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Summon Banner number 1, just Saber MEDUSA. And Summon Banner 2, actually, funnily enough, is a rerun. It has been about a year of Kyokute Bakken and Lobo, actually. So, you've got some options here. Now, speaking of our miscellaneous news before we move into mailbag, which I'm sure will take up a decent chunk of our time as well. First of all, everybody, I'm warning you. You're being warned of this. Act 3 drops on 7/10. There's a 4-hour maintenance, and there's a countdown and everything. To the word of this countdown, which, yes, by the way, if none of you have checked the FGO US site, you should, because it's got a countdown and it's got a certain message on it.
I hate it.
But as a result, I say, I can't believe you've done this. This was me in the middle last night. Lucky may or may not remember. He was in the middle of the Lostbelt 6, but I finished my run and I went to go grab facts, and I was incensed when I went to the main page and found this little note and this countdown waiting for me. I was like, how dare Hoomst has done this. But we also have a couple of other things. Strange Fake came out. It actually debuted, I think, on Friday night or Saturday. We've confirmed the season. It's a pilot, so they're doing the full case files trick here. I would have watched it. I had enough time today, but Crunchyroll fought me. I kept getting unknown errors when I would try to load the episode, so sadly, I have not seen it. But from what I hear, it's good. It's got the big budget kind of shit you would expect. Also, there's still some yokes in there, so it's trying. Lucky, did you get a chance to see Strange Fake's pilot?
I was gonna watch it, but the one that came out first was the dub version, so I'm just gonna wait for the sub version. I
believe, once again, like I said, I got an unknown error when I tried to pull it up, but I believe Crunchyroll has both now.
Oh, now? Okay, I will definitely probably after we get done with the stream. Although I might put it off tomorrow so I can get some 16 time in, because. Oh
yeah, no. If I don't want to die after doing the stream, I'm gonna be like, I literally played 016 yesterday. Other people are finishing Final Fantasy 16, and I'm like, oh no. That means people might say stuff. Hey, thank you for super chat, Orion.
Orion says, this is late, but Madahari's skill upgrade is an AoE buff now for crit drop and crit damage.
Yes, I forgot to add that. It's team-wide, not just on herself as well. Good budget support stuff. Love what they do.
Yeah. And, yes, I was kind of figuring it'd be out by now, but like I said, Lucky got done, writing his notes only, a little while ago, and I was in no state to watch anything. Lucky, it was, actually quite, funny in hindsight. I got done, I just typed to Omega, hey, do you want to set up the stream? And he's like, sure, what time? 4 Lucky Standard Time? And I was like, yeah. Wait, can we make it 5? I think I need another hour. And he was all like, sure. I used that another hour to lay down and just roll up into a blanket.
Yeah, I figured. I phrased that as you need that extra hour to pace around your kitchen, because that's literally what I was doing all afternoon. after writing the pregame to Act 3, I was just circling the wagons, because I was like, damn. Like I said, I had plenty of time to think about things, but I didn't have time to think about things upright last night. But also, hey, this was another odd one, because technically this was cut off by AX. But at the FGO panel, it was announced and shown. Tsukihime Remake international release coming next year. Confirmed.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, they switched the stream out before that announcement hit the stream side. I do agree with some people. This was quite rude. Some people were a little upset at Aniplex for this. I'm pretty sure that wasn't their intent. They did say to stay tuned for news after the guests left. And so on, but I would like to remind everybody, the stream was not run by Aniplex. It wasn't being posted on their YouTube channel. It was through AX. It was on their Anime Expos, Twitch and YouTube. So I think that was their programming decision to switch it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a little rude, but yeah, it happened. So yeah, I guess the Mahayo sales were pretty good.
Yeah, let's go.
So yeah, Tsukihime Part 1 remake is coming 2024. I'm as other people have been saying, but I feel like this is another business decision that only exists so that we can understand what the fuck our next anniversary servant is.
Probably.
Yeah. That said, hey, big props, because that probably means one, obviously we'll get the second half of the Tsukihime remake, but it may finally be time. We might actually get official English releases of Fate Stay Night over here.
I'm excited. Every step closer.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Every step is a step closer.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, there's a lot of good stuff there. But yes, that is. Oh, sorry, I started typing in a new tab for mailbag open. Typing the wrong address. Yeah, that's all of our news so far. We still got a few weeks before JP's anniversary hit. Does anybody in chat have the FGO Fez dates off the top of their head? When can we expect that chaos?
Chaos.
Because it'll be something. I'm fairly certain what we can usually expect from an FGO anniversary is 29th? 29th through 31st, all right. Also, somebody saying bodes well for extra remake. I believe it was announced. I don't know if anything bodes well for extra record, unfortunately, because we haven't heard a lot of news in a long time. I have strong suspicion that starting a small separate side studio in Studio BB is not going as smoothly as some people would hope. I'm fairly certain they already said that their intention with extra record was to release it internationally as well, but that game still hasn't come out yet, so we're trucking on it. But yeah, so 3 days of FGO Fez. There'll obviously be a main panel, but what we can expect obviously is new GSSR format, a shitload of Saint Courts, hopefully some kind of quality of life updates. A lot of people are hoping that the coin economy will be improved a little because I believe Bond 15 NP5 isn't quite enough for maximum effort, which I do agree, that's asking a lot. NP5 of an SSR Bond level 15 is already a shitload of time investment. So I hope that they can adjust that a little, like maybe just round up the number of coins you get a little bit, or introduce some kind of like monthly universal coin currency. So yeah, there's a lot of loose ends we can fix on that, and I hope they can take that into account. But also, we'll probably almost assuredly get a summer early preview as well. They usually, I think, show at least one of the male costumes, if not all three, and at least one of the servants. I mean, they're not going to refund you the coins you already used. That's pointless. They're just going to, they might make it so you get extra coins. I guess the question is, if you get more coins than you need, what do you do with them? That might be another update as well.
Don't we use coins for hero casting?
Yeah, I believe so. But there might be other things incentive. But if it's just the grill casting, that's good. Also, by the way, a lot of people were like, we're going to get grill casting early. No, as has been clarified, and we've mentioned this before, but to tell everybody again, Grail casting is tied to defeating Tunguska. It's like the dress shop feature they added, but more so. So it's something we're not going to get early.
Well, that just means New Year's then.
Yeah,
we're not that far off.
Only 6-ish more months. Keep stockpiling your coins.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so we'll get a new anniversary servant. Obviously, we'll get to see the GSSR and all the rate ups and other nonsense. But also, we probably will get the update. Yeah, the Mighty Chain might have been cute, but I don't know. Maybe they didn't want to fuck over our meta any more than they already had to. Because we're already in a really weird place where, like, chat, I think we have experienced basically the optimal way to experience Lostbelt 6, where like every new chapter was like every 2 weeks as opposed to once a month. Like, we're almost done. We're almost through, and it's only July. That's pretty crazy. JP didn't get Act 3 until August.
Okay, I wasn't expecting it starting at the middle here.
So yeah, there's a lot of stuff there. But all right. We've got Mailbag.
Mailbag.
Yeah, this is a weird one. I think I like this.
Yeah, no, this is a tactical error here. Yeah, you guys are going to be able to do full Vich Oberon Buster farming.
We answered this question earlier, but no, we have not seen the Strange Fish pilot yet.
Like I said, probably will have seen it by next week, though, so...
Yeah. Hey, I'm just glad they said for sure they're turning it into a series. Hopefully that won't get awkward with the fact that the light novels aren't done, but, you know, whatever.
Maybe just leave it at a good stop-off point and just wait. Just
that
sit
seems
on
probable, and they will, you know. And to be fair, I think Case Files was done. Like, I think they started releasing the anime to line in for like the final couple volumes of the light novel. They still didn't cover all the stuff, so
yeah.
Also, yes, Chad, I would agree. I feel very strongly we'll probably be getting Strange Fate with next year's collab with Strange. It's not guaranteed, but seems likely. The only other thing I could see is if it's Samurai Remnant, but that seems almost more masturbatory than the times FGO collabed with itself. To just loop back around and be like, hey, these characters that, you know, we made a big deal of, you know, like, without FGO, I do not think they would be leaning so heavy in the marketing on Musashi for Samurai Remnant. So, like, I don't know. That would be weird.
Lucky still lives for a Mahoyo collab, though. So, with that, let us move on to this week. Let's talk FGO Mailbag, the segment where we read what you have to say and comment accordingly. This week we have 18 comments, a good healthy number, especially since people had an extra day to get their stuff in. But without further ado, let us start right now. This first one comes from a happy master who successfully got in P5 Claims Gaia with 1530 of 3000 Saint Cords. 1500 Saint Cords was an accurate estimate. Good job, buddy. Dearest Lucky and Omega, sending you good vibes and celebrations. Wah 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 wah. I hope you got what you want on the GSR and other anniversary rolls. Thanks again for the fantastic shows. No, thank you for watching them. Let's see here. Man, my inability just to slap things out of the sky here with AoEs is really killing me a little bit here.
Yeah.
But I'm not so inclined to just quit and start over. I will suffer on. I really do need to remember to actually level up Vlad's skill 3, because that is more important now. But this next one comes from the Tyrant King, who is crazy. Unluckily enough, I don't know why there's an I slash there, but to get 10 USOs sent to Doman to secure himself a mob, so he has port saved for summer. Hey guys, with Saber Medusa being the presumably last new servant before our anniversary, what has been your favorite servant that was in year 8, and what was the biggest surprise for you? Anyway, that's it for me. Sending good vibes your way, and hope you have a great evening.
So yeah, year 8 will be everybody from Archetype Earth until now.
I mean, that's easy. That's easy. Yeah. It's Tiamat, and the big surprise was not that Draco came, but that Draco was, you know, beast class.
Yeah, I feel like, again, in NA's mind, obviously, you've had a lot of other shit going on, but let us not forget, this was the year of the arcade collab, and that came with Larva Tiamat and, you know, Mother Draco. Which I would probably agree were, like, my biggest standouts of, like, yes, and then also, I'm sorry, literally what? Especially with that summon animation. But yeah, no, it's pretty decent here. Got some, fun summers, stuff like that. It's also very funny. FGO fake leaks are going crazy right now. A lot of people are trying to push Oops All Fairy Nights. Somebody was dumb enough to suggest, which even if it's real, I will still say it is dumb to post that leak. But they were like, oh yeah, Summer Gareth welfare. Not remembering that Summer Gareth already exists, damn you. She's on Lady Avalon's banner. How would you forget this? But yeah, no. Wild year. Unfortunately, I'm looking back at this and I'm like, man, some of these FGO tries with, bringing in some of these kind of, completely new characters out of nowhere, but also there's times where I'm just like, wow, I really do not remember, that guy was there at all. Like the 4-star guy on Joe's banner, Huang Feihu. I'm like, oh yeah, that guy exists. He's not 9 Tattoo Dragon Eliza though, so I forgot about it. Very solid here though.
Vlad is just going fucking nuts.
It happens. Also, yeah, as they said, presumably last of the year because, we're already on banner summon campaign number 2, so they could have a third one. I don't know if there's a third new servant in the event, but I don't know. More likely, I would assume some kind of Bawanshi banner, like a separate raid up with her, because I don't know if she's got one in a while. Fun fact: the goal of the event seems to be collect pictures of servant shoes to show her. That's right. It's not actually about feet pics. It's about shoe pics. She wants to expand her shoe collection, which has some very, very funny images. Somewhere in our JP chat, we've got a list of all the images and her ratings of them. She has different adjectives for different stuff.
I think my favorite is just undeterminable.
Yes. If a servant doesn't wear shoes or has simply nonsensical feet, Babo's official rating is undeterminable.
I will shout out that there is actual no negative thing. It's just like cute, pretty, or exciting, or undeterminable.
Yeah. Sometimes she's like, cool, awesome, cute, and then just this is not a shoe. This includes, by the way, for Murasaki Shikubu, because it's only first ascension, so in her first ascension, you literally can't see Murasaki's feet. I don't think in any percent you can, honestly, because her robes or dresses are all so long. But I'm just so funny that's what indeterminable. It's like you had Babo the picture, and she's just like, this is not a shoe. Where are the shoes? I can't see them. This does also mean, funnily enough, both Shutens are undeterminable, because I did not realize both as her normal self and as Onikure, the magic girl, she's not wearing shoes.
No, she just has this kind of wraps and just big gnarly Oni feet. Kind of wild.
She's just like, whatever. Zhang Yu, I believe, is also undeterminable because he has literal horse feet. They also perhaps are unshod.
You're right. It is Mother Hubbard. I was like, Mother Hubbard, she lived in the shoe. She had so many children, she knew not what to do. Something like that. I can't remember the exact rhyme off the top of my head.
I got 18 more of these.
Hang on, I have to unleash Vlad.
Unleash Vladimir.
Right now, he's actually doing pretty good at this. I know we're at 10 turns, but hey, no one's gone down, and we only got 6 left.
I'm lucky, remember, we've traveled back in time. This is part 1 again. Stall is the ultimate strat. This is what you do.
But let's see here. Let us move on. This next one comes from Apologizing Arts Fan. Hello, Lucky Omega. Sorry for my spoilerly question last week. With the Japanese festival theme for upcoming anniversary, there's been a lot of talk of Ame no Senmei being the Anni servant. Seeing as they're descended from Kitsune, do you think that will be incorporated into their design? I always welcome more fluff, whether they are Fox boy or girl. Good luck with the boss rush at LB6 Part 3. I am... Honestly...
don't worry about that, chat. Don't you worry yet. But yeah, Ame no Senmei.
But yeah, no, Ame no Senmei, yeah, I'm probably not at, like, first or second ascensions, but definitely in, like, the third ascension, I need this boy to have some... to have some fluff. What was his mother? Kuzunoha?
Yes, Kuzunoha.
Yeah.
Lady Kuzunoha. Yeah. There's been, you know, a metric fuck ton of depictions of Abe in, like, anime and stuff over the years. I'm, you know, for certain he will have, at one ascension, the big, tall Onmyoji hat. Because, of course, it's the thing.
It's the thing. Do the thing.
But, like, I never actually got around to playing it, but there is actually a, like, literal Onmyoji-themed gacha game just called Onmyoji, where, like, Abe is the central character in one of your starting units. I would assume FGA would probably try and differentiate their version from that one. And obviously that Abe is, like, very classic. He's got, you know, kind of, like, light blue robes, the hat, he's got a fan with the seal of Abe no Senmei on it and stuff like that. So I'm sure they will incorporate the seal somewhere, but I can also see them, like, not doing it, you know, in the...
Honestly,
like, a fan or whatever.
Honestly, I want Merlin's character designer to do Ame no Senmei and kind of give him the same aesthetic, but Eastern.
Yeah, the same kind of, like, ethereal pretty boy, but, you know, we'll use Eastern trappings.
Yeah.
And yeah, I could definitely see... you know, multiple influences, and knowing how FGO likes to go, yes, it feels like it would almost certainly be, you know, like a higher ascension of, you know, like, oh, master, you powered me up, my foxy side's showing through, you know, kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. They've done a lot of fun stuff over the years.
Honestly, now that TM added out, who is my big Anni desire? Ame no Senmei is still up there, and probably, you know, the rest of the Sakura 5. But I can't see a Sakura 5 member being brought out during the anniversary. I feel like that has to be that has to be an event.
Yeah, like, either we finally do, like, a Foxtail-specific collab or some other, like, side event where we get Violet and Kazura drop, like, finally.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, there's definitely some, like, room there. But I'm personally thinking... I mean, I know there's, like, 2 different versions of Perseus who are, like, saved up in the data somewhere. There's both Rider and Lancer. That would be interesting to see. But yeah, I don't know. Abe no Senmei is pretty high. Japanese Merlin, great character for them to work on, and one of the most pitched. I mean, I think it would be funny to get actual Tamovich, as Tamovich Koyanskaya is not the exact same one. Or, hell, I don't know, FGO. You were the fuckers who named the other Tamamo 9s. You know, they were just weird sprites in the ending of CCC. We didn't have Tamamo Aria, Tamamo no Hime, or Tamamo Delmo. when before Saber Wars, oddly enough. So, you know, there's that. But yeah, like, I'm trying to. There's probably some other NPC characters, but let's see. We already got Charlemagne. We did not get Archimedes, which is still funny. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking.
I don't know. Do you think Archimedes would make a good? I don't know if people would go for it.
No, I don't think an anniversary. No, an event thing. And honestly, I don't know. I'd have to double check what SSR casters are like right now, but I'm imagining him as kind of like the, oddly enough, like the caster version of Koyanskaya of Lights type kit, because he would have, you know, a similar aptitude for slaughter skill, but also I could see his, one of his skills is he's supposed to be really good at fixing formulas, which includes magic circuits, so like an ability to like give charge, or I don't know, something I've suggested where you can reduce the cooldowns of Master's Mystic Code skills. But his NP absolutely should be like an AoE buster with his giant death mirror. So Like, that sounds like, you know, maybe a permanent ad or special tune-in. I think they could give him the skills and stats of an anniversary servant. I do not think Archimedes has the sheer hype that, like... Remember, last year was Archetype Earth, y'all. They were just like, hey, we've done it. We've already got Rasputin. I mean, other than, like, Abe no Seimei, which would absolutely be a huge, like, character draw for all the characters. Let's see, are there any alts? I don't think there's any, like, alternate universe versions we don't got. Other than we need some Summers.
Yeah, Summers the list is eternal, but like specifically for anniversary,
like, I mean, like, I think the only, like, possible Crazo, yeah, I don't know. People are also guessing Hakuno now. I don't know if they'll pull that trigger.
I don't think. Like, honestly, there are a bunch of big Fate characters out there, like there's still Alko and Toko out there, which, you know, has been mentioned in passing, but we have never seen anything really about them.
Yeah.
Hecking, Abe no Seimei is pretty big. People have been wondering if this is the year for Gatia or, you know, Olga Marie.
Yes, now that we have a playable beast, even if they aren't that class, I still think Gatia would be funnier as a pretender or caster. I mean, pretender is literally his old stat skill, so that would be much funnier. But that would probably be the big pull. I feel like it's been a little too many years to do this without an event, but certainly I think hype-wise, somebody mentioned it earlier, the proper human history versions of the Greek gods we met in Lostbelt 5 would be hype-worthy. Like, I mean, you know, it might be a little awkward because we'd probably want all three of them, but all of them had really good designs. They have a really strong, like, identity as far as, like, skills and NPs and stuff go, right? Mm-hmm. And, like, I think a Zeus or would be sizable. Aphrodite, but also she's been, like, teased a little in later events as well, so that or Nasu and the boys just couldn't let a good Wadarko design go to waste. But yeah, like, that I think has enough, like, you know, raw wraparound power to count. So we'll see. I mean, we'll find out in probably this would be the 31st, would be, you know, the last day of the big festival would be the big boy panel, but still, you know, end of this month. Not that you know, and I'm thinking now, like, with Abe no Seimei, I'm like, not that I really need them to release an anniversary servant who I really want, because, you know, remember how our anniversary works, guys? Where we're already backing in. You're gonna basically, we're gonna have this thing where they're gonna hit us with Paper Moon and then you know, Mystic Eyes Symphony right before our anniversary, because I'm sure that Saber Medusa and Durga Kali will be on GSSR banners. So,
oh, you little shits. Oh, sorry, I'm just looking at this. Restricted cannot use MASH.
Yeah, it's that one. It's this one. Lucky, do you remember how this fight works?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm just going for it. Trust me, Lucky is okay with beating his head against the wall a couple of times.
He doesn't know, Chad.
Wait a minute. Doesn't he nuke my front line?
Yeah. Now that you've said it out loud after hitting yes, he's gonna. You have a turn to respond, but yes, he's gonna immediately do super huge NP damage, pierce invul, and charge to max. There he is, the big bonk himself. By the way, I'm not wrong, chat, right? This motherfucker didn't have 1.5 million HP the first time, right? So yeah, if you can get Castoria to fire her NP now, you'll be fine.
I don't think I can make that happen.
No, not with this C combo. It might have been 1 mil the first time. this wasn't a raid event. While Lucky's contemplating his life choices, I think I'm going to step away for a second.
Yeah, this is a very much sit-down compliment. Yeah. Contemplate my life choices here. Well, I think I'm just about to get the blown the fuck up. Yeah, I'm not using a command spell on this. I would not call Gaitia weak. Or the weakest. They are flawed in different ways, and they have strength in different areas. God, who do I have that has buff removal? I don't even remember. Well, even if I buff a flat all the way, he's not going to get more than like 400k. And the Pierce Anvil is going to eat us alive. I do have a Martha. I probably won't be able to survive his extra hit because I'm an idiot and I keep forgetting to level Vlad's last skill here up to 10, so it's only at a 1. I'm not using a command spell. This is a little... Oh, he did have 1.5 in the OG. Interesting. Oh, it's just a flat 50%? Okay. Well, let's fire it off and see what happens. He's gonna gain resistance for it, but I have no way to remove it. Oh, I know Guts will still work, but he's gonna attack after Guts. And he will probably not survive that. Well, I got 2. Yeah, because he's gonna pierce Envol. Well, actually, you're gonna have 2 Guts. You might survive that. Well, we'll see what happens.
Okay.
Alright. Unleash Vladimir. Wow, that did nothing.
Yeah. Championship. Big Reloading.
I forgot how sick this was.
Yeah, it's been a while.
If I could just input, if I could just put it in the background, I just wanted to put a fucking gif of Corona getting blasted away and turning to white.
Yeah. Vlad's like, I live, bitch.
He is like, I lived, bitch. Ah, I love it. I'm definitely gonna need something to remove Nega Summon. I'm not very good to remember what someone said. I think someone said Martha. I'll have to double check.
Turns. Martha does also it is a removal, so yeah, I think she's got a easy buff removal. Medea obviously can do it right away, but that's after her NP procs. It's not good. Abigail does it pre-NP fire. It's pre-NP buff strip. I mean, yeah, Lucky will probably try and... You've got KP up, so you can try and turtle. I mean, it doesn't look like it's got a square around it.
Yeah, I see no square.
Uzaitan has buff strip on skill.
Ah, I didn't mean to use that. Well, the problem is I need to unleash damage now.
Listen, he's got a lot of HP to chew through.
Yeah. Sure, why not? Anyway, let's keep going here. This next one comes from Moon is hunting down the moth in her room. They say, hello, Lucky and Omega. Hope you're doing well. I don't have much to say today. Just make sure to hydrate in case you haven't yet during the recording, and hope everyone listening has a wonderful day.
I literally left it in the water.
Big hydrate. Let's go, Blackbeard!
Blackbeard, last man. Bring Blackbeard to a later fight. It's fun. Anyway. Okay.
Let's keep moving on. So, this next one comes from Soul of the Light Mode Discord. He says, Dear Lucky Bunny of Light and Omega, not a Fox of Darkness. There's been some talk about the first 5 singularities, not counting Prologue F, and how bad / forgettable they were. So I was wondering, of the 5, what is something that you like to remember fondly or think that they did very well? P.S. Thank you, Omega, for the coin sky I wanted. Not only did watching it trigger my luck on the banner, watching the Melusine video triggered her to appear on the GSSR after the fail rolls on her banners. I was worried for spoilers during those rolls. It's just not easy, I guess.
Yeah. Wanted, based, confirmed. Also, yes, I have heard this going around. There was apparently a video somebody posted later where they were like in the format of a top 10 list of like FGO's worst writing or something, suitably clickbaity. I think that video's gone private, so I don't think it was necessarily received very well. I personally did not see it. I also probably wouldn't have seen it because despite often making clickbait thumbnails and video titles, I don't usually click on those videos.
No.
You know, it's the you know, don't bullshit a bullshitter kind of thing. Like, I play the game too, so that's not usually what draws my attention. So I have no idea about the actual detail, but yes, there were apparently some broad swings taken at like everything pre-Camelot, possibly even pre-America. That said, I think we both have said before, I don't really find anything super wrong with Okeanos. I mean, there's a lot of wyverns in it for no reason, but that's just how FGO was. Overall, I think the tone and structure of that one is, you know, fairly straightforward and open. I like it. There's some very scary boss fights in London.
I mean, there's a lot of things I think I can... Well, but let's see here. So, if we start at Septum... Not Septum, Orleans, excuse me. If we start at Orleans, like, something that I always remember fondly is just the, you know, vitriolic friends that Liz and Kiyohime are.
Started Liz jokes, yeah.
Yep. Like, this is where we get started with Liz jokes, and we took a break, but Liz jokes are coming back, and I'm excited for them. Also, I was impressed that they, you know, they pulled out Dark Jalta. You know.
Yeah. Who honestly became like the face of the franchise for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe again, because she's gonna be in fucking Samurai Remnant.
Yeah. Moving on to Septum. Like, honestly, like, I liked, like, I know that, like, the writing ain't top notch, but I just enjoyed all of the Nero that we got. We got Nero being Nero, and honestly, Nero being Nero is a great time. Like, yeah.
Everybody knows Septim has weak writing, like from a pure structural standpoint.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff basically happens for no reason. Probably because we had to. I don't know if there was actually a mandate on it, but I would not be surprised if there was not an idea of like, oh well, we have all these units in the game. We need to use them in the story, otherwise, why would people roll? You know. But like, it's not. I don't know, some people are like, oh man, Septim was so bad. Oh, I maybe dislike Nero so much. And I'm like, why? Like, at worst, I feel like Septim was just a nothing burger. You know, this is fine. Got some Caesar jokes in there. Yes, Altera comes out of nowhere. We all know that one's weird. Hell, I think Altera's we've had Altera be at events and make a couple jokes about how it just kind of is weird comes out of nowhere. Who knows? I think you can see Lev in the trailer for Paper Moon somewhere. Maybe we can finally get our actual real beans fight with him. Aside from that time he turned into a pillar and the temple time we punched him as well. Wow, I feel like I'm losing my mind. Okeanos is 3, right, Chad? Yeah. The first 2, and then Okeanos was the next one? Okay.
Yeah, okay.
6 years, Chad. 6 years of this shit.
Okeanos was just okay, I guess. It was fun. I enjoyed our, our high seas adventure. We literally got to experience the age of discovery and exploration. And heck, oh! We got deleted. Bye. Now you do have shitload stacking pets now. Well, that's the end of our rope. That's it. Let's withdraw. But yeah, like Okeanos once again established like, hey, you wouldn't get LB5 Jason without Okeanos Jason. Old Man Hector. Perk being fucking invincible. It's got some style in there. Blackbeard. And the Blackbeard's for debut. Let's see. I'm sure Lucky has it. The question is just, I mean, if you want to block his Pierce, the funny thing is a Jalter NP, or if you've done that upgrade, Mephistopheles' 3rd skill, Clown Laugh. I don't think I have. I did like a Jalter double Merlin bullshit and was just like, fire NP. You are already hate. Yeah, and Kestra obviously can tell him to fuck off. I might do that then. Yeah, that's enforcement defense. No. You think you're going to blow up my whole row? No, you don't do that. But yeah. Honestly, like, writing-wise, London was pretty all right. I feel like London just had a problem of, like, trying to tack in the characters we didn't need, you know? Like, Tamo's cameo was cute but pointless. Kentucky also did nothing. Lancer Artoria Alter was, like... I feel like she was developed as like the leftovers of the design for, Camelot's Lancer Artoria, and they were just like, shit. Well, we can't use this design. What do we do? We'll do the other. We'll release a different servant, But there was also good plot in there. That's where your first Gatia boss fight is technically, because it's Solomon plus pillars, Hey, what is Gatia weak against anything? I forget. Weak to cavalry, I believe. Just cavalry, okay. Yeah. Let me see what I got. Oh, do you know what I want to do? And Avengers take half damage. They don't do extra damage, but they do take less damage. Oh, wait. No, fuck. I won't be able to... Actually... it's a little weird. This is what I do. Despite the fact that there is a later one of these that just, horribly tickles my trauma.
Also, no, it's not actually a great pick for Chad Orion because he takes extra damage.
Yeah, I was about to say I was gonna.
Beast 1 does bonus damage to Knight classes, takes bonus damage from Cavalry classes. But, yeah, the Memorial Quests are good because they let you, like, resolve old problems with new shit. Like, I was a little surprised at how big the HP pools were for some of these, but there's, like, you know, lots of weird, funny Wimbo combos here of just, like, oh, yeah, how do I stop Gateir from blowing up my front line? It might be a good thing to pre-plan, chat, because there might be another man who blows up your front line in these Memorial Quests. Yes, Lucky's becoming quick. Does Lucky have Herc up to Bond 10?
Nope. Who was I thinking of? Oh,
I still haven't actually beaten that last man. I put it off to finish the Lostbelt, and I was like, I tried to comp earlier, and I just really bungled it up.
let's go with,
I forgot what Wodaime's break bars are like. Ooh, Kentucky Rider. That's a funny one. We won't be seeing that guy later anyway.
That only gives me 4, though. If people are talking about that, I probably won't do Odaime, or probably the meter on stream, actually, now that I think about it. It'll probably be it for these ones.
Yeah, I don't think see that this is the thing about Wodaime. Wodaime will clear his own debuffs to reset certain things, and is also starts the game with three uses of debuff immune. Gatia, you can probably just NP seal. It's not actually better to just mash solo. It takes you a long fucking time. That's why I haven't done it yet, because I had to reset, and I was like, I don't want to do this later. Well, on the one hand, yes, because they have 2 Lostbelt 5 fights. But also, I mean, if you were actually picking a memorial fight for that Lostbelt, especially because Canis' interlude comes with a fucking redo of the Zeus fight for no reason. Whatchamacallit? I think that Demeter is the one. Like, that's the meme. And it still sucks. I know some people were like, oh, I felt it was easier this time. I'm like, nah, it's nice. Having to fire your NP, an invul, a hard defense, every 3 turns that you die is hard. Especially because she's got an AoE buff removal. Though, hey, I've been doing rank ups. Well, Lucky's still working on his strategy, chat. I've been doing rank ups. I don't think I ever ran into this because they're so rare. But did y'all know Mahanagas have an AoE buff strip as a skill? What the fuck? Who allowed this? Who's done this? I can't believe it. Yeah, Mahanaga, the big lancer snakes.
Big snake.
They just can be like, your buffs, give them to me. Yeah, thank God for Spirit Vein Stones, y'all.
Alright, so I don't know about that. I'm trying something new here.
He's thinking things.
But Lucky is done doing big brain, so we're gonna move on.
That said, I will say, hey chat, you should pay attention to Castoria's NP. Cool. Thank you for that super chat, or maybe a super sticker. It's a new thing.
Well, it says about the 9. It has vibes.
Alright, okay. Where the fuck are we?
Oh, that was
I
pain.
say that because Lucky apparently has his mailbag loaded in a different order than me, so I'm scrolling over the place. Don't know why. It doesn't usually do that, but here we are.
Can we survive 2 more turns? Let's try. We can probably at least get 1 more turn out of this, so let's slap comma with that real quick. And while we wait, let's, you know, charge more NP!
Nice. Always be casting.
Ow! Pain, Pecco! You know what? Sure, why not? Let's go with 2 mythical fucking castles.
Spooky, scary castle.
So. While those play, this next one comes from Monster Girl Aficionado, who says, "Dear Lucky and Omega, no questions this week, just sending good vibes, wah 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 wah, and wishing you well. Keep up the great work. Your shows are the highlight of my week." P.S. Having watched the 14 stream, I am also in favor of Omega experiencing the mechanic.
Great shape on the sound waves on that evil laugh.
P.P.S. Justice for Ruru. Yes. If you play Nikke, you know why we're like, Ruru, no. Okay, it is on time. Let's see how much damage we can squeeze out of this.
You got a quick buff. Does Geeky have threat to humanity? Does anybody remember?
If he doesn't have a threat to humanity, what the fuck is he?
Well, I don't actually know. Threat to humanity is weird, but that would be on Castoria's arts buff. Is also trait damage. Robin's just like, he better fucking be. Okay, Architect actually says yes. Alright, cool. Trait damage.
Let's see how this... Hang on, give me a second.
Chat, this may be an important lesson for the future. Think of your trait damages.
Ah, no charm. But over 500 damage. 500k damage, I hate to say.
Pretty good. Halfway there. Also, because this question has come up a couple times in the chat.
Son of a bitch.
It depends on the enemy. There are still quite a few that do actually have a lot. But for instance, like
oh, hey, perfect.
Have a lot of hit counts.
Sorry. You do not MP.
Don't do that.
I know it doesn't matter, but we're doing it anyway. Oh, hey, look, quick cards. Let's go. I guess he can't be charmed. How dare. Wow. Get wrecked.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be good.
My plan worked.
You know, send a beast to kill a beast.
Ah.
And that still didn't get that guy, by the way. One, there's a whole nother fight after that. Two, he comes back.
Oh, God, I don't know if, yeah. Jesus. I don't know if we... I wouldn't be able to talk much. I'd be, like, staring at this screen, doing fucking mental gymnastics.
Well, and not to mention with both Demeter and Wodaime, there's that section of, like, wait, what are you gonna do? Because Demeter's got her system. I think it's fine if you just do your rank ups and shit on screen.
I think I'll just go back to my rank ups.
You gotta chew through some more. I mean, it makes sense KT has the king trait. I think we've done, like, half the mailbags.
Yeah, but I do need to work on my... I'm trying not to get completely overwhelmed by my damn rank ups. And, as Furtree does say, we do have a lot of,
Yeah, we're an hour and a half into the show. We haven't gotten to the recap.
No. But, let's move on. This next one comes from Dave with Stale Tacos. Oh no.
Oh no.
There it is. I need to keep up the soundboard so I don't forget about it. But they say... I played Maeve's interlude recently, and she has a line where she says, servants can't bleed unless they incarnate. Which is strange seeing how many damage strikes we have. Am I misunderstanding this line?
I probably have to go back and reread that. I think that was a conversation about servants don't have to bleed if they don't want to. Like, I know blood loss doesn't really kill servants unless their spirit core is damaged. They can recover, but yeah. Like I said, I would have to reread to get the context.
Let's activate art loops.
Because I do think I remember having a conversation with Maeve about servants, but yeah, I don't know. Because, like, strictly speaking, saying servants do not bleed is just straight up wrong. Because, well, I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot of blood. We know this.
We have seen it.
But yeah, like I said, I'll see if I can reread that script and see what she's going about.
So, we will keep on keeping on here. And this next one comes from Fluffy Tail Lover, who says, hello, Lucky and Megan. No questions this week, just sending good vibes. Wah, 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 wah. And wishing you luck in your Oberon rolls if you plan to roll him. Personally, I am still undecided.
Yeah, they'll give us 10 tickets. We'll see.
We'll see. I'll probably throw, I'm probably will throw, 10 tickets at him, but I don't know if I am, if I've put him on the list. There's just something not right about that boy.
Oberon's interesting. And we'll leave it at that for now.
Yeah. So, with that though, let's start charging the Fletcher. As I will do my old standby for getting through these and just unleash.
Yeah, 3 turns. Oh, also somebody in chat, I think they got it right. They're talking about making wine. So the question there was that servants don't have real, physical, literal blood, so they can't get fucking smashed. Is what I think she was getting at. Robin is a great way to say it. Oberon is my best friend. I would never leave my wallet near. True.
So let's move on. This next one comes from a Dragon Fate Knight, a god of love, and a wonderful secretary in a tight suit. What more could I possibly want? Oh, actually, didn't they, I forgot, did you... I'm sorry, have the dragon models always had these wings?
What with the flapping?
With the 3D
No,
flapping.
Yeah, I think that effect is new.
Because I know the Ghost got an update recently, but I'm looking at these wyverns, I'm just like, wait a minute.
Yeah, I think these guys look a little higher res than normal.
Yeah. Sorry, I completely derailed what I was thinking about previously, so I'm just gonna have to keep going. Good evening, Masters. I hope all your worlds were blessed as much as mine were in the anniversary banner. Thanks to the free Saint Coins, I managed to get not one, but two. Not get one, but two copies of Ikari no Chiyachihuahua. Between Tesla and Ganesha Jinako, who do you think I should pick for my free SSR? Because I'm somewhat conflicted. On one hand, a story-locked SSR, and on the other, a hard-to-pull extra-class servant that can fulfill a niche.
Well, I have one simple question for this answer. Do you already have a Moon Cancer? Have you gotten your complimentary BB? Shouldn't be hard. I believe that the main interlude is free now. But if you don't have... BB is also single target, so it's not quite the same. But if you don't have a BB, you don't have a Summer BB, and you don't have a Summer Kiara, probably Jinako. Otherwise, yeah, probably Tesla. That's much harder to get.
I have nothing to say against that, so we're just gonna keep going on. So the next one comes from 300 tickets for Fluffy Tail. Dear Lucky Omega, out of all the Tamamo, who do you think is second best chef? I wish everyone luck on the Koyanskaya and on the Oberon banners. The answer to that is Tamamo. I do think it has been mentioned in the Benny event that Tamamo has made it pretty far through Benny's Hell Kitchen course, but I think she's the only one that's surpassed her is Tamacat, because while Tamacat is interested in the whole thing, Tamamo just wants to cook for her, but her beloved husband. So she did not go as far.
If I had to guess, I would assume if she ever appeared, I think it's Delmo was the Tamamo 9 that was referred to as the supremacy of the home.
Yeah.
So that might be a stronger contender, but she's not real, so.
Yeah, she's not real yet, so we have no idea of her fucking, her cooking parameters. And Koyanskaya can cook, but like I said, I feel like she doesn't cook unless it has a specific purpose, which is to, poison somebody.
There's only 3 reasons why Koyanskaya does anything. 1, she was paid to do it. 2, she thought it would be funny. 3, to make you fall a long, long way. So, what I gathered from this is Koyanskaya is the kind of person who makes those cakes that looks like something else.
Yeah.
Like, that, I can just imagine the sheer joy that would bring her for you to be minding your own business and, like, go to pick up a shoe and you're like, what the fuck, my sneakers are cake! Go to grab your cell phone to play some FGO, my FGO is cake!
Just
go to climbing the shadow board to get on a mission, it's all cake!
What is this? Oh god, that reminds me. Didn't they announce that we're getting a localized version of Fujimara Doesn't Understand, or I think
yeah, that was at the in the panel. They launched episode 0 right after the panel ended, and I believe we're gonna get a new one every week.
Because I know they did. Oh, by the way, I know we're getting to lines now, but shout out to Amatu Translations for being the champ and translating that shit this entire time. I honestly believe that the series is so popular over here because of your work. Thank you. But
yes, our official title is
you've lost Ritsuka Fujimura.
Yeah.
Which is great. Like, I actually, at some point, probably like later today, tomorrow, I do need to go back to those episodes and grab some pictures that I want to use for stickers in the Discord. There's a lot of good ones in there.
The last brand new one for JP was great because it was it featured, you know, your favorite delinquent group. There was Mordred, Canis, and Martha. And then teaching Fujiwara Ritsuka about what command seals are supposed to be for.
Listen, watching that series, I felt so seen in a lot of things. Just like, why?
Yeah, the fucking... The way they... Even though it's got like a super stylized, you know, chibi art style, they gave Koyanskaya so much hip sway. Which is appropriate, but also still really funny. It's also kind of cute to see who they get for, like, what episodes. Like, obviously, you know, the ones that were all about the Gorgon sisters, because that's all Yu Asakawa. She's all of them. You know, it was easy to cast that one. But also, like, I feel dead certain that there's an Artemis cameo in the most recent one, just because, in case you guys didn't know this, Mordred and Artemis have the same VA.
Yeah, no, I was thinking about that myself. I was all like, God damn it.
Like, and it's real funny to hear them back to back. Like, you can think to yourself, like, oh, that's weird. And it also makes sense they had Nightingale earlier because, you know, also same VA.
Well, recording that had to be a hoot, especially for Nobunaga. I bet he was having the time of his fucking life.
Oh yeah, no, I bet Nobunaga's having a great time doing all those. I hope they do table reads.
Sorry, just thinking about it. All right, but so let us keep going on. This next one comes from Mesrick. Good luck to everyone on finishing the story. Section 21 was my favorite. Sending good vibes. Wah 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 wah. I can't believe you.
I can't believe you've done this. Also, yes, Chad is flabbergasted. Miyuki Sawashiro is Mordred, Nightingale, Artemis, and is also Rama and Sita in Arcade. Yes, this does mean if they ever animated Part 5, she would have to talk to herself a lot.
Guys, once we hit, like, oh god, what at what point, let's see, at what point
there's a point where the titles for chapters stop being places and just start being statements.
Yeah.
And that's right about where I stop being okay with things generally.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they're
I
written wonderfully, but I have been on the floor for quite a while here. I needed an extra hour just to get up and be like, okay, I gotta fucking stream.
Yeah.
Ugh. But I feel like the story is not going to have a happy ending. Well, even so far as much as Lostbelts go, there will be no hope.
Yeah. No, it's true. But at this moment, I can, I'll, you know, pre-spoilers, but we already said it, fuck fairies. At this moment, I can only hope that, you know, the realization, the visitation of the death you've earned, little man, comes to these people at least as swiftly as or as not swiftly as they deserve, and then also well, yeah, I don't even know if I want that conversation, but there's a conversation about completeness and endings and ending on your own terms that is very good and strong, and I also I think has a meta context, but is what I hope for our friends and allies we've made along the way, that they at least get to finish things on their own terms. Ow. Boy, it is rough out here.
It is rough. So we are gonna move on to the next one here, and this next one comes from Bunny Waifu. Bunny Waifu. Wait, those aren't fox ears in that tail. Oh well, I don't care, because all my red cards hit like a truck now. You mean hit like a tank? A Tamamo tank. Howdy, Looking Omega. Congrats. I want to start by saying congrats on hitting Let's Talk FGO 300. That's a big milestone right there. So to celebrate, I look back to figure out when I first started listening to y'all's show, and it looks like I came in at about episode 81, then became a whale and remained one since Let's Talk FGO 129. So while I haven't been here from the start, I sure stuck around for quite a while, I'd say, and I still always look forward to the show every week. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you. Question. So I've been checking out the Shimosa chapters again because my GSSR was an NP3 of Muramasa. Nice. And that got me thinking, do you think we'll ever see a Goro Masamune servant in-game? Whether it be an original design or a pseudo like our grandpa Muramasa is? P.S. Oberon is coming, my wallet is scared, but hope that I get good luck with Wanted as a catalyst, and good luck to anyone who will also be rolling for him. To quickly answer your question, I personally think that Masamune is possible, but I think I definitely would like to see him as an OG design.
Yeah, and I think they might go for that as well, because, like, obviously Muramasa has a lot of fiction about him because of the Tokugawa shogunate, but Masamune is widely acclaimed as, the most famous and the strongest and, stuff like that. And there is actually a, Japanese swordsmithing competition every year that ends in the Masamune prize. So, that sounds much more to me like he is a concrete existence they could actually work on. A pseudo would be funny, but you'd have to find some way to make that play off Muramasa. I don't even think Shinji would be.
Oh no, it would be Kuritsugu.
Yeah, that could work.
Because they're both, they start with, they are both, they have the same phonetics and start with an M that they always fuck me up. Because, Masamune, taught Muramasa.
Yeah, it's actually, I believe, attested. I remember this from Wanted.
Yeah.
He has his own school, but, it was a breakout.
Yes. So they actually had a master-disciple relationship, which is definitely why it has to be an OG design, or it'd have to probably be Kuritsugu. But I personally am more leaning towards, like I said, OG design.
Yeah, obviously, Muramasa they did a lot with, including a callback to the art that was limited 0 over. But there's definitely some work to be done there.
So, this next one comes from I Need. That's all their alias, by the way. Just I Need. For some odd reason, I love it because it just makes me ask, you need what? There's something more to this. Don't leave me in suspense. Question. Who did you pick for your anniversary CEs? I've only gotten to pick one because I haven't actually beat everything because, boy howdy, I got a battle in front of me. But I'll tell you real quick, the one I did was able to pick, comma. Was there ever any doubt?
Ishtar Carmilla. The second one was rough, but, I still stand that Carmilla doesn't get nearly enough love, and her outfits in these CEs are always so fucking great.
Yes. I'm thinking Carmilla because, like I said, there's no Tamamo. But
The Carmilla ones are pretty good.
yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of them really good. Like, Visha has one for the first time. It's really nice. There's some other good ones. And we have been showing off the build-up for this here. Lady Avalon gets a CE with, like, 6, mugs full of booze.
Floating mugs.
Yeah. Which everybody on the internet has instantly got it. Do not drink from these mugs. Do not trust them.
Something, that's a witch's brew.
Listen, if you wouldn't take the mug from regular Merlin, double don't take the mug from Lady App.
So, let's keep moving on. This next one comes from Kilion King, who says, no real questions this week, just thought it'd be funny to mention that during my attempt at the Camelot Memorial Quest, I one-shotted Amon-Run with my first Asan with death. Hella. First Asan came back and finished the job. Just
yeah.
like, wait a minute. Stop that.
Yes.
Let's see here. This next one. Well, I guess I will attempt it. Their alias is asking in a grandpa-ish tone, "Where are my bells, Arturia?" Let's see. Hello, Omega and Lucky. I just wanted to say that now I know why people love Morgan on JP so much. Her damage with Fluffy Tails is awesome. What do you mean she has a story? I'm not crying. You are crying. Yes, Lucky was crying. I have a note here where it says times Lucky crying 6 or 7. I don't know. I fucking lost count. I think I haven't stopped. My tear ducts are broken. But moving the swiftest on... Oh, they're not dead yet. Hang on.
I'm not dead yet.
Quiet, you.
I'm getting better.
This next one comes from... It loaded for like 15 seconds and then rolled a 3-star CE. Oof. Oof. I don't know, like...
It's just old-fashioned lag.
There is something to be said about when you get that lag. There's always that spike of anticipation.
Yeah, and I do believe it is because depending on your connection to load the like CE unlocked or servant summoned like overlay, the game does have to fetch those assets. So like there is a possible indication that it's preloading something when there's lag. The unfortunate problem is you might just have shit Wi-Fi and you might just be preloading your fucking roll because it can't talk to the server. So. Not a guarantee, but, always
Yes.
makes you get a little bit of the pucker clench.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh. It's the same thing that when I see gold sparks, I'm just like, oh. Shiny bling. Shiny keys. And then you get, a Steno, and you're like,
Then you become
I see,
a
we're setting
Tibetan
tone.
fox. Just, cube face.
Thank you, Pugs.
Sorry, damn it. I just read it, now it got me too, son of a bitch. Ah! This person actually has something to say, but it says, to the tune of Baby Beluga, Saber Medusa, Saber Medusa. I don't know the tune of Baby Beluga, and I'm not going to look it up right now.
Just do my edit where I did the chorus from Gucci Gang, but instead of Gucci Gang said Medusa Gang. Yes, the chorus is just he says Gucci Gang like 7 times. No, I don't understand music.
I don't understand music anymore.
Then again, that's probably why it's a meme, because most people just realize that the line in the song is the word Gucci Gang repeated like 8 or 9 times. Sometimes the backup singers say it too, and you're just like, what? But yeah, Saber Medusa, it's great.
Saber Medusa. So, this last one comes from the one, the only, the legendary Agent 418, who says, "Hello, Lucky and Omega. Have a great weekend, y'all. Same to you, buddy." I'm not gonna lie, I get slightly excited every time I see this one at the bottom. I'm like, yeah! I don't know how you do it.
Also, hey, I mean, I'm just gonna say, the fucking... after clearing the Lostbelt, I'm sure that my weekend will be better.
Yeah, no. Honestly,
It's only uphill from here until Monday night.
like, I made us think about it in the FGO channel, but actually, I had actually talked to Omega. Well, I had messaged Omega before that, asking if we could put off the stream by day, because I really did want to finish it beforehand, because I realized that if I didn't, I'd probably be working on this all weekend, and I would probably hate it.
Yeah, it's fair. I'd already said, though, you know, obviously the conversation that later happened in our FGO chat kind of changed it, but I was already like thinking about my own progress and like needing to switch it up. It's just that the dedication to do it, you know, all at once is just that made me sit down and be like, okay, well, that's 100% what I am doing all day today.
Sometimes you have to actually put like that hard limit on yourself to actually get something done, and this was one of those times I felt.
Also, because I did some pre-researching, I was helped out by the fact that like I realized I have less work than I need to, because if I'm not completely misunderstanding time and space, which does happen, but the conclusion campaign does not necessarily start right when the next part drops. I think it's supposed to be a week after, because obviously in JP they had the little letter telling them when to come back too. So the start dates for Oberon's banner is supposed to be, I think, about a week after that. I don't know if that's going to line up 1-to-1 for us, but there should be a few days of gap before Oberon's banner actually hits, which I think, having written the pregame, going to deliver you the pregame later, I think makes sense. But that made me realize that, oh, I don't have to speed right a once and over weekend and also beat the Lostbelt and, you know, all the other shit, so I was able to just, you know, sit down and focus on the stuff. Let's mailbag. We're here.
We are done with that.
Let's see. It's almost been about 2 hours, so let's step off. No, actually, I believe Morgan's banner should be... Actually, should it be after? I think that's conclusion banner number 2 is Morgan, so yes. You're going to be waiting a little bit for that one. Korea is also speed, though. So,
Speed!
Yeah. Like I said, I don't want to guarantee you've got the full week, but I would expect, knowing especially that they, you know, they do need to space out some of this a little. Get this stuff. But yeah, let's take another break ski. Everybody get up and stretch. We've been going for almost 2 hours, and we got a lot to do. Before taking a break, though, I will ask you chat about everything. We're gonna do new servant deets first, no matter what. But I'll ask you guys. Would you prefer Fanservant Friday first to get that out of the way, so you definitely get that? Or, as usual, would that come after? Because I'm not going to do the Part 3 pregame until after we talk about Lostbelt 2 Act 2, because, well, that would be silly. So you guys ruminate on that. I'm going to pause the audio recorder and step away. I'll be right back.
I will be right back myself. Gotta hydrate, gotta drink a bunch of water to refill my tears! Personally, I'm going to suggest that we do it first so that we can get everything front loaded and people can then bounce when they want to bounce as we go through chapters. Hey, look, Robin's at the top. Let's see here. You know what? Can never go wrong. That. All right. Hello. Actually, what is the weather? What is the weather like? It is 73 degrees Fahrenheit. Let me see here. 70 F to C. That means it is 22 degrees Celsius. But Lucky is in his air-conditioned room, which is set to 68 degrees right now. I'm glad I live in the Pacific Northwest. I'm probably gonna have to get some more grind on some here soon because I really want to get Castoria to bond 10. I didn't need to activate that, but whatever. Unleash Musashi.
Okay, I'm back.
You back.
I see some stuff going on back. I'm trying to double check because the actual campaign called the conclusion campaign I know starts later, but I don't actually know if that's when the third part dropped. I could have sworn the wiki had a version of the letter from the JP version that actually said the date of 8 something, but I cannot find it anymore, so I don't fucking know. If Oberon's late, eat my shorts. I don't know. Jesus Christ. Getting a post about how hot it is. Translating to F's over 100 degrees. It's gnarly. But yeah, it does seem like there was some back and forth about it, but definitely I think the idea of if people want to bounce for spoilers, we can do Fanservant first. It's Grendel. Voted on by our patrons. I do, by the way, have the idea for this month's FSF. I just didn't want to post it without like working on the previous one first. I'm weird like that.
He's weird like that.
Don't want to commit to the next bit when I haven't done the first bit. Okay, all right. Thanks for double checking that. So yes, everybody relax. The part 3 drop was 7 days before the conclusion campaign. So okay, we got it. Thank you for your internet detective work, everybody. Alrighty, cool. Alright, well, first let's do user bans, which is kind of a spoiler in itself, but you know, banners are hard to hide. So, MEDUSA Saber. Oh, ow. Sorry, fun fact, chat. MEDUSA Saber's artist, not Takuchi, they got a new artist for it. They're the artist behind, this is their first servant art. They've only done CEs previously. They are responsible for Free Seating, which is that one with all the Nemos, but also drew the Lostbelt 6 Pain CE, the CE of pain they will give me. They will hand me my pain in card form. Which was slightly nettling, but yes, they do good work. Great lines. And her different Ascension like costumes and stuff are great. But yes, limited MEDUSA Saber. Oh, yeah, actually, that's right. I could have sworn somebody asked which SS picked in the comments, but we didn't read that question if it was there.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, maybe they changed their mind. Go ahead.
I have not picked mine, actually. Because I was looking at my choices, and to get the most bang for my buck, I would probably pick Tamamo, because I did ask our chat, and they did confirm, when you pick a servant like this, you still get coins. I wouldn't be able to get any like USOs out of that, but I'm not particularly fussed about that. What's more important is I get another Tamamo, so I can finally upgrade her third Append skill. Because, you know, I'm going to need that.
That would probably be the most spice. And yes, you do get coins. I can confirm because I have picked Lancer Artoria. Finally.
Finally. But I've decided not to pick because Pogs actually cautioned me against picking at least until Anniversary, just in case that they might. I think I just used three different ways to say maybe. Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
But they may do something with servant coins this year, and since that they said this SSR pick is permanent, that, you know, waiting like a month just to check won't really hurt, and, you know, I do agree with that. So I was like, all right, Bugs, I'll do that. I'll just wait till Anniversary, and if they don't do anything with servant coins, I'll pick Tamamo. And if they do something with fucking servant coins, I don't know. I honestly don't.
It happens. But yes, to put us back on track, Saber Medusa. Limited 5-star Sabra.
Sabra.
More Sabadu. She has pretty decent attack and HP. Not the highest in either category, but very high. She is the first ever quick Arts Buster Saber. That's right. At least according to the wiki. I can double check it later, but there have been no triple quicks in Sabers. She has, as befitting Medusa, funnily enough, very, very high NP gain because her 1 arts card's only 2 hits, but her quick cards are 4 hits, and it's a full 1.14%.
I'm gonna leash Robin's melt on Tesla because I'm a dick.
You know, we let. Her NP is a 9-hit quick single target NP. No, I'm pretty sure Saber Astolfo is only double quick. But her NP, so first of all, 9-hit single targets. It's quick. Deals bonus damage to the human attribute. So you've got bonus damage on that. It has a 40% chance to petrify them for 1 turn straight up, and that's specifically petrify, Medusa's special stun, which is like a stun, but stun immunity doesn't do anything about it. It also boosts all allies on the team's attack if they have the Earth attribute by 20% for 3 turns, and your overcharge is a very simple increase quick performance first for 1 turn. Starts at 10%, goes the way to 30% at maximum overcharge. So yeah, very solid standard stuff, but, you know, it's funny. It's similar stun chances to, Lancer Skahawk's effect, and also does have a bonus damage built in, so, you know, fun similar things you can do. Skill numero uno is just a 50 to 100% chance to petrify an enemy for 1 turn, and gives her 30 to 50% crit damage on quick cards specifically for 3 turns, and an on-attack buff for 3 turns, where you give enemies 500 curse damage for 5 turns when you use your quick cards. So, neato. But yeah, big stun also gives you some other funny effects. Skill number 2, 30 to 50% battery. Also, is a charisma, 10 to 20% attack up. And also, if your allies are demonic, all demonic trait allies get 20 to 30% crit up for 3 turns.
Oh, interesting.
Note that unless the wiki is wrong, this doesn't include herself.
Oh.
This Medusa is not demonic, but other uses probably have demonic. Gorgon definitely has the demonic trait. But, you know, it's just a fun little party buffer-upro, and also has a 50% battery. The Finlay skill, which has a great name, by the way. This final skill is called Factor Predation War Goddess, in parentheses, EX. No idea what the fuck that means, but sounds cool. Also is a cool skill. 3-3 invul, 3-3 debuff immune, and 10 to 30% crit chance resist for 3 turns.
Jesus.
You will not debuff me. You will not hit me. Crits, what are those? Which, yeah, considering that she has pretty decent attack and HP overall, very solid. I don't know if quick stall is a thing. This is a unit for that, though. Because her passives are Magic Resistance A, Writing A still, and her Divinity Healings. Very interesting and valuable member of the team. Has some real stall potential. Got a lot of stuns, a lot of hard defenses. And you'll probably generate that NP pretty quick, especially if you get those quick crits. The curse stuff is very funny. And you can get some pretty spicy attack stacking as well. So yeah, very solid. Saber do so. Very, very good. Yeah, somebody put it, a challenge servant for quick. Yes, this is are your enemies doing, fucky-wucky things? Don't do that. No. Again, three times 3 turns immunity to debuffs and damage, basically, with invul. And 30% passive crit resistance. Don't laugh at that. That's critical miss is a very funny effect.
It is.
She's got that going on, but yes. So.
Especially with enemies nowadays that are just like, I'm gonna crit. I was like, please don't.
I'm gonna crit you. I'm gonna crit you. Hey, expect more of that in the pregame later. People who play JP know. If they know, they know. But, since the consensus seems to be that way, let's talk about Grendel. We did put it off for a week, and those of you who wish to remain for the longer, we'll give you a little more time. You could beat a few more pips at Lostbelt 6. All right, Berserker Grendel. Before I discuss some stuff about Grendel, I want to say I designed this stat line as a fan servant off a couple of things. Number one, hey, if you've never done it, Beowulf has an interlude where you fight Grendel. In that interlude, Grendel is explicitly a weird shape-shifting creature. Its truest form is just kind of shadow goop, and it can take multiple forms. In the interlude, it takes the form of a giant dragon because Grendel thinks that that's the best way to kill Beowulf because that's how Beowulf died. But as a servant, he is too inswollenated for that.
Inswollenated.
Some of the names for stuff, like the NP name and some ideas, I got from I guess you would call it like an official fan servant. If those remember, there is the School Life manga. The comedy 4 comma. That did a fan servant submissions. And somebody did actually submit a Grendel with a design as a berserker with this NP name concept. So that's where I kind of pulled from some stuff to work on here. If you don't know, Grendel is the first Greeble Goop monster that Beowulf has to defeat. The good boy king over there, and I think it's actually in England. Beowulf himself is Danish, but some of the action takes place in the British Isles. But there's a great big mead hall built. There's a rowdy party every night. Grendel, who is described as a monster, a descendant of Cain, is very upset by their super loud partying, kicks down their doors, and eats a guy every night. Naturally, this does not stop the ancient peoples who are related to Vikings from partying every night. They're just kind of upset that they lose a guy. And so eventually Beowulf stops by, hears this story, and it's like, yeah, I'll take care of him. And so Beowulf wrestles the monster to death, rips its arm off with his bare hands, and unfortunately Grendel creeps away back to the lake bed to die. I also need to finalize, but I have ideas in my notes for a Grendel Mother someday. Grendel's mother, who is not named, by the way, just Grendel Mother. Yes, there is a very good OSP on Beowulf. You can track down all of these aspects. But also, as Robin said, every day is the ancient 4th of July.
Man,
As somebody who had fireworks for like 4 fucking days. Yes.
Yeah, no, I can see you getting just so mad you're just gonna decide to eat a fucker after that. Yeah.
Especially if you're already a quote-unquote descendant of Cain, which, again, what Grendel actually isn't really clarified in the text. A lot of people interpret Grendel as a giant, as, you know, a troll or a goblin. You know, he could be a literal demon. Descendants of Cain are often considered to be vampires in some mythology. And, of course, y'all have played enough FGO to understand what mystery does to a motherfucker. So, Berserker Grendel is actually a protean creature, a shapeshifter, a creature of shadow and darkness. So, normal Berserker stats, we're talking Strength A+, Endurance B, Agility B, MP B, Luck E, NP C-. Class skills, Meta Enhancement B. Grendel seems pretty mad. Also, being a monster or demon does seem to give you extra Madness Enhancement juice. But usually I talk about the NP at the end. I actually want to talk about that first. So this is what is called, and this is the name, like I said, I got from that fan submission to School Life. So shout out to whoever came up with this first. But, you know, do have from my own. Untrue Figure, subtitle, a mirror projecting a virtual image. This is an EX rank self-targeting noble phantasm. So, as I described, Grendel doesn't have an exact description. We don't really know what Grendel's supposed to be, just that they're really, you know, scary and strong. So, as such, the truest form of Grendel is probably that one sprite FGO uses that is just the shadowy black blob with eyes, right?
Yeah.
Like, whenever they want to use a mystery, that's probably just whatever Grendel's, like, truest form is. So, they have a native shape-changing ability because of their mystery. They can take on many forms to terrorize and devour mankind. You know, you could, so the design that was submitted to the magazine was cute schoolgirl Grendel. So I put in my notes, Grendel would probably normally take on an appearance as an innocent appearance in order to, like, make enemies underestimate them or blend in, so could be as a young woman, so you could, you know, waifu-wise Grendel. But there's still a lot of, you know, wide direction here for appearances. Shaping is so great they can create weapons, shape-shifted claws and hair, clothes and armor, hardened skin and scales, and even create possible temporary duplicate bodies. So Grendel has a wide variety of natural and shape-shifting weapons to unleash, and when you invoke your true name, obviously, Grendel can transform into something truly monstrous and phantasmal. So, you know, a true dragon, a giant, etc. You know, and then the true form is just a shadow. So this would be, you know, an actual, like, fire ability to go in there. You know, you can do so. You actually, like, turn into a dragon or a giant or something. Personal skills, very direct stuff. Monster and strength, B++. Strength of a demonic beast. It's Grendel. Duh. Also, natural demon A. This is an ability expressed by your boy Asterios. Also, a creature, a person born as a monster or a demon, not a hero or god. So, Grendel is a monster descended from Cain. There are versions that say that Grendel's mother is a giantess or a Valkyrie. So, he definitely has some strong non-human ancestry, but because Cain was also human, Grendel must have some human ancestry. So, still, just like big fucking like attack ups and other effects like that. You know, monstrous strength, scary effects. But personal skill. Shadow Walker. Grendel is described as a creature of darkness. Grendel hates light, only comes out at night, lives in a cave. So, it's not really presence concealment, but basically Grendel moves stealthily at night, is unimpeded by all forms of darkness. While in shadow, their presence is greatly reduced and has the instincts of a night hunter. In FGO, probably this would be like, you know, Berserkers probably can use defenses, so this would probably be like an evade, maybe a you know, crit chance down on enemies or a crit resistance effect of just like, yep, I'm in the dark. I'm dark and goopy. Maybe get some crit up. And yeah, I'm not actually sure exactly what the NP effect is, but probably because of the way the myth works, you know, like single target. Transform into a big scary giant or something, beat him up. And, you know, actually like, probably like maybe like inflict terror, because that's kind of the point. But yeah, like I said, appearance-wise, I mean, literally you could do anything with a shape-shifting character, and you could even do, like, similar to how they considered giving Anger Manu and FGO his box ascension. Seriously, the concept art exists in the materials books and stuff. You could just have an ascension sprite that is just Goopy Shadow Sprite, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Literal blurs. But I think that characterization-wise, I would actually trust FGO with that, like, original submission idea of just, oh, Grendel just looks like, you know, an innocent little, like, schoolgirl with horns. And then you're like, oh, right, you're a horrible shape-shifting monster. This is a trap. This is a fool's errand. You know. You could also probably get some pretty sick animations, like I said, with super high-level shape-shifting ability. You can, you know, generate, like, horns, you know, turn hair into weapons, have claws, blades, all kinds of fun stuff. The problem really is that this is kind of a concept that has unlimited potential. It is unformed, it is formless, as Musashi would say, which gives it a lot of possibility, but also it does make it hard for me to speculate too hard, because the literal answer to some of these questions is just, I don't know, whatever would be coolest. Literal shapeshifter. You can do whatever you like.
Ooh, cool, baby.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of potential. I think that they actually, like, set up some stuff, you know, with that Beowulf interlude. And so I think there is actually some potential here. Grendel is certainly very famous. And, you know, like I said, I don't know how much was exactly planned by that fan submission, but the version of the Grendel monster that appears in the interlude is literally just, Beowulf is just, like, straight up like, yeah, because Grendel was never described as a shapeshifter, he can be whatever the fuck he wants. And then when you meet Grendel, Grendel's like, "Rah, Beowulf, I have become a dragon, because that is how I will beat you." And Beowulf's like, lol, no. A stonk boy. A strong boy, Mr. Beowulf. But all right. Well, kids, that means it's time.
I'm gonna take another drink of water here.
Lostbelt 6, Act number 2.
I gotta see if someone has made, like, a giant, you know, 100-sticker Tamamo pack. I like my water bottle with all my scantily clad waifus, but there's a lot of girls on here. Ugh.
All right. So, our cutoff point last time was section 14. So, we'll be going from there to section 24. It's a lot of sections.
So we stopped at 14, right?
Yes. Stopped at 14. I do not believe we actually did EO Decisive Battle 1.
Alright. So this is the official spoiler warning point. At this point, we're going to be speaking about details related to Lostbelt 6, Avalon of Fae, Part 2, from Section 14, Evil Decisive Battle, all the way to the end. Like I said, feel free to pop out at any point if you do not want to be spoiled, but otherwise, buckle in.
We will be, because of the way the notes are formatted, we will be probably calling out what section we're in. So, you know, if, like I said, we said previously, if you're used to these kinds of episodes, if you're at a section, you know, when you hear that section called and that's, you know, farther than you are, feel free to scooch on out of here. Otherwise, like I said, buckle the fuck up.
Good luck.
We're probably going to use that one a couple of times.
So let me get a little comfy here. As my blanket has rolled over! How does this happen? How does this happen?
Death.
Death!
Wait, hold on. We have something for this.
Such devastation!
Lucky he has a blanket over him because his room is cold because he uses the AC liberate. I know the word starts with an liberously. Liberously? Liberally. And so he likes keeping that
Good
fifth.
luck? That's Star Fox, isn't it? Just good luck. We drank about such devastation. That's Final Fantasy 14, baby. With the free trial up to Heaven's Word.
Oh. Actually, let me close that. I'm worried about my fucking RAM ever since I was getting memory leaks and fucking last night doing this.
Yeah, fair enough.
Alright, that's all cleaned up. But, so we start at Section 14, Eve of the Decisive Battle 1. So we start off, and the bell of Tentagel has been ringing in someone's ears for 16 years. That's Nidus Be Real.
By the way, we did not collab on our notes, but I like to say officially, one of my sub-bullet points here is, I would be remiss if I didn't say Tentagel, more like tinnitus.
Artoria remembers the village of Tentagel and the people there. She remembers how they were depending on her as a child of prophecy, but she was too weak to save them when Woodrose came to her village. She could not fight, only flee.
Also, it does confirm they did just call her Caster in that village. What's up with the fairies and giving you new names?
Very weird. It's only been about half a day, and we've almost made it back to Salisbury. We decide to take a bit there, as Retrobit is a rebel now, and he doesn't have to obey the speed limit anymore.
We're outlaws. We care not for your speed limits.
Away! Our butts are not happy about this. Percival is going to keep going, though, back to Londinium, as he's with a different rebel army and will not be welcome in Salisbury. Apparently, even if Aurora has her own rebel unit, she isn't openly rebelling. Salisbury is celebrating the child of prophecy, even selling pancakes shaped like her face. But back at Mike's place, Oberon has a super serious talk. He wants a katana. He does not get one.
A soul desires a sword, and a sword desires truth. But also, yes, Oberon is like, yo, homie, hook me up. I need a katana. I need to look cool. And Muramasa is like, that's not what a katana is for.
Oberon does mention that he's supposed to be in a backstage role, and it is on us and Artoria to be doing the actual fighting.
By the way, this is, I think I wrote these notes out of order, but this is where I had a bracketed note about. Insert another comment about the star title here, because, you know, starring role and all that.
No, I am after all that I have read, I am 110% sure this fucking thing should have been the moment a star is born. Like, I don't like to quibble with, like, you know, official translators, but
Well, that's the funny thing, is, while I think Planet is a perfectly serviceable translation, it was the long-standing one in Japan, they gave us Star, and the more I look at it, I'm like, I understand why you picked Star. But people yelled, and they decided to switch it back. Translator, people who don't like translations, I do not think you will be getting that benefit with some other things. I'll skip the ad because we're in the middle of recap. There, aren't I nice? Nice chat. I've delayed your commercial break for another 30 minutes.
Da Vinci busts in and lets us know there is big news. Apparently there are fairies from Norwich heading to join the Round Table Army. Word of Vargas' defeat has gotten around, so we are getting reinforcements. Yay. With that, now would be a good time to cash in on Aurora's promise and ring Salisbury's bell. And you just go do that, like off screen.
Yeah,
well,
this bell was not haunted, so it was a lot easier.
Yeah, that was pretty anticlimactic, actually. But I guess, honestly, this whole Lostbelt's long enough. I guess we don't really, if nothing's gonna happen, we don't need to be there.
There is so many, you know, like, there are so many day-night transitions in this. Like, they do make us feel the passage of time, but also they make us feel like that stuff happens that we don't need to be about. You know? God, can you imagine if they? I mean, it wouldn't be as long, but like if they'd done this Lostbelt in like part 1, we would be fighting Moors literally every time we tried to carriage anywhere. Wyverns would pop out of the ground and be like, "Bland, give me all money." Be like, "Wyvern, you don't have any pockets. Why do you need my wallet?" "I want the roll of the GSSR." Fuck you, Wyvern.
I just want a Wyvern to show up in pants now.
Yes. Oh, that would be such a good edit. just like wearing a pair of blue jeans.
It's like, I need your money. I need something to put in these pockets. Why not a wallet? I need money to buy a wallet. I'm just like, oh my god. Honestly,
I will make you a wallet out of duct tape. Shut up.
This is normalize mobs being something you can talk to and interact with, because sometimes you just get something funny out of it. We'll talk about one later.
Sorry, somebody had chatted a good one. We'd be sitting at Mike's and then Wyverns. It's funny you say that, because we do have a fight in a different tavern.
Denim Dragon. Perfect. That sounds like a sick clothing brand, actually. Denim Dragon. Hell yeah. Hey, check out the latest lineups from Denim Dragon. That's pretty sick. Anyways, we've left Salisbury's now, and Da Vinci talks about how Otoria's Fey markings have increased. Those are apparently the fairy equivalent of magic circuits. Otoria wants to brag about how strong she is, but Oberon cuts her down once again, so Otoria decides it's time to slap him around, but unfortunately for her, I'm on Oberon's side.
This particular character trait makes more and more sense as we go on, but it is interesting how the Child of Prophecy's first solution to all problems is bully.
Violence.
He's like, no, none of that.
We cut back to Salisbury, though, with Aurora speaking about how they will soon rise up against the Queen thanks to the Child of Prophecy finally getting started. The soldiers are... I almost called them children. They are fucking children. The soldiers are excited to fight, but confused when Coral says they are not going to help Londinium. Instead, they're going to wait and only attack their actual enemies, who are the Queen, the Earth Clan, and the anti-fairy humans. Coral was even to go far as say that they won't be able to accept any refugees from Londinium, but Aurora says it'll be fine to do so.
By the way, I just want to note here, actually, I just got something. You are right, she says Earth Clan. This makes some later decisions even dumber. Chat, put a pin in that one.
So, in other words, they are going to sit here all neutral-like until they spot a weakness, and then pounce on it and act like we were the most important of them all. Exactly what everyone else has been doing for who knows how long. And, like I said, I've always felt like Aurora was Bad News Bears, but I've been getting this weird vibe from Aurora that she's both a wicked schemer and a vapid airhead, and I'm not sure how or why.
Yeah, that's another one I want to keep later. I'll circle back to that one in a bit, but we learn things about Morgan specifically later, and I assume there has to be something going on. But yes, I continue my distrust of Aurora. My notes on this was just, scheming, schemers, scheme, a scheming schematic. Because we're just like, scheme. But, like, there's definitely something odd about how she goes about business. Like, I feel like she has Coral just say all the mean things and give all the unpleasant orders so she can come in and be all, like, extra generous and, like, fire up the boys and stuff, like good fairy, bad fairy,
It's like she wants to be the most popular one in the room.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we don't actually know. Fairies have purpose. Was that Aurora's purpose, to be the most well liked? Because I'm gonna tell you, Chad, it's not gonna work.
Well, anyway, because like that's what I'm thinking about her. Like everything she's been doing so far is just like so many people fucking like her. It's like she doesn't like. It's like she's not trying to make enemies with anybody.
Yeah, like I said, technically future spoilers, but you probably could have guessed this. The reason why I was like, oh yeah, she does call it the Earth Clan. That's weird because it seems like later she and Spriggan are on the same side. Question mark? So, yeah, I don't know. She may just be the ultimate field player. She is simultaneously on everyone's sides and no one's side. It's weird. I mean, first of all, never take any fairy at face value. That's Tristan told you this early. Real Tristan, real boy Tristan. He was like, don't trust fairies. But also, I immediately understood that something was fundamentally wrong or scary about this character the moment Habitrot told me she didn't like Aurora, and I was like, you wouldn't say that without a reason. There's something going on here, and I have been proven right. Yes, I did pound my fist for emphasis there, chat.
So after a quick battle, we get back into Londinium, and we are surprised to see how many people have joined the Round Table army. Percy is there to welcome us, and so is Pepe! Pepe doesn't want us too happy to see him, though, or them, excuse me, because they are here to use us as bait. Braille loves to attack his victims when they relax his guard. Despite that thought, though, Pepe has us go to the war room to talk about something.
We gotta talk thoughts.
Thoughts. Apparently, since the Tree of Emptiness is not holding up this world now, and because this world has technically never been actually part of human history to prune, Morgan's actions have led this to become a lost world, not a lost belt. Which means that fairies born in Morgan's eras have a strong enough existence to immigrate to the outside world if they can get past the barrier of light. Humans will not be able to. Pepe brings this up to Artoria. She could leave right now if she so wanted, but she decides to stay. She has to defeat Morgan Le Fay.
Yeah. So we got a new term here, Lost World, which is actually written all one word in the text box. Da Vinci describes it as a properly parallel timeline. That, as a result, as we said, information in it doesn't simply vanish because the tree is gone. There seems to be an implication that the world would fade without Morgan's interference, but not necessarily right away. Which, as we see later, because some stuff happens and our problems are not immediately solved. But yeah, like, this is very interesting that there are, a proper, completely parallel world with its own complete history means that while it's still weird and probably not going anywhere, it can actually, like, stand on its own two legs in a metaphysical sense. This may actually, answer some questions some people have about, like, oh, hey, what does this mean for aliens or versions of alternate histories with non-human creatures? Those may actually be properly parallel timelines. They may not be lost belted. It's just that we don't really cross over with them because, humans, and we're dealing with human stuff. Also, pep gonna pep.
Pep gonna pep. After that, we have to talk about the oncoming battle. Though we have more volunteers now, it'd be foolish to send them out without training. But we don't have time for training with Woodwoes on the doorstep. So Percy's plan is to act like we're focusing on defense and training while taking a couple groups behind the camps and attacking Woodwoes directly. If they can take him out, the rest of the Fangclan will fall into disorder. It's apparently a weakness of the clans, who would like us to stay back and defend the walls, though.
This plan is sound, but this suddenly gave me concerns for my large boy. I was like, oh no, what do you mean you're going out there alone? I'm concerned when you're outside of my sphere of influence, lad.
Habitrot is in the war room, writing away in her diary when we come across her. We can't stop thinking about Mash, and Happy Cat is quick to notice. She once again assures us that she is safe, and with a proper human history's heroic servant that we know. She doesn't know when we'll meet up again, but she guarantees it will happen. She speaks about how Morgan only sent her away and didn't capture her.
She also starts this by making Habitrot noises. And at first I was like, Habitrot, are you playing with your dolls? No, she's writing fanfic. I mean, her diary. I also like, by the way, you threw it out there. She knows about the distinction about proper human history.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Very interesting. She mentions that she is helping you because this will help Mash. She is her bride, and you can't have a bride without a groom. Mash will be the first of 100 that she wants to send off. We switch perspectives, and Gareth is getting accosted by a child, and they force new armor onto her, and make her realize how much she actually does, despite her weak stature. Gareth is very well liked among the people here in Londinium. But Gareth is not all peachy keen with this. Apparently, Gareth isn't actually her name, just one she took up. But later, Percy meets up with Gareth for training, and Gareth says that she is a Knight of Londinium, which Percy finds amusing. Apparently, that was a title before, given to a human king, the last knight, and apparently the lover to Ash, the savior.
Mythology's a funny thing, isn't it?
They talk a little bit back and forth, and the subject of what happened in the Autumn Woods comes up. It does come out that Percy and Tamlin Lancelot do know each other. They trained at the same location together. Yo, check out that CE. It's a good one.
There's a lot of really good CEs in this. We'll get a better look at it later.
Yeah.
This is a preview of coming attractions. But yeah, then, oh, what's up?
Sorry, I hear the ice cream truck.
Nice. But yeah, we got a lot of character stuff happening here, including like he's about to introduce a little Da Vinci talk time, but he's got the beats better. I got something else in my back pocket for when we come to that one.
Mm-hmm. Shift perspective again. Arturia is shaking hands and kissing babies, and the tires are out more than usual due to the Round Table Army being nice and genuine. Muramasa notices and speaks to her, and in the course of the conversation, flat out states that Arturia is not cut out for combat. He says this based on what she wanted from the river. Are we still not going to find out what it was?
No, but apparently whatever it was makes Muramasa go, because Castoria tries to be like, what are you talking about? I love fighting. I love to beat people up. I'll beat you up right now. And he's like, no, I saw what your wish for in the river was. If you liked to fight, it would not have been that. Even the master wanting a crate full of holy grails made more sense.
Mm-hmm. Da Vinci sends off another report and notices that we aren't sleeping. We are wondering why the humans can't leave the Lostbelt like the fairies could. It comes out that all humans are made up from a single human that was born back in the Fey era, and the Fey era was still under the theoretical pruning phenomenon, so they can't leave. It's why there's no elderly, they don't reproduce, and they have such short lifespans. Da Vinci says we can have our own thoughts about them, but we can't force our morality on them. Even if they are fantastical creatures, their lives here are very real to them.
Yeah, she straight up says the analogy that in this history, humans are the phantasmals, the fantastical creatures that should not be, and fairies are the, normal ass people.
Mm-hmm.
But this is another thing, by the way. Put some pins in this statement. This thing Da Vinci says about, not forcing our own morality and understanding of people onto them is important and will be reiterated several times.
Oh, God.
Well, actually, that's because they say about this. Somebody in chat brought this up. The children are stuck as children because they are transformed into children.
Yes.
Fairies force them to take on child appearances, and that's why they never get older and never change.
Da Vinci has thoughts on another problem, though. With the fairies able to leave the Lostbelt, if one strong enough to be an evil of humanity was to make it, it could lead to the collapse. Da Vinci shows off the mural again and tells us there was some writing on there that she could read, something in hieroglyphics. The name, actually don't know how to pronounce this. Is it Kyranos?
Yes, Kyranos. Or
Kyranos.
It's a hard K.
I remember that.
Yeah, because it comes from the root word of keras, or horn. Let's talk about it. I'm here to tell you about Kyranos, the horned god. How you doing, chat? And yes, it is the hard C, just like Cuchulainn.
Mm-hmm.
But also like the Latin hard C. Because Kyranos, also spelled, Kyranos or a couple other variations like so many other Celtic names, is basically a lost deity. We have depictions of him. We have images of a horned man surrounded by stags. We have his name, which has a variety of spellings. We understand that he has been visually associated with stags, horned serpents, dogs, and bulls. Yeah, keep all that one in mind. But we basically have no surviving mythology about him. None of the people who actually worshipped Karanos were in a state to write anything fucking down. Most of what we know about him comes from our Roman accounts, and the Romans typically syncretize him with Mercury, Jupiter, or even Pluto as Dispater, father of the underworld. So, yeah. Very cheery. Karanos is associated with a lot of things, forests and, wild places most of all.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. It's very interesting.
It is. Flash away to Camelot, where the Tamlin and Morgan meet up. Vargas explains that while she did clear their wound, she lost to the Child of Prophecy and will accept her punishment. Tamlin and Tristan tries to mean girls, but Tamlin lands out surprisingly sides with Vargas. Morgan punishes Vargas for... Oh, excuse me, I wrote this wrong. Morgan punishes Vargas by commanding her to go home and take a vacation. Others think they should make Vargas reinforce Woodwose, but Morgan says she's already sent reinforcements. I know it seems weird, but Morgan really does actually seem like this weirdly reasonable boss.
Yeah, we'll be talking a lot about Morgan's character later, but...
Like, right now, I'm just like, yeah. Oh, what were you saying, Omega?
I was just going to say, I have a thesis about what the Lostbelt is about, and I think that, honestly, just the fact that part of the reason why I think Vargas is, like, one of the most reasonable and likable characters in this Lostbelt is because she always accepts responsibility for her actions. Yeah. She does a lot of very bad, nasty things, both to us directly, like, blowing up that human ranch and the forest and stuff, killing regular-ass Tristan. And there are several times where she, fails her liege lord. Every single time she says, well, that's the way it is, I will accept my consequences after. I think Morgan respects that, and that's why she doesn't want to get rid of Vargas.
Yeah.
Like, she doesn't want to just be like, you failed me into the pit with he. Because Vargas is like, yep, didn't do it. Lost the Child of Prophecy. My bad. I accept your punishment. And given normally how fairies act, I think this is refreshing for Morgan.
But with another line of inquiry, we find out that Knight Portune hasn't showed up. Oh well, guess he died. Eh. But before they adjourn, Vargas wishes to ask something of Morgan. She wants to ally themselves with the foreign mage, so that we can overcome the great calamity. Morgan flat out denies it though, saying that even if all the fairies will die, as long as she will remain, Britain will remain. Vargas does not seem comforted by this.
Yeah, Vargas is starting to like us, and she has active concerns about the fairies being wiped out in the Great Calamity. Morgan basically is like, meh. That said, Morgan's sycophants are such suck-ups that they praise her, even though she literally just gave the "some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make" speech. Like, they interpret her fact that what Morgan literally says is, it is likely that all the fairies will perish. That's not 100%. Vargas reads this as, okay, so they're probably all going to die, and you're not going to do anything about it. Whereas, the other fairies in Camelot are like, obviously us standing right next to this throne will be fine. Everything's fine.
Over to Barrel's POV, he has a man on the inside and learns that Pepe is there, so decides not to even bother. Tamlin and Tristan appears through the infinity mirror, and when asking about the guests, Barry... Why am I saying Barry? This man is fucking... Why am I saying Barrel? This man is Barry. Barry immediately deflects. But through... Oh.
No.
Okay.
It's fine. I got a note at the end. We'll keep on keeping out.
But through this, we get to learn a bit about Morgan's power. Talks about the infinity mirrors, the 12 Rongos, the bonded field, and the garden where Marilyn is sealed. They talk about Morgan's love for her daughter, our ability as a master, and it appears that Tamlin Tristan wants to be Barrel's servant.
Yeah, so I'm starting to get why world's smartest man, Wodaime, didn't flag Barry for as much of a fuckboy as he is. because his real talent is absolutely manipulation and misdirection. Babos shows up, asks him a question, he immediately flips it around and turns it into gentle reassurance to keep her wrapped up, because Tamlin Tristan clearly has a praise kink. Like, he is effortlessly able to just deflect, no sweat, turn the conversation into something that Tamlin Tristan cares about, and keep on keeping on. Like, I think I get how he was able to keep, you know, Wodaime on the runner for a while. That said, I also do actually appreciate that he talks us up in private when he has no real reason to be honest. He does at least own up. You know, we've got a fuck ton of experience and are a really good master. Obviously, it is to serve his own goals, but I don't think he's joshing about this. I do actually think Beryl takes us seriously as an opponent.
Well, I think this is probably why, like, you'll find out he never confronts us directly. Ever.
Every single, whenever the opportunity for him to put one over on us occurs, he absolutely tries to arrange a trap or a shim-sham or a trump card or something. He is always trying to look for an edge over us. One, because I think he has a chronic backstabbing disorder. But also, two, because he understands that if he came at us in a straight-up, he would lose. Like, even if he could overpower us physically, we can still, you know, we would have enough bond with our servants that he would not get to that point. So yeah, it's interesting, and like I said, I appreciate that he is not that kind of villain where he thinks that we're, you know, we're trash, we're nothing, you know. Like, his thoughts are like, okay, this kid beat Wodaime, beat all the others. There's something there. They have a fuck ton of experience. They know what they're doing. It means I gotta know what I'm doing. Sorry, I scrolled down very slightly and just saw the top of the image insert for the next section.
I put that in there.
Yeah.
But we move on to section 15, defending Londinium. Everyone appears to be gearing up for battle, getting their grub on. We're down in the town square with the rest of them, trying not to be set apart. Oberon is nowhere to be seen, and Muramasa doesn't know where, because he was up working in the forge last night, working on something outside his wheelhouse. Muramasa, are you making dirty old man jokes? Talking about how Oberon has gone to woo Aurora. It is exactly at that point that Oberon enters the scene, saying that Coral is more his type. That's
Coral is cute, but I have questions and concerns about her systemic racism.
It's fine. It's all fine.
Also, note, by the way, normally we write these in sequence. There are some things that I have to, you know, remark on that, like, later this will be even worse, this note I took.
We're prepping for the upcoming battle, but no plan survives contact with the enemy, it seems. Woodwoes is advancing despite our apparent advantage. Oberon is quick to take charge, though, and directs everyone into position to slow their advance long enough to let Percy's team succeed.
Yeah, Woodwoes is attacking, even though it would be dumb if Beryl probably hadn't given him a pro tip or something. That we're fucking around.
Woodwoes has apparently seen through it all and has countered Percy's plan. And he is a goddamn ass about it, too. We are stretched thin and fighting on multiple fronts. Oh, hey, they have a Tomono tank. And it has goblins hiding in it. Interesting. Listen, can we just give, like, Koenskaya 50 to stay out of this? Or just sell us the tank?
Yeah, so the second fight in this sequence has a Tomo tank with some goblins who pop out of it. This is funny. Actually funny to me.
Oh, I found it hilarious.
I was going to say, because I talked about armored units earlier when we were talking about Fang Clan strengths and weaknesses. I was like, oh yeah, so if we had a tank, we'd sweep them up. Well, joke's on me. They have the tank. And like I said, just the fact that you punch it and then 3 pilot goblins using Oni models come out, I'm just like, oh yes, this is good.
I like how they made that an impromptu wave 3 because that was actually a 2-wave battle.
Yeah.
So I thought I thought that was clever and inspired. So not even mad. It was just funny. Let me see here.
Yeah, that was funny for me because I remember from the pregame this discussion with the tank because it's a pretty memorable enemy chat. And I remember that there was, I think it might even be written down as third wave is 3 goblins, but I didn't put it together until like I actually did it, and then there's like the faction and the goblins pop out. I'm like, oh, hey, they were right, they're pilot goblins. They're literally inside. But yeah, we're balling.
We ballin'. Unfortunately, some troops were able to get past the defenders and are wreaking havoc inside the wall. But those inside are fighting back. Gareth and her new armor stands to defend. Oh, my friend made it to Bahan 5. I can do his interlude finally. Let's go. Out on the battlefield with Atoria, I have to let her know, girl, I have seen so much fighting. Let me tell you about Babylonia. Do you ever want to fight a horde? I have fought a fucking horde.
Yeah, there's a quote from DBZA about fighting people stronger than me for my entire time here, Castoria. That's me. I do not think I have ever punched in my weight class ever.
Also, Artoria, what do you mean you can hit the enemy commander from here and you haven't?
She's literally about punching stuff.
Yeah, no, she can literally say she can just throw a bomb and hit him from here. I'm just like, wait a minute.
Yeah, we all have that moment where even she's like, oh.
But all is not lost. Apparently, the reinforcements were not able to stop Percy from taking the rear. Woodwoes is apparently very bad at gathering intel. Also, apparently, the reinforcements haven't arrived or were defeated already? Percy's group looks on the hard, so something is afoot here. Woodwoes, for lack of a better word, is indignant.
Woodwoes is normally indignant.
Side note, when I read Da Vinci saying that they were going for the kill, I can only remember Aerith, as they have the same voice actor.
Yeah, I'm about to say, isn't Aerith's Japanese VA the same?
Yes.
Cloud, permission to kill. Cloud's just like, oh my god, shush.
Apparently, the reinforcements never showed up. This gets Woodwoes 120% mad, and he bursts his clothes. There is no man anymore, merely a beast.
Yes, or as I put it, Woodwoes goes Super Saiyan here.
I just saw my own image insert.
Yeah, you scrolled far enough, yeah.
Yeah. Actually, can I set that up so you guys can see it? Hang on 1 second.
You got a little image preview. We might be able to.
Hang on here. That's pop out chat, LD player, application audio, display capture, game capture. Where is window capture? There it is. Let's call that Chrome. Oh, it puts it up at the top. I don't want it at the top.
Layers and layers and layers.
Give me 1 second. I am working on something here. Ah, there it is. Okay. I will show this off at the appropriate time.
Alright, he's got it.
Alright. Back to this stuff.
Woodwow's mad.
Very mad. So in this battle, the first thing that Woodwows did in this fight was double crit support Artoria and take her out of the fight. Big, okay, what the fuck moment for me. But thankfully, this was a scripted fight, it seems. But when I had broken that first break bar and Woodwows just put it back, I had a legit, listen here, you little shit moment.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one. He just, it's not even the fight ends when you break the first bar. You break his first bar, he's just like, lol, no. He is the Duke of Waste Heat.
He had a big, long name. I remember just seeing it scroll across on the top there, just like, wow.
Transhuman, the Duke of Waste Heat. Thanks, buddy. Cool.
Cool story. Bruh.
He is that guy. I mean, you're about to talk about the next bit, too. That's also, he just does a cool story, bro.
Woodrose has us on the ropes, and Percy is going to unleash the Spear of Selection. Woodrose completely no-sells it, though, and holy shit, it rips everyone in two. Bad end. Put, Dark Souls, you died all over this.
But don't worry about that, chat. Thank you, Psychic Powers.
It is a future that has not yet come to pass. Gareth has seen the future, and she will not let it come true. She takes to the back of Redra and charges into the scene, completely interrupting the flow of the moment, and lands a hit on Woodrose to give Percy an opening. He is weakened, and we're going to give him powerful slaps. And this is the image I put in there. Just Kirby just giving powerful slaps. Thank you, Kerbo.
We often reference powerful slaps.
So
it's very strong.
It's very strong.
But yeah, so, I mean, this is real good. It's not in either of our notes, but I remember this distinctly because there's a cutscene here. Like, they actually animate him, activating the spear. And then the first time he no-sells and the second time he doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, it's very solid. There's a lot of good character stuff here. And we actually gotta get him in there.
Mm-hmm. And oh boy, howdy, do we give him some powerful slaps. In using his Noble Phantasm, Percy has some unique lines and removes the permanent buffs. This battle wasn't the hardest, and I like there was a story reason to make Percy locked into the front line. I'm just glad that I saw Percy's NP specifically did special attack phase, so I was all like, oh hey, I bet the slap's really hard actually. It does
this is how they should have done the Demeter fight.
Yeah. It still seems a wee bit awkward though.
It is, but I think they're doing better about because there are a lot of mandatory support picks about making them relevant. But yeah, my response to the actual real fight with Woodrose is, you're going to the sex chariot now, boy! And chat, I would like to announce, vehicles 1, Woodrose 0. Doing some real vehicular manslaughter here.
Sorry, I want to make a joke out of the term slaughter, but I won't.
No, you can't spell slaughter without laughter, baby.
Mm-hmm.
He should have run a tank. But he would never deign to use such a device. The only thing he needs to protect Her Majesty's honor is his magnificent silver mane, which gives charm. God damn it,
it's so fluffy.
I love that. It's so dumb, but it's so good. He's literally so majestic and fluffy, he can hit you with a charm. What the fuck?
I mean, I'm gonna be real, that sounds like some fairy bullshit.
True. Very dangerous.
But after the battle, oh hey, stab Woodrose sprite. Woodrose tries to flee to the river, and Percy gathers the strength to give chase. Woodrose demands to know how Percy could do this to him after all Woodrose has done for him. Percy apologizes to his father, but strikes the final blow. I'm assuming that Woodrose's body falls into the river.
Yeah, that one, that might explain some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
This is why a lot of this stuff seemed very personal. Also, by the way, this goes back to, I'm going to keep reinforcing my sub-theme. Percival, another great character we know, the goodest boy. What does he do? He asks the spear, judge me for my actions, and he himself admits, there will be a day when I cannot use this spear that requires no sin anymore.
Mm-hmm.
He understands the things he does are not necessarily good, but may be necessary.
May not be good, but may be necessary. Boy, howdy. Victory is ours, and we have to assess our situation and future moves. We are treating the the POWs with care and respect, which is a move that puts us on equal more ground with the Queen. But we have to decide if we are going to continue to ring bells or move on Camelot. Percy has collapsed in a tent and thinks about many years ago, the night when the Mirror Clan disappeared and that the person he loved the most lost the thing that they loved the most. This is a really good CG.
Yeah. I wrote this down that just Percy will remember stuff in animated form.
After the memory, Percy has recovered, but the fight has taken something from him. His hair is almost completely black now.
Cool sprite, bro.
Cool sprite, bro. We take a moment to look back at Salisbury, where Aurora is doting over her knight, who isn't revealed. Apparently, Murian is holding some sort of event soon, and Aurora is quite excited. Nock also gets an invitation, but says it's just so like Murian. It's just so Murian can fuck with the CEO, with the Child of Prophecy, calling Murian nasty as always. But upon hearing the news of the Battle of Endinium, Nock makes moves to set her army in place, but is also thrilled for her friend.
Yeah, Murian is planning a party. It'll probably go terribly wrong. Aurora has a knight. Their true name is hidden. But we do actually even, as we pan through all the zones and areas, we even get to see what Murian and Koyan are doing.
Yep. They're having a discussion. I think I probably wrote my notes wrong here, because I have this bad habit of just like start thinking about connections and stuff. I think some people who are watching me stream my progress, like I would just stop and just start following my line of logic.
Yeah.
But so if I'm understanding this correctly, Oberon gave Koyanskaya some info about something. In return, she stopped, decimated the reinforcements. I have a feeling this will end poorly.
And it did end poorly for somebody.
Yes,
but
it
yes,
did.
it is explicit in this dialogue that Koyan is still trying to add dragon to her list of monster girl traits, and that Oberon did indeed pay her something to interfere with the Queen's reinforcement, which she apparently enjoyed. Much crunch, such bone. Wow.
I actually don't understand this though. When did Koyanskaya try to add like dragon before?
No, she's still adding. Actually, no, you might not remember. I remember this because it was in our, I reworded the recaps. Remember how Beryl bought himself a ticket out of Olympus?
Yeah.
Yeah, he told her that Albion was still in his Lostbelt.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely didn't remember that. Okay.
Yeah, it was like a year and a half ago now, but yeah, I remember that because that was in our discussion when we did this similar blow-by-blow recap of Lostbelt 5 Part 2. And yes, that's how... So to remind everybody as well, we, as the readers, have known, if we would remember because there's so many fucking gaps, that Koyanskaya took Beryl to this Lostbelt because she was supposed to be able to find Albion here. I presume that after returning home, Beryl immediately, cut her loose. He probably just was like, "Oh, Lady Spinel, I'm home," and then got teleported somewhere, leaving Koyan in the lurch. I assume there was much stamping of feet and champing of bits.
I'm probably sure he said something like, "Oh yeah, I know he's here somewhere, but I don't know where. Bye."
Yeah.
I just said that they were here.
But yeah, so we learn from this conversation he is still looking for that thing. She is still trying to figure out where the last dragon corpse is.
Okay.
And apparently Oberon was willing to let her in on that a little. This is, I think, the first moment where, like, you really, really get the idea of, like, okay, Oberon's not just doing what he says he's doing when he's off screen. He is definitely doing different things. But yeah, so they have a little convo. Koyanskaya takes some time off.
Mm-hmm. So, true to the cliche, no body, no death, Woodwose crawls from the river, swearing he cannot be defeated. He remembers talking with Aurora, and geez, this girl continues to give off worse and worse vibes. Speaking of bad vibes,
I mean, Woodwose is such a simp that he's easy pickings for Aurora, but yeah, no.
Speaking of bad vibes, though, Barry and Tamlin Tristan have shown up and proceed to kick the dog.
Yeah, my note here is just local Woodwoes too angry to die, but I bet I'll wish he had.
Tamlin Tristan uses some OG Barry's grandma curses, but doesn't know it apparently is going to rot the soul of the user. Barry is apparently going to become Woodwoes by eating him. What the fuck, man?
Hey guys, Barry sucks. Did you know that? I mean, if he's actually like using like old school classical witchcraft, the idea of like eating part of the animal to transform, not that strange. Still gross though. But yeah, I feel like I know I'm pretty blasé about it with just being like, man, he sucks. Did you know? But I think this is really the moment where there's no coming back for Beryl as a character after this. You're just like, oh, okay, he really does just suck. Like, he cares for nothing. The only thing he wants to do is see, like, interesting, weird, fucked up shit. Because even after that conversation we talked about earlier, right, where Tamlin Tristan, you know, is like, oh, hey, Beryl, wouldn't it be cool if I was your servant? Huh? If we were master and servant? Huh? Beryl immediately is like, hey, try out this trick. It's a prank. And you're just like, wow, okay, you're terrible.
Ooh, excuse me. So from here, we move on to Fragment 7.
6 months until shit gets bad.
It's about 6 months before the coronation, and our trip and party adventure heads to the dungeon and makes small talk along the way. Apparently Ash hasn't been reborn this entire time. She just power naps between calamities, because the fairies just actually fucking hate her despite her saving their ass constantly. This time should be the last though, since things are going to finally fucking change.
Yeah, I want to say this. Ash has the powers of big mood, literally sleeps in a coffin for 20 years after she defeats a calamity, because her quote-unquote ability to channel paradise bothers all the other clan fae. Also, by the way, I want to throw this out there. Keep in mind, based on what we heard earlier about Morgan's mirrors, Ash is only defeating calamities because Morgan keeps sending them back in time.
Also, the way that Ash starts, when referring to this one, refers it as to a Lostbelt but changes, gives me pause.
Yeah, flags.
Apparently, Britain is only the size that it is now because it was encouraged for fairies to fight and hate each other. Britain only came into existence in the Fae era 12,000, apparently at the same time Olympus the bird. I have a note here that goes, no. This has an implication and I don't like them.
It's bad. Also, by the way, Ash, looking good for a Termilogenarian. I may have just made up that word, but she's like a 3,500-year-old fairy.
And never ask a lady their age. Apparently the records only go back that far. There is only the ocean, 6 fairies, a shrine mating, and a beast. Totoro has trouble remembering things and really wants to make Ash her coronation gown, but can't remember anything. So Mash, being the bestest goodest girl, suggests that she starts keeping a diary. Totoro doesn't know how to write though, but Mash will help her with that too. They can learn from each other, as Mash doesn't know how to read fairy.
Yeah, I just, in my notes, Buddhist Mash,
Buddhist.
bestest girl, sweet summer child, just giving Totoro some future habits.
Mr. Dennis Nerdell, I hope you're not talking to us about this, because like I said, we have completed this, and I have put together a lot of things.
No, like I feel like you're doing that thing where you're trying to jump ahead, and that's illegal.
Yeah.
Do not speak about the future segments, or I will put you in the timeout box. I will put you in the baby jail. We're talking about the giant hole.
Hmm? We arrive at the Great Pit and make preparations for Mash to descend. Apparently, Ash's thought process is to attack things first, ask questions later. Despite her friendly nature, she seems quite ruthless.
Yeah, Ash really is Castoria's predecessor. It's too bad nobody but Habitrot probably remembers what the real Ash is like. Because, like, in the future, the fairies kind of talk, you know, wistfully about her, about like, oh yeah, Ash the Savior. You know, she defeated all those calamities, but some bad stuff happened. Oh well. Doesn't matter, because the High Queen took over. But, like, yeah. Like, this is, like, it's very, very oddly similar. Also, during this conversation, the Black Knight mentions Rhynek as one of Ash's fellow attendants. This is the name Woodwose said was his ancestor. This actually does come back a little bit later. The Rhynek is a relative of the Woodpecker, by the way. I don't know what that has to do with being a weird wolf man, but yeah.
I mean, Kundry's a fucking fairy horse, so nah.
Yeah.
But no, this makes something later make more sense.
Yes. Rhynek was never shown on screen during the fragments, but is very clearly did exist.
Mm-hmm. The pit is dark and deep, and something is giving off smoke and a heavy feeling. There is something at the bottom of the pit, and it looks like the god on the mural. An alarm is going off, and Ash realizes there is enough cursed energy to cover the planet in it. Excuse me. Down here, cover the planet in it down here. Ash just straight out says it. It's Kronos at the bottom of the pit, and
yep, Big C's in the hole, and he's on fire. He's burning up.
Yeah, a puzzle piece may have just snapped into place here, but I don't know all the particulars, like how and why. Actually, I have multiple hows and whys I want to ask. This experience, though, makes Mash pass out, though. And she awakes in Salisbury. I don't know if I'm wrong in this, but Ash feels like proper human history to Arturia. While she isn't unfriendly, she keeps her distance and is quite straightforward with her words and actions.
Yeah, I feel like Ash gets to, like, cut loose and show off more of her true personality more, but definitely I think their roles are similar. I mean, obviously Ash looks like is an Arturia face, so it makes sense, but yeah, it's definitely like, it's very much like if Arturia didn't also have to constantly project, you know, I am the king. I am the best. You feel great.
Ash does not have the status of selection here, though. Instead, speaks about how the spear of selection had to be sealed away. Apparently, the implements of selection washed up with Ash when she came here from her homeland. At some point, her feelings corrupted them, though, making them unsuitable, so Ash had them sealed in Salisbury's cathedral. Apparently, the fairies got Ash so mad, she snapped, which in turn made the spear snap. So instead of using magical energy to recharge itself, it uses the wielder's youth, or lifespan.
Yeah, basically the way I put it is, Ash used to own the spear and the garden, but she may have done a sin, and now the spear siphons life force. This will come back in the future. Also, this probably means that the staff of selection is uniquely Castoria's. It is her unique thing. Also, Ash getting so mad at the fairies that she does something that is probably not for the best in the long term is going to be a recurring theme also. I don't want to say that the fairies don't deserve the bad rap they get. It's just that some of the people we meet don't do the most constructive things about that.
Well, you can't always choose the right thing, especially in the moment.
It's true. But yeah, that wraps up Fragment 7. They go by pretty fast.
Yes. So now we start Section 16, Gloucester 2. As I try to remember to actually keep something moving on this damn screen. Click button.
But yeah, you know, we're going to a party. We're going to get ambushed or something.
As
AKA.
usual.
And the prom is tomorrow.
So Arturia and we have received an invitation to attend Fairyum, a fairy ball by Murian. It reeks of sus, but it's also a chance to ring Gloucester's bell. Despite the ongoing hostilities, the ball will be a neutral ground and gives us a chance to sneak around and ring the bell. Commence Arturia teasing about her shady spells. Unfortunately, apparently the ball is tonight, so we gotta book it.
New to Gloucester.
Yep. We arrive in Gloucester and get things in order. Da Vinci is my +1, while Muramasa is Arturia's.
By the way, that means officially, Da Vinci dating score, me too, Oberon 1. Suck it, your majesty.
Oberon is going to find some lonely fairy lady to act as her +1. Percy and Redra are just going to hang outside town while Gareth and Happy Cat enjoy the city and visit the Count's store.
Count even gave him a letter of introduction because he is based.
He
based
is
Count.
Based. Pepe is the best. Arturia has cold feet, though, and I feel like she's about to bolt. So we take hold of her and drag her in, kicking and screaming. Literally. It seems she has a ball-related trauma.
Yeah, in my notes just wrote this as, you're going to, and Brazil, and then scratched it out. The ball. You're going to the ball. You cannot escape.
We arrive at the ball, and it is gorgeous. The venue is a Fey domain within a Fey domain, an otherworldly reality marble. We are deciding what to do, as Miriam hasn't made an appearance yet, but there is a clamor at some new arrivals. Bargus in an evening gown, let's go! The guh was me, so starstruck.
Yeah, so first of all, Morgan's going to be fashionably to her own party, so gauche. But also in my notes, I just wrote this as, guh.
Guh.
And I feel confident in saying all 4 members of our party are hot for Bargus.
As is right and proper.
Everybody has a response. Your only dialogue choice is guh. I can't remember what Arturia says, but Muramasa is just like, damn.
I remember
Da Vinci
says,
obviously gives a low whistle.
Yeah.
Da Vinci better hope to God she didn't wolf whistle Bargus, otherwise I feel like somebody's gonna get like power bombed in Chaldea later.
Aurora has arrived with Tamlin and Lancelot at her sides, but we don't know that yet.
Yeah, we don't know that.
Mm-hmm. And Arturia is able to get some needling on Muramasa here, but it's not all fun and games. Barry and Tamlin Tristan has arrived as well. Muramasa understands Miriam's game now and calls her out for being vindictive.
Oh, and how right my sweet grandpa was. We didn't even know this when you wrote this, but damn, no, it's... Chat, there's a lot of foreshadowing in this chapter. There's a lot of really good writing. Subtle setup and payoff.
That's the last of the big arrivals, though, and Arturia is a little sad that Nocnaria is not here. Even if she acts like she's not. Coral comes over to greet the Child of Prophecy and warns us about talking too freely. Coral Sundari confirmed. I had a feeling that this was the case. Coral seems to be like Nock, in which she does think of humans as lesser beings, but that means she has to take care of them. Because clearly otherwise they can't do anything. This is probably why Oberon says Coral is more his type.
Yes, I put this in my notes. I will concur with the right honorable co-host across the aisle. This conversation makes it much more clear that Coral is a Sundari, whereas I would say Aurora is truly without care.
Yeah.
You can interpret that one any way you like, chat.
Da Vinci continues to fluster Coral, and it comes out that the one that should be Aurora's side should be the most beautiful one, even if they emerge from the most unimaginable filth. Coral quickly takes her leave here.
Foreshadowing.
While talking to Da Vinci about if she went too far, we are approached by a beautiful fairy who apparently knows us. She formally introduces herself as Tamlin Lancelot. Da Vinci is smitten, is completely unashamed of it.
I mean, it's Leonardo da Vinci, but small. Like, of course, she would be like, no, this one's absolutely perfect. We should be glad she didn't decide to whip out her camera. Takes
Yeah,
a
I
shot.
didn't write it in my notes, but apparently there is a spell on the bell that only people that know you can recognize you.
Yeah.
So that's why we were just like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Tamlin Lancelot trades barbs with Murmons, but is so princely about it. The conversation abruptly ends when Arturia tries to ask Tamlin Lancelot if Tamlin Lancelot is Avalon's something? They go on. Tamlin Lancelot then goes on to ask about Percival's condition. When inquiring about the relationship, she just mentions that she is his big sister. We are shaken.
Little big sister. Why do I get to do this joke so much?
I love little big sisters, though.
It's so funny. But yeah, no, we get a lot of, I think, layers to Tamlin Lancelot here. She's a princely young lady, you know, which, I mean, it's funny that this is how it's phrased right after Da Vinci starts crushing on her, because that absolutely is like a Yuri genre thing, is like the princely girl. Very funny. But she's like a fairy prince, so she's like a gremlin. Gremlins are jet plane adjacent, it's fine. But yeah, like, she's, you know, very, proud's not quite the right word, but like she's very self-confident, very assured, constantly speaks her mind, but does sometimes understand that that's not the right thing, right? Like, she will say the most absolutely vicious shit to you and then be like, oh, no, I probably shouldn't have said that, sorry. That's not the right tone of conversation. Well, Natsu likes little big sisters and Natsu likes giant women.
Sometimes Natsu likes giant little women.
Yeah. But yeah, that's you know, she leaves after we get our little big sister Shotgun. Wait, does that mean that she did a... I didn't even think about it, but I think that's a pip transition. Does that mean she did a mic drop on us?
Mm-hmm.
God damn it.
So we move past that tidbit of knowledge, though, as it's not our place to comment. Rather, a rude fairy tells us that someone wants to meet us on the balcony to talk. We think it's Tamlin Lancelot, but nay, it's Bargus who wishes to speak with us.
I hoped it was actually Bargus, but I feel like we were way too fucking trusting. They said a Tamlin wanted to do that. That could have been Tamlin Tristan. That would have sucked. To run into Beryl Goot and Tamlin Tristan in a moonlit balcony. Ugh.
Bargus explains that she is confined to her name, but came to the ball when she realized that she might meet us here. She asked us to tell her of proper human history and to understand what our role in this is. After listening to Da Vinci, explain the cliff notes, Bargus wants to ask something but refrains. We answer her anyway. We've come to realize that she does want to protect the fairies of this land, so we tell her that she and others can emigrate to proper human history. It won't be easy, but it is doable. Go, my friendo!
Yeah. Yep.
Bargus has to make a decision, and she asks us to visit her domain in Manchester. Oberon finally arrives as Bargus leaves, remarking on the plan as bold, although he isn't too keen... Oh, sorry, I was just checking on that. Isn't too keen on visiting Manchester, as it's a dog-eat-dog town.
I just got to get in my little Manchester United joke here.
Yeah, I know. It's really... It's hard not to.
I assume Nasua has to understand what he's doing when he writes these.
Oh, that's what... Sorry,
what,
I'm not
do you
gonna...
think we ran into a little football hooligan later?
Yeah!
That is kind of what happened.
It is! Actually, I think they... Oh, wait, no, that was something else. Alright, never mind.
No, the football thing that's mentioned later is not good.
Yeah, no. I had to think about that. I was like, wait a minute. Through this conversation, we learn of Bargus' romantic history. I don't want to comment more on that, really, because we need to ring the bell, though, and move on it, while Oberon has thoughts about Bargus. This time, Artoria was able to pick the lock, and we learned that Artoria was told this stuff by Merlin, but she never saw him. He would just talk to her from afar. Da Vinci says that sounds about right for him. Also, apparently fairies didn't really have the concept of money until Morgan made it, and from there, saves had to be meant to protect the money, and thus lockpicking was born.
Or as I put it in my notes, just lockpicking increased. Play the Skyrim sound.
While making our way through, though, there is chatter and a spotlight appears. We hear Murian's voice said that the fairy below was just a facade and the real show is about to begin. She's going to put on a show to decide the true queen. And one Corey, it's...
Murian.
Yeah. In one corner, it's Barry and Tamlin and Tristan, the latter in combat mode. And the other, it's us and the Child of Prophecy. And we are in a very sudden public showdown, and Artoria is not ready to be judged for her appearance as usual, therefore tries to flee. Oberon just says to kick her on stage, but Murder Masa has another idea. We adjourn to the dressing room real quick, with Tristan talking trash during this time. But surprise, it's a wardrobe upgrade. Apparently, Artoria has Trash Talk A+. It is a battle between daughters and master. So first off, this battle music be sick.
Yep. There's I think all of the Tamlin have a boss track, and this one's good.
Mm-hmm. Also, to my shame, it took me 3 tries to do this fight. It wasn't until the second fight that I realized I had to be careful where I put my MP card, so Artoria would either gain MP after the MP card, or gain MP before the card to increase the charge. I refuse to use resources on this fight, though.
Yeah, I got a couple of notes here. First of all, obviously we start with Beryl, straight up decides to challenge us, master to master, and I'm like, oh, Barry, you're approaching me? It took me one try to do this, but it did go down to the wire. I thought this was a good little gimmick fight. Like, Castoria has to constantly fire her NP to clear curse and use invul stacks, and you have to use judicious use of her skills and your mystic code. I, by the way, was mainlining the Atlas mystic code for the skill cooldown and the debuff removal, because, God, there is a lot of curse going on here. But we got it in here.
Mm-hmm.
Good job.
Also, is it just me, or did Barry pretty much do fuck all during this?
And I just had to insert like this. Hey, whoa. He summoned one fire familiar, one singular fire familiar. But you're right. Later he tries the I'm just a little baby ruse, and it probably would have worked better if he actually did anything. Maybe if he used his command seals. Mayhaps he didn't really enter into a contract with Tristan.
Yeah, no, if I remember correctly, he buffs her once at the beginning, and then after a break bar, I believe that, just summons a fire familiar, and I'm just all like...
I do think that's cute about his witchcraft, his magecraft style, that he's like, I think they describe it as like a familiar of the oven or a kettle,
It was oven, yeah.
Oven, yeah. Like that's neat. But yeah, no, he's he does not really assist in the fight, because as we have established earlier, he doesn't actually care about Tamlin Tristan. Because he is a fuckboy.
Mm-hmm. We are victorious, though, and the bell rings. Something breaks within Tamlin Tristan, and she is afraid of upset. This is because her true name is revealed. She is Balbon Shi, a prostitute and vampire. The crowd instantly turns on her, and I never thought I'd say this after all the shit I saw her do, but I feel really bad for Baba. If they treat her like this, no wonder she delights in killing fairies. She flees the room.
Yeah, I actually felt bad for her here. Once her true name's revealed, the fairies are immediately like super racist to her as like being undead adjacent, and also whatever the opposite of sex positive is, like they really get on her for being a sex worker allegedly, and I'm just like, wow, these guys suck.
They do.
Now, do I think that she should express how they suck by, like, tearing off all their limbs and, having them puppet themselves into a pit? Probably not, but, damn.
At the same time, I'm just all like, I understand why you do it a little bit more.
The problem is unclear lines of communication. Punishment doesn't work as a behavior adjuster if you don't let them know what they're being punished for.
So, Barrow tries to put on, "Oh, you beat me, I'm so weak" act, but we ain't buying it. He says we have a better nose for danger than Kadok. Barry gives up the jig and claims we aren't even worth playing with if Mash isn't here. This is where I would have liked to pull out my 45 and mag dumped him. Normal,
We can't do that. Our gander is not really juicy enough. Do we have a knife in our combat uniform? I mean, that would have required us to get too close. So we could have thrown it at him. But yeah,
like,
in my
listen,
notes
go,
it said
listen.
Good.
The golf, he has a magic gun. Give us a magic gun. Give
us the golf gun. But yeah, no. As I reiterated before with that response to Lucky, I commented he tries to trick us by just saying he's just a little baby. But I have no dispositions of this. Any man who can stab Kirstaria Wodaime in the back is never helpless. No trust, constant vigilance, all around awareness. I'm like, no, I do not fuck with you. If we'd been in the mood, I would have probably told Kirstaria to take his head off or something from range. Get him. I guess.
So we're
gonna keep going and keeping on because Murian's openly gonna be a little shit as always.
We meet up with Marion after the fact, and man, I am so done with this small, sassy child. Muramasa is as well, and he grumbles about having to pull out a trick early. Marion is wondering...
He's saving his wardrobe change.
Marion is wondering about what that is when Artoria turns to us and thanks us for the new clothes. We're about to correct the misunderstanding, but Muramasa uses his grandpa energy to shut us down. I guess no matter the time or version, that boy will always aid that girl, huh?
The grandpa energy, he's got to help her out.
Big surprise, another fairy clan leader that's just going to sit on their ass and wait until we actually win to do anything. Marion doesn't actually care about the human, and honestly couldn't be asked about most of this conflict anyway. She just wants to read her books from the fair that she got from Camelot. Silent Oberon sprite here.
Oh, also, there was a quiet Habitrot sprite in here, I think when Kester was talking about her new clothes, because I'm pretty sure Habitrot experienced some emotional damage here.
Mm-hmm.
Because now, this costume change, we should clarify, is while they are different, Ash has a different ribbon. In this costume, Castoria looks basically identical to Ash. It's the same outfit that she had. Which, to be fair, Muramasa has no way of knowing. But, you know, it's close enough that there's a little slice where Habitrot has a kind of,
Fire off this MP.
Also, yes, if you're wondering, yes, Ash has a different ribbon. Her ribbon is black.
It's black and has a red
center.
jewel. Yes.
Yeah. Castoria's is blue on blue, I think, or maybe blue on white.
I believe it's blue on white.
I use her in the third ascension, as God intended. No, it's a different ribbon and a different staff.
Yes. Before we leave, though, we ask about Koyanskaya, and before answering, Marion looks to Oberon, who has another silent moment, before saying that she is out on business, having found what she is looking for. One moment, gonna fire up another MP here. But we leave and catch up with everyone, and the mood is light as we head out of town to meet up with Percy and Redra. We hang back, though, with Oberon, and we pointedly ask, where were you the night before the Battle of Londinium? Oberon sadly notes that Barry may be more right about us than he knows. I appreciate that all of our experiences almost dying has come in handy. Oberon comes clean, though. Yes, he did make a deal with Koyanskaya to delay Woodrose's reinforcement, otherwise they would have lost for sure. Winning requires something outside the rules as Britta knows them. Apparently what Oberon gave her was so valuable that Koyanskaya didn't just delay the enemy. She eradicated them in her immature beast form, the beast of cherishment.
Yeah. So, yeah, Oberon works outside the playbook. He paid Koyanskaya just to stall the reinforcements, he clarified. But as we said, Koyan, I think Oberon even brings this up. Koyan must have really liked what she got for him because she went all out. And she must have used the form of the beast's cherishment to reduce the reinforcements to atoms.
Yeah, I do believe, like I said,
which is a thing we realized, by the way. That's our dialogue option to be like, right, she must have used her immature beast form. Because Oberon is just like, yeah, she must have really liked it because those guys are just fucking gone.
Koyanskaya does believe in fair trade.
Yeah. And she even talks, puts that context, conversation she had with Murian earlier when she took her little vacay of like, Murian asks her about what she did and she's like, oh yeah, it's been a little while since I had to do that, but it was worth the work. To crunch them bones.
Oberon isn't proud of what he has done, and after all this, he awaits his punishment. But for right now, he will not think twice about using such tactics. We flash back, and we learn about Spriggan's backstory and how he was from 19th century Japan, but I'm going to be really real here, I could not care less. We return to present Spriggan, though, who is talking about the Queen's rule and how she needs to step down. The thing I find odd about what Spriggan says here is that the values have changed since Morgan took the throne. And I might be a bit weird in this, but I don't think the values have changed at all. Fairies don't change through their very nature, and humans are, for lack of a better term, stunted so they cannot enact lasting change.
So, I want to bring this up now. I didn't have this in my notes, but this is a good time to talk about one of the through lines I think I've noticed, because as we end on a lot of Spriggan backstory. So, how I think this works is, I feel like Spriggan is supposed to, like in the story, Spriggan's supposed to play the role of us, but wrong. He is an outsider. He comes from a very different time, not just, from these fairies, but from ourselves. He is from,
I get it now.
I think he said that he left just after the Satsuma Rebellion.
Yes.
Yeah, which is around the Meiji era. Part of the restoration. So he has a very different value system than us from where he comes from. And he does that thing that Da Vinci told us not to do, which is he applies his morality, his version of the world, onto Fairy Britain. And that's where he went wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he keeps making dumbass decisions and saying these dumbass things, because he thinks that this is going to be just like, his, Industrial Revolution era thing, where, of course, Japan needs all this, outside connection to be strong, right? That was their big deal. That's not how this is going to go, buddy. Yeah, I caught on this later, because you keep calling out Spriggan on how he keeps saying dumb things. Mm-hmm. And I was like, why does Spriggan keep having these dumb opinions? Oh, he's doing that thing Da Vinci told us not to do.
Yeah, no, as soon as you mentioned that clicked for me. Yeah, I was like, fuck, yeah. You're right.
So he has some other plot lines, yeah.
But Spriggan doesn't want to rule, Britain himself. But when asked about the queen he would follow, he says, and I quote, "Ideally, I would prefer a bright and cheery fairy who genuinely loves her people, one of surpassing beauty, but is more wicked still, and preferably ignorant of her own foolishness." And my next note here is, this is Aurora, isn't it? I knew something was off about her.
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of any characters who he's describing who fits that better than Aurora. Like, genuine love, yes. Beauty, yes, but also wicked and ignorant of own foolishness, yeah. That seems like that's Aurora's thing.
Apparently, Spriggan has captured a piece. Probably made a shoge reference.
Wow, that's a great analogy, Robin. He thinks changing the shower head will alter the contents of the bathtub. Yeah, no, I think that's a good one. It's a little too late for that part, my dude. Also, by the way, 69 concurrent viewers. Nice.
Change over to New Darlington, where Babbo is furious. Yes, I have now started calling her Babbo because after this, I don't hate this child anymore.
Also, she is just a lost little Babbo.
She is.
But yeah, Babbo starts planning to get a leg up on the competition with a little something extra, something called a garden.
Yep, she's going to take the garden from Morgan's throne to make a comeback.
Also, she strongly, I don't think either of us wrote a note about this, but she strongly implies this is not the first time she has lost her Tamlin mantle.
Mm-hmm.
Morgan has to keep giving it back to her, and this is... I don't want to say Morgan's parenting style is perfect. I think there's some flaws in it.
It's definitely
Morgan's
flawed.
got some things she could have done better. But Babo interprets that Mother's going to be furious with her. I strongly suspect that is not the actual emotion Morgan is feeling about it.
No. God damn it. No.
And it's I mean, like I said, I can go into what I think. In chat, the joke Morgan did nothing wrong is in there before. I don't think this is correct. I think Morgan is neither right nor wrong. She does some things that are correct, and she does some things that are not correct. And I think the reason why things go the way they do go for her is because she lets her bitterness and her ambivalence towards the fairies get the best of her. I feel like she wears that bitterness like a weight, and it gets in the way sometimes where, no, it probably would have been better to trust in some people and confide your true emotions to at least a couple of fairies.
Yeah.
We know that okay, I mean, we know, I won't say the specifics for people who aren't at the loop yet, and we don't close this out, but we know that some fairies are okay. As a group, fairies suck. Individual fairies appear to be able to grow due to outside influences and, like, change their tune and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Morgan should know that some of the fairies she works with are okay and could be trusted with more. But for backstory stuff we get into later, she will not do that. She feels forced to do every little thing herself, and feels like she cannot trust fairies, period, with her feelings. And it's so sad, because she probably could have, but goddamn.
She probably could
I
have.
understand why she didn't, but...
Yeah, like, I will say she probably could have, but...
And this is why I say that she's not right, but she's not wrong either, right? Like, there are flaws in her approach. I think she ultimately has a very big fatal flaw, which is why this Lostbelt exists at all. But at the same time, so many parts of her actions are just like, well, you're not wrong.
Yeah, like, I can understand wanting to open up to people, but once you open up to people, that's when they have their weakness, and then other people can try and take that weakness from the people you open up to. It's like, I'm not gonna, like, I won't explain why, but just, I'm gonna point to Babo.
Yeah. I mean, we actually know the definite 100% area where was, at the first opportunity, the first bit of back talk, we should have just punted Beryl into the pit.
Yeah.
Even if that would have made Lady Spinel sad, you absolutely should have thrown his ass in that hole.
No, honestly, that is like, I think, like, honestly, this is my fucking, I'm considering this my greatest fucking failure.
Like, I don't want to, I mean, one, it is literally all Beryl's fault, but that's for different reasons. But, like, I don't want to say the whole climax of this plot is Beryl's fault, but there is a key element right at the end that is absolutely caused by his own shenanigans, and the fact that, just like with Wodaime, Morgan trusts Beryl to not be a fuckboy at the last minute. And Beryl proves, once again, even though it didn't need proving because we already saw it, he is indeed a fuckboy, and he will be a fuckboy to his very last breath, which I hope will be soon. Well, yeah, her, chat, the speech is going to come back a lot. I've started throwing in that I offer neither absolution nor salvation in a lot. I think it's going to come back. We're going to keep that one. Hold that one close for a little bit. But yeah, no, like, if you want me to having seen everything, the expression Morgan has surely when she realizes that Bao and she has let go of being Tristan is, sadness, concern.
Mm-hmm.
She is worried about it, and she may be upset, but she is... No, actually, no. I don't think she's ever been angry about Banshee. She has probably been frustrated with Banshee before, but I don't think she's ever been angry.
No. Despite what people may say about Morgan, Morgan does know love and affection. It's just more muted.
She doesn't want to express that for reasons we will get into later. Like I said, it makes perfect sense. I don't think it was the correct thing for her to do all these years, but I know why she did it. And ultimately, this is why character growth and stuff is important. But anyway, we've wrapped up section 16. Yeah, Gloucester 2.
Yep.
Now it's time to go to Manchester.
Manchester. So, section 17, Manchester. God, it is almost 9 o'clock. What's our time? What's our time right now?
3:50.
It's 3:50. We got okay. We're gonna be here a minute, Omega.
Yeah. Oh no, the people know. They've been joking about the 9-hour Let's Talk. I don't actually think it'll be 9 hours, but that's okay. We might have to take another break, maybe after Manchester. You know.
Yeah, no, I gotta make sure I hydrate, do some stuff. I might need a little bit of food.
But we can take snack breaks. We're in it.
Snack attack! So, we move on to section 17, Manchester. The gang's all back together, and Redra gets a souvenir from Oberon. Initially, the plan is to return to Londinium to plan our next move, but Da Vinci wants to have a private talk real quick, so we move into the wood. Surprise, it's a Morse test. Shy of surprise, Redra gets a glam up from the 2-in-1 hair restorer and suntan oil.
Or as I just put in my notes, Tandrabit. No, it's a fucking, I don't know why it exists.
It's all tension breaks and shit.
It's true. They need some of those.
After that,
I got a note about the fight itself. This one's weird. I know why they can't, but making like half my 66% of my front line unable to NP against big beefy berserkers is asking for trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And this sleep at the end of turn shit sucks though.
It really does. So after that oddly exhausting fight, it's time to get down to brass tacks. Instead of heading to Oxford, where everyone is expecting us to go, Da Vinci wants us to head to Orkney. Oberon doesn't think it's so simple with both Nock and Morgan's army out there, and thinks it'd be best to get protection first. We can't make any overt moves though. If we do, one of the armies will have to respond, and we don't want to be on the opposite side of Nock's spear. Perseus mentions that they tried to send letters to her, but she didn't even give them the time of day. Artoria mentions that it's not that she hates humans, and moves on without explaining. Artoria agrees that Orkney should be the 4th bell rung. Then on the way back, we can swing by Nock's camp and negotiate then. Ends up that we can go through the Lake District, as both armies give that area a wide berth. It has a lot of moors, but that's more preferable than 2 armies. We come to an agreement then. With us, Muramasa, Gareth, Da Vinci, Habitrat, and Redra will travel to Orkney, although Redra can only go part way. Percy and Oberon will return to Londinium to work on organizing the army. Gareth decides at the last moment to return to Londinium as well, as she wants to help defend the people there, and Arturia sends her off with her blessings. It's time for a flashback.
Before that, I just want to say we have a strategy huddle and divide our forces. There are a lot of those reaction shots you love so much in this whole segment going back and forth. I also want to point out, I have family in the Lake District. I've been there before. It's not nearly as terrible in real life. There's just a lot of lakes and hills.
Well, yeah, but also you probably don't... Oh, hey, that's a Tengu. When do we get Tengu sprites?
Yeah, was it Little Big Tengu?
It was probably Little Big Tengu. If there was any place to get fucking Tengu sprites, it'd probably be Little Big Tengu. What was I saying? Oh, well, we'll go on. We get a flashback, and Artoria is very bad at understanding the greater good. Also very bad at understanding that she is already doing the same thing as her other self.
Yeah, I just, in my notes, you're talking to yourself, kid. But also I want to point out, that this vision, this interpretation Castoria has isn't entirely true. They say that the king went alone. That's not exactly what happened. There's something important that happens with a guy at a lake. And also another thing, but we don't talk about that one. But we might not be looking at that side of the story. But it is important to note that this comes up several times, and Nasu knows better because he's Nasu and wrote Fate Stay Night, and also Camelot, the story chapter in FGO. But Castoria and a couple of other characters fixate on the idea of King Arthur dying at Camelot Hill. That's not actually exactly how that went, actually. There was some stuff.
No. So, it's noon the next day, and surprise, Da Vinci wants to make a pit stop at Manchester. Everyone knew about this except Artoria. Artoria is worried about it being a place where everyone loves to fight, but Redra assures him that everyone is peace-loving and hates fighting. He gives the Redra bit guarantee.
Beware of strange horses and their guarantee.
Enter Manchester, immediately random battle with music cue and scene transition.
Encounter! Play the original FF battle theme.
Barghest is having a bad dream. She is torn between her desires and her heart. But the person that she has taken in recently is a source of great comfort to her. It's not enough, though, and she wars with taking her life and continuing her responsibilities. Apparently, she's a pretty good gardener. Someone speaks to her telling that she would be a tragic loss and makes a deal with her, along with the sound of something closing. So, it may seem that the people of Manchester are actually decent folks, despite the law of the jungle here. Outside, we give Redra the side-eye about his guarantee, and he assures us that this was a place of smiles, kindness, and violence. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I would have. I think I would have preferred the board game they were supposedly playing just before we got here. I bet Muramasa paints a mean miniature.
Oh, I bet he does. Apparently, Manchester follows the more noblesse oblige version of survival of the fittest, where the strong have to take care of the weak. This is the version I believe in, by the way. Muramasa says let your freak flag fly as long as everyone is okay with it, and considering that this is the land of the Fae, some people might be okay with it.
Yeah, I just put in my notes, Muramasa is oddly like a negative kink shame here. He's down to clown with Vor, on a conceptual level anyway. He's like, hey, if they're into it, she's into it, whatever, I'm old.
This just makes me think about bear fucking. Have you seen that, Omega?
Yes, I have, yeah.
Honestly, I'm gonna be real. The fact that they have something so stupid like that in there just makes me go like, oh man, maybe I should get Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah, no, it's very funny.
Can I seduce us?
And also, I'm gonna be honest. Every teenage motherfucker who's ever played D&D has made that joke about a druid already. Trust me, I've hung out with people who have played D&D. We all know the jokes. Just like the jokes about the bard.
Yeah. So, we find out where Barghest's mansion is, and we go to see her. She greets us like a gracious host and is still as stunning as before.
Yeah, my thought on this is just, holy shit, this chick is getting laid, or having therapy, or both. Like, where does she get this glow?
We're only able to make a small bit of chit-chat before she draws her sword and challenges us to a duel. She wants to know how strong we are, and how we and Chaldea are without the help of Child of Prophecy. Orion made this fight really unfair.
Yeah, I just said in my notes here, even though it has a little bit of a limiter, but most of her bullshit is gone. And, I just said she challenged me to a duel and just play the Pillar Man theme as Super Orion and Mothman pose in her general direction. Like, I just got some good class neutralizers, some damage resistance, some guts, some healing. And just, yeah, go for it.
I don't remember what exactly I did. I just know that Super Orion was involved.
Yes.
But after fighting comes food! I don't know why Artoria is so defensive against Barghest. It's clear that she has history with her, but even when pressed, she denies it. I don't know what it is, but Artoria really likes just denying her past. Well, actually, I think I got a little bit about it now, but like she really is keen on denying the connections she has made with people. Like, no one is her friend. She only has enemies. You know, she's better off alone. She's like better off running away. It's a lot. She does a lot of running away, despite how fucking easy she is to throw hands.
Yeah, she has a very complicated relationship with her quote-unquote responsibilities. Like, this is actually a thing that happens way later, but I think it's okay to mention now. At one point, Oberon says that she should be becoming more and more like the Fairy of Paradise with every bell she rings. She should understand more and more about her duty. One, I'm not actually sure about that. I don't actually know if she's getting more information or not. Like, she does seem to have these flashbacks at these appropriate times, but I don't actually, like...
I do think she's getting more knowledgeable about things, because she seems to know things that we don't.
Yes, and she's definitely, I feel like, getting more of a grips on her proper human history self as she gets these flashbacks. But Oberon also says, oh, the person we knew is going to be gone. She's going to change completely. And we're like, no, she seems the same. So I think the ultimate form of that might be that the Artoria we've always seen has always been the fake one, no matter what. Like, it's all just her front she puts on to try and avoid stuff. But yeah, she has a lot of denial and avoiding about things because she has to wrestle with some really heavy shit. I mean, part of it is her, somebody says, the trope about her being insecure. Yes, I think the cooking thing is like that. But, like, just in general, she does this with everybody about, like, trying to repudiate that she knows these people, that she has any connection. Why would she do that? But yeah, no, we get all this stuff, and I'm like, Bargus is really, truly a talented and smart woman. It's a terrible shame that she's so direct and loyal prior to this. Otherwise, she'd be an absolutely uncomplicated ally, right?
Mm-hmm.
But she has basically done everything Morgan has ordered her to do without flinching, because that's just how she is, and it means that there's some baggage.
So, after the meal, we broach the actual subject of this meeting. Unlike the Queen, who only wants to protect Britain, Bargus wishes to protect its people. She knows that this world isn't meant to exist, as she states, the fairies here fear the land. Bargus is willing to join our side if we are willing to consider taking fairies from this land back to proper human history. Da Vinci says we have no reason to refuse, and that the storm border can hold up to 500 refugees. I didn't write this note, but me personally, I was like, I can think of a few reasons to refuse, or at the very least, we're doing a very, very strong vetting system.
Yeah, I was about to. That's literally what I had that thought as you said the 500. I'm like, boy, my picking process is going to be very strict. And if first of all, if Spriggan's there, shoot him. I tell the Nemo Marines, if you see this man, shoot him.
Oh god, I just imagine the Marines being like, okay.
Yeah,
just pulls out their fucking AK.
We'd just be like, we don't know his backstory, but I would like to say, Nemo, that guy, he's Japanese, but he loves the British, and Nemo would be just like, okay. Nemo Nurse is like, I'm a healer, but click. Yeah. Yeah, we can fit 500. I'm taking 3. I mean, honestly, the number of characters who live in this Lostbelt whom I like is, I think, less than 10. If we cut out humans, who, as we've established, they are based on something that is from the Tree of Fantasy era, so they cannot come with us. Like, the number of fairies I like in this Lostbelt is, like, I think 5? Under 5? It's not a lot.
I'm neutral towards Mike, so I think I'd be willing to take him along.
Yeah, Mike deserves it. Listen, Da Vinci could use some help with the command deck. We can take Mike. We can learn all kinds of new things. We can show Mike computers. It's gonna blow his mind. Bargus can come. We'll just do the fucking, the big boss strat. We'll stick everybody in the brig until they decide to play nice. God, I'm just imagining FGO, but with mother base, like, base building mechanics. Theon, build me a new strut. We're gonna put animals on this one. We have fun here.
I'd take Coral. Coral's alright.
Yeah, I'd be like, Coral, you gotta go for your boss. I would offer to let Tamlin Lancelot come along, but I do not think she would, because she would want to bring somebody, and I would be like, no, you cannot take that +1. In fact, I think I might share the Nemo Marines her picture, too. This chick fucking shoot her. Don't let her say anything. Well, we will get there, Chad. Oh my god. But yeah, no, we have a long conversation about stuff and like getting down to the nitty gritty. But you know, Vargas has some other stuff to talk about.
So, real talk. Enough serious talk. Introduce me to your man. I want to gush about how cool his wife is. His name is Adonis, and he is very weak, prone to a coughing fit. Vargas says that he is excited to meet us, though, and we should stop by after the Battle of Camelot.
Specifically, she wants to give him medicine, but can't because of all the calamities. Also, hey, Lucky mentioned it, but Vargas' little adopted boy husband is called Adonis. There are no unfortunate mythological allusions here. Nothing could go wrong.
Anyone see any boars around here?
Also, Chad, if you don't know, the story of the mythological Adonis, he was a human boy who ended up in the care of Persephone first, but then Persephone, being queen of the dead, gave the infant to Aphrodite to raise instead. And then he grew up hot, and the two goddesses had a discussion about which one was his real mommy. Mommy? And so, yes, causing the jealousy of two terrifying goddesses, Persephone and Aphrodite are both real G's. It definitely means nothing terrible for this poor boy.
Oh, hey, 10 summon tickets. Let's go.
Oh, yeah, it's login time. Hold on, let me go drop the ad here.
What's this extra? Oh yeah, because I completed 100 rank ups. Good job, Lucky. You have done this 100 times. Ugh. I'm working so hard.
And if anybody says, "Oh, you're streaming," in the Let's Talk chat, ooh, baby. Like earlier, I was in a different chat, and somebody was like, "Oh yeah, are you guys streaming today?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I just got posted an announcement." But that person,
Rogue Robin is typing.
Yeah, Robin's being a little shit, but I know he's in the stream, so Robin is just trying to fuck with me, but I understand that because he's right there. It's like I'm having we're all in a room, and like I say, oh boy, if I get on this phone call and I get that message, I'm gonna be so pissed. Robin calls me on his phone from inside the room, and I'm just like, what are you doing? I know better. I'm standing right here.
And then
That's
Robin
okay.
sends like 600 gremlin faces.
Yeah, it's okay. Listen, we can. I don't wanna, but we can move on because we have barrel vision to talk about.
I do not. Do I want to do these fucking 5 pit? Oh god.
I mean, if you want the free Saint Courts, you gotta do them eventually, but you can always skip them for now.
Look at all these.
Yeah, it took them a long time to get this shit right.
What's my Apple situation like? I'm down to 125. Actually, guys, I have to ask, would you be mind if I just turn on Automata and just grinded embers for a while? So I could just focus on talking?
Yeah, I was about to say, that would certainly make our speech flow better.
People seem generally positive towards that. Thank you very much. No, I'm not going to use it. I am not going to use it for rank ups. But give me 1 second to fire that up.
Even in 3-pip rank ups, the 3rd pip is usually a 2-wave, not a 3-wave, so it gets weird.
Let me turn it on. Okay. Back. Things are going to be a little weird here for a second. All right, it is activated. Use fruit. Thank you for being understanding, people. But this will help me. I just realized I fucked up my ember farming team. Good job, Lucky. Hang on one second. I gotta fix this.
Cute. 84 million. Not ideal, but decent. I can do some leveling then. I should probably power through my rank ups then.
Alright, what was I doing? Oh, that's right. Now I remember. I was working on Castoria. That's why. Because my Castoria is almost bond to 9. And I would like... I don't know if I'll be able to get her through her than this, but I would like to get her as close as possible.
Yep.
I don't... Yeah, no, I can't... I mean, I guess if... No, do I also want to... I can get more bond if I switch Morgan out, though. But I also want to get Morgan to bond 10. For reasons. I'll just suck it up, then. Just...
Suck it up.
Oh, wait. No, I'm an idiot. I do have space. Oh, I see what I did. It's, hang on. I know I have the wrong one. I need fucking... lunchtime. That's why. Alright. That's what I did wrong. Okay. But I believe this is correct. So. Start quest. Let's use 5 apples. And Starto. And it should just go without me. If anyone is curious to see how Automata works, here you go. Unfortunately, this means you're going to be seeing a lot of the same thing over and over and over again. Let me take 1 second here to turn on my light, though.
It's dark. I mean, lucky we'll have new servants to farm teapots for. And probably bonds, 11 through 15.
Okay, sorry about that. Alright, are we...
Bargo has one more thing to say to us. And then it's berry time.
It's berry time. Very well done. So before we leave, though, Bargus asks how servants works, and upon listening, wonders how Barry can claim to be Morgan's master, as she has been here for thousands of years, and him only a few months.
Thousands of years ago. Yeah, we don't get that one either.
Da Vinci states a rare edge case, but it seems unlikely. Speaking of Barry...
Okay, we're gonna clarify this stuff right now. Oh no, barrel vision!
Barrel vision! We're gonna learn more about Barry. He was the second one to awake after Modime, and comes out that Barry was the secret cleaner, the one that takes any personal problems. He also understood how the Cirrus light worked. Modime, though, has a plan for him involving sabotaging Britain. Modime doesn't want the foreign god to have control of whatever power secret dragon girls the island has. Barry's on board. Upon getting to the island, though, there is nothing there. And Barry summons his servant, Ruler Morgan.
Yeah, so, he's Marsbury's hidden enforcer. He's the cleaner, the cleanup crew. Which is interesting later. Pepe is their killer. They're specialist in wet work, but Barrel's, the backup guy. He's there to take care of any problems if anybody has any welching. And Wodame assigns him to fuck over the foreign god immediately to crash Britain with no survivors. And Barrel seems to have taken it on the chin. like, he does bring up, like, oh, gee, Wodaime, our boy, you know, Marsbury was never this unilateral. And he's like, yeah. But he did still basically say he would prefer to fuck around and find out than actually be king of the world. So what changed, chat? What happened? Also, I believe it is implied because he says that Marsbury made sure that each cryptor could summon at least one servant. I think the Sirius Light, being a command seal, is why every cryptor can always summon their one unique servant. They always have access to a command spell. Because they're not using... They can summon a ruler because they're using their own version of the Chaldeus system, not, you know, the Fate system. Not the Fuyuki construct. So yeah, you can... just like we can summon extra class servants, so can they. But also, yes, it's very interesting. Ruler Morgan.
But out of this, we move to Fragment 8. So, Ash, Mash, and Co. travel Fairy Britain, having adventures and having dialogue cutscenes. It lasts about 5 months while they investigate what happened in the past.
So we kill 5 months doing side quests and fighting world bosses.
Sick. They did find out about the first prophecy, one given by the human priestess, foretelling four great wars for four seasons. Excuse me. The Winter War has not yet come.
Yeah.
It's only a few days until the coronation, though, and Ash has to get back to Londinia. I just noticed this, but Ash doesn't have the Staff of Selection, but just the wooden stick. I didn't realize it until this now. Having a moment, Ash decides to open up to Mash about how she really feels. She stopped caring about the fairies and only tries to save Britain. The reason being for this is that every time she dispels a calamity, the fairies then attack her and she has to hide until the next one. She wants to build a Britain that proper human history would never allow. She is no savior, she says, only a witch. It clicked right here.
Technically, this counts as foreshadowing because they got some more stuff to do. But yeah, I got a lot of stuff out here.
Ashman.
I want to say this. I'd like to make the Kill Bill alarm noise right now, but I have too much respect for the sudden turn this scene took to do it. But like, this is definitely where I'm like, alarm bells. I am going to keep making Metal Gear Solid 5 references though. You're talking to yourself. Call me Andrew.
Ash mentions that because the Tree of Emptiness exists, a certain level of discrepancies are allowed, but only until the High Queen era when the tree is cut down, much like a quantum time lock. Because of this, if Mash was to live until that point, she would disappear. Despite this though, and with a lot of complaining about the future High Queen, Ash does say that she has a way to send Mash back to her time.
Yeah, this is why I made the "you're talking to yourself" joke. It is kind of funny, like this moment they have, this discussion where, like, everything is so complex and there's a lot to be done with time loops, but Ash it complains about how sloppy the High Queen is, and I don't know if she gets it, but I think she does get it. A little.
I know, I'm pretty sure she gets it. Like, with the...
There's a comment later about the transition to the era of the High Queen that Ash comments that everything that would happen after that would make the person who came after a different person, right?
Yeah.
Like, the information contamination can't continue. So I wonder if that doesn't like self-correct a little, but yeah, you mentioned the quantum time lock. There's a lot of stuff going on like that. Makes sense with things we find out later. But it is very funny to see Ash be critical of future High Queen Morgan.
I think she understands her dramatic irony.
Yes. She understands that the High Queen is the source of doing extra work, making her do extra work. But also, I personally, I just had this thought. Maybe the fairies are, I mean, obviously, I think the fairies, some of the fairies are always going to be against Ash for stuff we find out later, but maybe the reason specifically why they're always upset after the Calamity clearing is because even though the tree corrects for this, it's kind of sort of a time paradox. Like, some of those calamities are natural, some are not natural. I don't know. I'm wondering. I'm thinking thoughts. There's a lot of exposition I think that's going to have to happen in the back half. Or back third. It's not even a fucking back third. It's like it's like 5 sections. Spoilers, chat. The epilogue is 25 to 30. There's 5 numbers in there.
That's not denouement. That's Act 3, you motherfuckers.
Yeah, no, it's not. I mean, it is the conclusion, but I get why they say it is the epilogue, but still, I'm like, Anyway, that's Fragment 8.
Move on to section 18.
Let's take a second here to stretch her. We've been going for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Just blaze.
Blaze it. Ooh, ooh.
But this is a section end. So before we get into honestly quite a dense section, there's a lot of stuff going on here. Let's take a stretcher.
Let's take a stretcher.
Stretch my legs myself. So yeah, everybody hydrate. Everybody stretch your legs. If you've been here the whole time, feel free to stretch them. I'll be right back. Pause the audio.
Alright, thankfully, if you just want to see endless fucking ember loops, that will go on. I'll be right back myself.
Stretch your legs. Also, yes, no. There's a lot of
Alright, I am back.
a lot of thoughts going on. Lucky's back.
Like I said, I will say that the whole concept, once we get to the end, is a little wild to think about, but when you try not to actually make it seem more complex than it is, it actually clears up a lot.
It's pretty straightforward, but has implications, I think. I think the main thing is just that, as was explained several times to MASH, and thus the audience, is that the way the Tree of Fantasy works is because it's generating like a hypothetical scenario, it's doing a computation that it can account for a lot of discrepancies and paradoxes. So that world is meant to be resilient and squishy. But when things happen, we, you know, narrow down the nodes, which is interesting. It causes things, implications. And I think, like you said just a second ago there, the use of the phrase quantum time lock, I think, is very important. It is definitely what that is hearkening to. And again, like I said, when we get to the whole of it, that makes sense. That is what we're aiming for. But yeah, Albion. Perfidious Albion. Which I say so that I can poison your minds with that reference. If you guys have never heard the Perfidious Albion phrase again, it's a pejorative often used to decry England, calling them Perfidious Albion, and it's been there for a long time. Most famously, the Germans used it in propaganda against the British in World War I, but it's gone back a long way. So, you know, if you don't know the perfidious term, is, you know, it's about, you know, being untrustworthy.
I'm sorry, this just make me think about how the French wrote Cathpalug, and it was just, you know, how, you know, they just made up something that kills King Arthur. So I'm just like, this is just the French writing fucking diss tracks on fucking England back in the day.
Very possibly.
It's a little hilarious. Ugh.
Also, by the way, is that a honeycomb on this map?
Yeah, hasn't come up. It's just there. Actually, yeah. I didn't write this down, but actually, hang on. Well, I guess I could.
There are some
actually, hang on. We're gonna stop
versions of this map.
Hang on. We're gonna I'm gonna take a moment. We're gonna get to the map, and I just want to show off all the little weird things I've seen that haven't come up that I'm like, I want to know. Hang on. So let's fire this off real quick. Assuming direct control. Let's go. I don't want to take too long on this, but like, I noticed the honeycomb, and there's just a lot of little things on this map that I'm just like, what is that? Are we going there? I hope we are. Like, close menu terminal. Yay! 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 Like, you see this right here? What's this? What's this? I don't know what that is. Right here is where the whole human brains. Is that just a fucking potato on the ground? Look at that. And then we got over here, there's just a giant shell. It's a giant shell. Like, this one's more noticeable, and I think it's cool. Look at this crystal-ass looking forest. And there's a pyramid in the forest over here. And like, and then as Mega mentioned, just fucking honeycomb. It's like, there's just a lot of little things here. I'm just like, what is happening here?
Yeah.
It's great. Oh, over here, like right here, it looks like there's some sort of mine. Or pit.
Makes sense. That is by Norwich.
Okay. I don't think I saw anything else that like immediately stuck out to me. But
map artist's going crazy.
It is. All right, back to the grind. 1 second while I reset that up.
Sorry, taking a sip of my water.
All right, so Section 18, Albion. The party arrives at the Lake District, and Redra departs. The remains of the Tree of Emptiness loom over this bleak land, and even from a distance, it's huge compared to the other ones we've seen.
Big tree.
Big. Ortria is still distracted by the thought of if Var is actually Morgan's masters and those implications. She is fretting about if she can really defeat Morgan, and Habanyan straight out says that no prophecy actually said that she has to kill the queen, and the queen's own words were just her playing the antagonist. Habanyan tells Arturia you can't please everyone, and sometimes you just have to tell people to piss off. Something that Arturia is kind of really bad about doing, I've realized.
Yeah. But we have a lot of things in Rapid Succession. I made the joke, all of these squares make a circle. But by that, I mean we form a circle and try to wrap around our head around some shit, which I am also still pondering at this moment. I like that about this writing. There's a lot of...
Sorry.
There's a lot of moments where the characters are confronted with the mystery, the same as the audience are, and we all kind of sit together to be like, yeah, let's talk about some stuff. And Da Vinci literally says, yes, I've been trying to square that circle. Great use. I don't know if it's just the translation or just Natsu himself writing Da Vinci's dialogue in this, but like, she has some great lines in this Lostbelt.
Well, I think it makes sense. Like, Da Vinci's actually out with the party and gets to, actually do the field work for once, instead of usually being locked in the storm or shadow border for the majority of it.
But Habanyan can at least keep filling in details. She has a powerful diary, I'm sure. And then just in all caps, story time, let's go! Fuck yes, grandma story.
Well, before that, we get caught in a fight with Moors, but the last enemy was not a Moor. It was a Hydra, excuse me, a mysterious biological weapon with an NFF logo on it. I caught on this earlier, but considering the name of this chapter and where things are going, I think I understand what Alban is looking for and what Oberon told her. Like I said, I didn't remember what actually Barry had told her.
Yeah, the 5-bit. Like I said, that was fucking a million years ago. Literally a year and a half ago. Or actually 8 years ago, because that would be Olympus. So yeah, it would be like literally last year at this time. So we've done a lot of shit since then.
We got a year and a half till Lostbelt 6 too. Jesus.
Yeah, it's a full year to 6.5, and then 7 is next winter. We will at least have Tunguska this winter.
Well, I thought Tron was like, I thought that was like late spring.
Yeah, Tron might be a little earlier.
Yeah,
it's still pre-anniversary for sure. It's in the front half of the year, so yeah, we got less than a full year to go, I guess.
But still, time.
But yeah, no, Lostbelt 7, which will itself be, again, not as many parts and not as long as of a delay, but will probably be divided into 2 drops just for the sake of things. That's not until, not this year's winter, but next year's winter. And it will stay that way because there's a dialogue about Christmas in it. So don't get your hopes up about them rearranging that. But yeah, so there's a weird branded vodka Hydra.
So, we get a history lesson of sorts about the northern area of Fairy Britain and how it used to not be here. It was ocean, but there was a single forested island on which the northern fairies lived on. As with natural, As is natural with cultures with limited sources, they went to war, and the south prevailed, and continuing massacring the northern fairies until it reached the island. The northern fairies stopped appearing after a while, but that was because Queen Mab hid them away on another island and they gathered their strength until they can deliver a curb-stomp battle to the south. We decide to make camp for the night and get attacked by ghosts for some reason. But after settling down for the night, Habatrot tells us of how the Isle of Brant was supposedly came to be. It's told like a children's tale, but many parts seem wrong.
Yeah, in my notes I wrote, this is my subtweet here, basically, of like, may the 6 fairies find salvation. Yeah, so these motherfuckers buried Fluffy in a hole after like eating him or something, right?
Yeah.
Like, I said this before. The phrase sin gets thrown around a lot here. So same with salvation, absolution. If I were to extend the metaphor with future knowledge, shockingly enough, despite being about, Britain and there not being a holy grail in it, I feel a lot like this actually is a really strong classical Christian allegory. The Fairy of Paradise is our messiah figure, and all of the fairies, all of the 6 clans are grappling with original sin. And some of them take this about as well as you would expect, it seems.
Yeah.
But yeah, it becomes very clear that the fairies have done a bad at some point. And I don't think any of the fairies that are alive today understand that they've done a wrong. But they have done a wrong. And they are not really good at admitting it. Like, straight up, I think even if you explain to them that, hey, by the way, your original forms may have done a sin, and you need to be sorry about it, they would be like, oh, I didn't do nothing. I've done nothing wrong.
That was them.
Even though, like, while I'm not one for, like, sins of the father trope,
Yeah.
fairy generations are not the same as human generations. Like, quite often, fairies of a new iteration are treated as being very similar to the previous one, right?
Right.
Like, even later, there's talk of, like, reincarnation and souls reappearing. Like, some of these fairies are basically the same person iterated over and over as with the same purpose unfulfilled. So, like, yeah, no. You guys might not literally remember what happened, but some of you did something very bad and should probably feel sorry about it. And they do not. Or at least none of the ones that are left do.
Yeah.
As we will discover. And this is, again, like I said, not individual fairies, even some groups of fairies can actually change and be different. The problem is that all the other fairies don't like it when it's different.
They violently don't like it when you're different.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know if that's a conscious choice of the fairies or just part of how this Lostbelt is fucked up. If, like, the way things go. But remember earlier, we said that the fairies natively fear the land. I think it's because they did something bad about the land stuff. The land is cursed.
The land is not happy with them. We then learned that where the Lake District Forest comes from, it was the course of Albion, the dragon that couldn't return. Da Vinci tries to overhype humanity. Personally, I didn't buy it. Unfortunately, I should have wrote it down, but I didn't. But
yeah, so the short version is that Albion is the last true dragon. It couldn't make it back to the reverse side, to paradise, as we say, to the planet's inner sea. This is a thing that's known in human history as well. It just seems that Albion did something different in a different way. But the general idea is that something that old would have, collecting its genetic information for the entire lifespan of the Earth. Da Vinci, being, a scientist and a brilliant one at that, talks about how, humans have been able to, in only a relatively short amount of time here, understand, the history, the age of the Earth, the mysteries of the genome, and so on and so forth. Like I said, I understand why she would say that, because she's Leonardo da Vinci. You are right, she is not correct. Well, yes, strictly speaking, we are the most advanced creatures on the planet. We have done the most iteration and, tool using and other advanced structures. We're not alone in that, and we don't even know for sure if we're the smartest. But if dolphins and whales are smarter than us, they are sure smart enough to keep that shit to themselves. But yeah, talking about us as the most, well, again, I guess literally she's not incorrect if you say humans are the most powerful species on the planet, because we've discovered this little thing called splitting the atom, which is really freakishly strong. And other bullshit. But yeah, no. I understand Leonardo da Vinci would say this, but her opinions are odd. But she is also talking about, levels of spirit origin and levels of power.
Yep.
And at some point she says, she talks about how, like, okay, so servants didn't exist, heroic spirits exist. Those that be a higher caliber, are referred to as grands. Think of Albion as Grand Dragon.
That's a sick title.
Yeah, no, I loved it. I wrote it down in my notes.
But as we're talking, Sudden Ghost Encounter, the sequel. It's Mirror the Mirror Ghost, and it's actually really friendly.
fucking love this ghost.
I do too. Mirror's great. I like how like they're talking about like I think like Muramasa and
Yeah, I got a note here about Muramasa and Da Vinci getting along. We have some back and forth here.
yeah. Oh yeah, and I remember this, and then the ghost just pops up. Oh, boys will be boys, you know. And Da Vinci's like, "Excuse me, I know that my other self was ambiguous, but I'm pretty clear here."
Yeah, chatty ghost. But I want to throw this out there. Yeah, this makes perfect sense to me that Da Vinci and Muramasa get along. They're both, you know, eccentric, weird artists, and they're both young, old people. Because remember, Da Vinci Small has all of the original Da Vinci's knowledge and data, just not her emotional context. And both possess a certain amount of sassy energy. Also, their original NPs, I think, are very similar. Uomo Universal is supposed to be the omnipotent magecraft. It forms itself into the ideal form to solve a problem, you know? And Unlimited Blade Works lets you create or conjure whatever weapon, sword is needed. So, it, much like how Muramasa and a later character do not get along at all, it makes perfect sense to me that Da Vinci and Muramasa, like, click. It's similar to how Muramasa works so well with Hephaestus back in Lostbelt 5. I bet if Da Vinci could physically have left the storm border without, you know, like, passing out, she would have gotten on great with Hephaestus. Yeah, chatty ghost. Drops us a little warning about some stuff.
Yep.
Which I appreciate.
Yep. They ask us to help deal with a weird fairy that's set up somewhere important. We quickly figure out that it is Koyanskaya.
Yeah, and what we do is, oh my god, the fucking tape.
Oh, I didn't write that down.
Dying.
Son of a bitch.
I did, don't worry. The fucking keep out tape, I'm dying. I saw it and I literally burst out of laughter. Also, by the way, I knew exactly what OST track would play here. That kind of like warning piano piece. I know it is strongly associated with Koyanskaya's mischief, but I was just like, oh, I know exactly what they're gonna play. Oh, hey, here it is.
So we get into a battle with some high-spec Moors, but there's a lot of them, and apparently only under Koyanskaya's thumb. Muramasa is about to pull out his credit card and bull his soul fires, when, with a crash and a roar, Tamlin Lancelot arrives and is going to clear the Moors. The Mirror finally recognizes Arturia and welcomes her back to the entrance of paradise, as she is the second coming of Avalon Le Fay.
Yeah.
This next section warns you that battle will be lost if Tamlin Lancelot is defeated, and asks you if you want to continue, and it's like, what else am I gonna go do? Let's fucking go!
Yeah, I appreciate the warning and all, and the lineup here, but yeah. It's very weird.
Oh, I did note it. Okay. It was after this that we actually see the bones.
Yeah, sorry. I think I realized the thing where I said I appreciate the warning, the warning about the lost condition. I appreciate that they call it out. There's a lot of dialogue before that actually happened, though.
Yeah. Tamlin Lancelot is here because something called her, but before we can talk too much about it, we have to hurry on to Albion's final resting place. And there we see NFF caution tape surrounding the skeleton of a dragon. Koyanskaya is there in the air and marks that she can't use the corpse. But it doesn't matter, as Tamlin Lancelot has shown up, or rather, Albion has shown up. Koyanskaya summons the curses, the grudges, and the power within the lake and attacks us with them. In order to burn it away, Tamlin Lancelot gives up her title and reveals herself to be Melusine.
I also like here that at some point when we're like, oh shit, how do we fight all the dead goop from the dragon? Havatrat is like, don't worry about that. It's dead. It's just nothing. Mash is waiting for you. She's close now. And I'm like, I'm fired up, baby. Nobody's gonna steal this short, sassy dragon on my watch.
I do remember. And then Koyanskaya was like, God damn it, I almost broke their spirits too.
Yeah, she almost freaked us out because we were talking up this fucking dragon, and then Havatrat was like, don't worry about it. It's a chump.
I actually had a fun time with this fight, because I was firing off a lot of Tamlin Lancelot with my setup, but I don't remember what it was now, or what exactly I did.
Yeah, some people were watching, they might remember, but it's pretty straightforward, you know, do basically the same thing, get some funny arts in there, do some other fun shit, do some goop. It's a pretty good one, and I'm not kidding, by the way. It's a very goopy dragon. I think Nasu's Dark Souls is showing.
Yeah. That was a lot of goop. And a giant
It is also a
mortar.
poison swamp.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, this fight is interesting because Melusine has to make the killing blow. The enemies have infinite guts if they do not.
Oh
So
yeah, I
you can
remember.
set
I
up-
remember I was a little more freaked out, but it turns out they only guts to 1,000, and you have to specifically hit him with Melusine's third ascension.
NP,
Yeah.
But of course, you know the NPC version is at Ascension 2 normally and has Ray Horizon at max level, so she can get a fuck ton of NP whenever you feel like it. By the way, I think this is the first time I actually used that ability because I wasn't using my Melusine because you know the missions didn't line up. There weren't that many archers I could actually fight by the time I actually got her and all that stuff. But there is something pretty cool about the fucking Super Saiyan power-up of, Double Phantasm Switch. Like, it's pretty cool. Oh, are you allowed to actually double up so you can do friend support, Melusine,
Your Melusine, and then NPC Melusine.
friends and the NPC. I mean, that probably makes the fight easier if you just do Melusine. Hey, the actual Legend Melusine is supposed to be a triplet. She has 3 sisters.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They all have names that are similar as well. They just turned into, according to the legend, their mother turned them into different things. Melusine is, like a serpent on Saturday. One of them is like partially transformed into a fish. I think the third one is partially transformed into like a turtle. There's a lot of weird water shit going on. Okay. But yeah, cool fight.
Cool fight. So after dealing what appears to be the final blow to Conan Sky, she vanishes. It doesn't feel quite right yet, but Tamlin Lancelot, back to insisting being called Tamlin Lancelot, accompanies us for a little while to make sure that we don't mess with Lord Skelly. Yes, that is apparently what the Mirror Clan calls the Bones.
I called him the Skelly. It's fucking great.
Yeah, Lord Skelly, let's go!
Oh, somebody showed the cap you can do. Yeah, you can have friend support, story support in the formation set, and your own. It's fucking hilarious.
Where was I? Oh, yes. We eventually ask her about what being Albion means, but Mirror explains that she is the left claw of Albion. After the world was destroyed, Albion couldn't return and died, but before it did, it cut off its left claw. The left claw became a genetic bank amoeba, but couldn't do anything. It wasn't until Aurora found her that she gained form. She couldn't stay with Aurora though, and ended up with Percival and came to care and love him as a little brother. She doesn't speak of what happened to them though, and tells us not to tell him we met. We will be enemies after all.
Yeah, I think you said this out loud, and this was my note on this. Aurora does one singular good thing. Reaches into the muck to pull out a tiny baby child. Yes, we also learned that as the left claw, Melusine was just a giant pile of genetic information. The way she phrases it is she had no muscles, no skin, no hair, no cilia, or I think maybe been said no blood in there, but also, no joy, no pain, no love. Like, she did not exist. Was not living. Was, a literal amoeba. By the way, this is also probably what I wasn't thinking about it until we were doing the recap. This is probably what Coral was talking about, by the way.
Yeah, unimaginable filth, yeah.
Because Melusine was just a pile of black goop. Also, yes, according to case files, the Albion in proper human history is in the very lowest level of the clock tower and may or may not still be trying to dig to the reverse side. I don't know if Albion's still also old Skelly or not. I don't think they show it on screen, but it's out there. But yeah, there's a lot of very interesting conversation here. I also think, I'm trying to remember the exact script. Does Lancelot actually say she loves Percival? She might say it. She's not guaranteed to be correct about herself.
I think she might. I don't know if this is the time that where. No, it might have been.
It is definitely later that Percival thinks to himself and realizes the thing Melusine feels for him is not love, it is affection.
Yeah.
He reaches this understanding. I don't know if she expresses that understanding out loud.
Well, like I said, she is. I don't remember if it was here or later. It might have been later, but basically, Lancelot regards. I think it was like as his mother, his sister, his friend, and his comrade,
His teacher.
his teacher. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. But also there's an important bit of here that goes on. You know, while we're talking with her and we're kind of forming our own opinions, basically what we learn about the three Tamlin is they all have different points of view. Tamlin Tristan hates fairies. Barghest loves fairies and humans, but she generally feels affection for all of them. Lancelot seems to... I use the phrase love with individual humans and fairies, so I think she actually calls out that she does. I would like to revise that I'm actually pretty sure she only loves one fairy. But yeah, but she cares about individuals, and regardless of her feelings, she made a bargain with Morgan, and at least until those other individuals come calling in their markers, she will stick to her guns. This is why when she says, "Hey, we're gonna fight later, we're still enemies," and then.
Yep. She takes off, and after she leaves, Mira comments about how she left the exact same way last time. And we realize that Lancelot was the one to take out the Mirror Clan 6 years ago.
16.
16. Was it 16?
Yeah. Yeah. Einzel made the prophecy about 16 years, you know, the child will appear and do the stuff. I'm pretty sure they were supposed to have vanished right away after that. It might have been 6, but I thought it was 16.
I'm pretty sure it was 6.
Did Morgan let them sit around for 10 years?
Well, if they weren't doing anything to directly threaten her rule, I don't see why she would.
I guess that's true.
Also, if I'm understanding this correctly, I don't think it was Morgan who ordered them executed.
You know.
Because remember, there's a cutscene later where someone's talking to her about some group that are just being so mean.
Yeah, no, you might actually be right. Also, yes, Robin has an interesting point as well. Why they each got their names. Valbon got the name Tristan to protect herself, to hide her true name. Barghest is stronger without her true name, but she is more like she's more under control. I actually, you say Melus was a strict deal. I think the reason Melusine got that name was she says that there was a point where she stopped being able to be with Aurora, and she says she wants to go back to being Lancelot. I think there's something to do with like how her actual third ascension, right? Is you'll notice if you look at her card art, she's getting a little gooey again. I think she may actually have taken the name, even though it makes her way weaker, to keep herself under control. To avoid changing herself. Because if she was true to herself, she would become...
Actually, so it's the same way. Tristan took her name so she could hide away from people. Gawain took her so she can be around people. And Lancelot took her so she could be with the one person she loves.
Yeah. Which also, by the way, once again, is why Tamlin is a legitimate translation. There's a lot of these stories about these transformations and stuff in there. You know, there's a lot going on. Also because if you think about it, like, again, keep in mind, if they were just called Fairy Knights, that means it would be like, the 3 Fairy Knights, they're way better than the Queen's Knights. it doesn't work when you're already in English. I'm kind of curious. I actually am kind of curious if it was actually that way in Japanese as well, because that might actually not have as much punch. I know, weird. I might actually be saying the Japanese script might actually have a little less kick than the English one. I know that's not how normally people think, but it might be true. But yeah, anyway, we're having our conversation with Mir.
We're having our conversation with Mir. Where?
Oh, we had to solve time crime.
They talk about how the Mir clan lived and died, and about how Ansel fretted about them. In fact, Ansel was supposed to become the Nightcaller to be the messenger to the Child of Prophecy, but Mir took on that role. As she gives this prophecy, Mir begins fading. She says, the Child of Prophecy will come here twice. The first time, to live. The second time, to die.
Yeah, so I already missed this ghost. I immediately missed this ghost.
Yes.
But yes, in the timeline, in the year HQ 2001, Ansel makes the prophecy. In the year HQ 2011, the Mirror Clan is destroyed. So yes, you are correct. It was 6 years ago. It was 10 years
we have a timeline. That's right.
And you should not look at the timeline on screen because there's big spoilers at the end.
I will not.
We learned some shit later that goes on the timeline. No, because Tamlin doesn't have Fairy Knight. Britomart doesn't have Tamlin in her name. That doesn't make sense. Here's the funny thing. Britomart is a literal Fairy Knight. She is a knight who happens to be a fairy. There is some backstory stuff to say that she might be similar to the way the Tamlins from LB6 work.
Actually, think of it this way. Tamlin is like a class container.
Yeah, I think that is a good way to look at it. I also have some other thoughts and theories we're going to get into because the thing, but yeah. Yeah, Britomart's name is Britomart. Britomart is Britomart. She's not that Britomart. She's supposed to be the first Britomart's daughter, but her name is also supposed to be Britomart, I'm pretty sure. I don't know for sure, because obviously that event, came out, about 6 months ago. I don't know about the exact translation, but from what I understood of her profile, Britomart is Britomart. She's not that Britomart, but it's the same name. It's, it's like your name is you are Steve, son of Steve. So we can double check if that's true later, but yeah, from what I understand, Britomart's name aliases does not work the same way. Like, she doesn't have a true name reveal. Like, we haven't been calling them out, but the Tamlin girls have been getting the classical, EOR era true name reveals as we've been going through this, right? Mm-hmm. This is the one where Melusine's, procs, for instance, Barghest procced at Wales, Tamlin Tristan procced at Gloucester 2, and so on. So, yeah.
So, let's move on. The final scene is with Koyanskaya. Apparently, she had sent out a clone to do the work. And Melusine's attack hit her through the clone and her heart, taking out one of her tails, apparently. She decides to cut her losses and work on another plan and follow it in assorted named plot coupons. But then, Oberon appears, and while he is very hostile towards her, tells Koyanskaya that she may not want to leave right now.
Yeah, I want to say in general, I love these asides we keep getting. I know it's typical for Lostbelt writing to do these kinds of asides, but very specific, I feel like Lostbelt 6 almost slides into a different POV every section. Mm-hmm. Like, it's really neat to get in there. Also, so is the shoulder foe Koyan is haunted by her devil or her angel? Because yes, Koyanskaya is haunted by a spectral foe. But yeah, Oberon flashes some cash. Koyanskaya. He's got some stuff. Okay, now it's time for the big one. One of the big ones, anyway. Fragment 9. This is the final fragment.
Honestly, now that I think about it, it goes down from here. Well, actually, no, I take that back. Section 20 is okay. But after that,
Section 20 is our last bit of levity. But yeah, this is. And so I should say, I'll last first this. My last note was I was going to say to cut our notes at Fragment 9 because I knew that it was going to be the last fragment. And I was like, I hadn't done it yet when I thought this, but I was like, I am sure whatever flashback shit happens in Fragment 9 will be, like, large and revelatory. And it is.
despite that, my notes on this are actually very short. But
so are mine. Like, this section is actually, like, all of the fragments are 1 pip, but this actually powers through the dialogue fast, is funny enough. Just got some things to get.
So, Fragment 9. We start after the fall of Londinium. We don't get to see what happens, but we already know what happened. Mash and Totorot are speaking, both are depressed. Totorot tries to cheer up Mash by telling her how she has given her a dream, and that she won't stop until it's complete. And since that dream involves Mash, they will see each other again. Mash takes heart in this, and goes into summer as the first Timlin, so as not to disturb the timeline.
This is the beginning and the end of the world.
Ash returns and talks to Halbatrot, telling her that she's only helping Mash because it'll be good to have a favor in the future. She and Halbatrot has to part ways though, as Ash is going to start something that kills a lot of fairies. Realizing later, I just realized Ash just lied to Halbatrot. I think she did just help Mash to help Mash. As, you know, probably one of the few people in this era that she could trust. Because, well, put a pin in this, but like I said, the timeline corrects some things, including memories.
Yeah. So if the plan works, like it's basically because there's some stuff's gonna happen. Lots of time passes before we get to our next plot point. You know, as we talk about, right, like the limits of how this works out. But when she does this flop, she already knows what she's gonna do, right?
Right.
She knows what her plan is, and she understands that after, I mean, we can say after the Winter War, Ash understands she will be different. So the only person who can remember exactly what she went through, what she was like, because also after Londinium she's supposed to be dead, is Mash. Like, she that's why I think why she tells Mash some extra stuff. Because here's the thing, right? I think, like you said, Ash knows. Ash has dramatic irony. She has self-awareness. She understands what's going on. But I don't think until this moment, technically a moment we see later, but we'll call that out when we do that flashback. It's soon. But I wrote in my notes as Ash has her Joker moment. Until we hit that stage, I am pretty sure that even though she was pretty sure it wouldn't turn out any different, I think Ash gave her all to try and play this role as she understood it.
Oh yeah, she did.
She gave it her all for a long, long time. And those even if it was only like 6 months, that time she spent with Mash were real.
Well,
and like she understands that she wants somebody to remember this part.
Also, we, like, this is a note later, so I will not get into it too much, but we learn later that both Morgan and Artoria share something in common that makes it very hard to be around other people.
Yes, and I can understand why Mash would not fall for that.
Yeah.
Because as we saw when Mash had literally even when Mash has no memories, Mash is still Mash.
Yeah. And I think, like I said, I personally think, I don't know, like, story is always up to interpretation and whatnot, but I think, even if it was just for these few months, you know, Ash took solace in having someone like Mash around. Someone who wasn't from this area, who was not a fairy, who was strong and reliable, and would do things merely for the sake of helping somebody.
And remember, the Tamlin was supposed to be the name of Ash's followers, and I think that Totorat introduces herself as Tamlin Totorat as well. I'm fairly certain Rhynek and the Black Knight Ector don't do that. So I don't know if that's exactly it, but it sounds like Morgan thinks of this later because MASH. The information still existed, so obviously it worked on some level, but it does kind of sound like this is part of the time loop, is that like, oh yeah, Tamlin, that's a thing. Huh. Maybe I can use that. And functionally, the actual Tamlins we meet in the story are like MASH, right? They borrow another heroic spirit's legend to gain certain abilities. MASH's thing is that she doesn't really have her own heroic abilities beyond Galahad, but we do also learn that the joy of being Galahad is that you're not super limited to, you know, there's multiple layers. Nobody says you can't double up on templates. MASH gets to min-max later, but yeah, you know, the whole thing we get here though is that as time passes on, and just keep this moving, I'll steal one of your notes here, but
I'll go for it.
We do get to see a Habitrot moment where, in order to keep herself going, because she is hitting the limits of her function as Toterat, she turns herself to stone with the cooperation of Grimbir, who the sage, who we didn't see on screen in the flashback, but we know later a guy calling himself Grimbir is Castor Ku. And she turns herself to stone to wait out the switch because the Winter War is here. Ash is the Winter War. She has come, ringing the bell of revenge.
Coming like a winter storm from the end. The end.
From
E,
the north.
E is capitalized, by the way.
Yeah. The Winter War. The Bell of Revenge is the Orkney Bell. Also, hey, I realized this much later, but I want to remind everybody, hey, you might not have caught this. The Queen's Knights have a skill called Ash of Orkney. That's their crit up. Who do you think gave them this power? Yeah, it's fucking wild. Meanings, chat.
This entire thing is just a box of surprises, and I hate it the more I unwrap it.
It's just pain. The time travel story is just pain. I don't think I've gosh, what was the name of that short story? I don't remember what the movie version was called. That was what I watched, but there's a short story called All You Zombies, which is it's a stable time loop story. About a character who is a time traveler. And they are through the power of time looping, they are both their own parents, because they are apparently because they are a time loop baby. They have both male and female anatomy, so they're injured in a resultant, transition. But because they are a time loop child, they just every single thing in their life is part of the time cops trying to engineer the perfect baby and let them solve time crimes. But guess what? In the end, they are the greatest time criminal. And because it's all a stable loop, it just stays that way. It's real trippy. You should watch it sometime. I think the movie's called Predestination. There's a lot of shit going on. I don't know if this one's a stable time loop, but that, I think that's the last time I digested a time traveling time looping story where I was just like, oh, every time I find out something new, it's terrible. Every time we keep going, I realize this is bad. But we have to close our own loop here and move on to Orkney.
Section 19. Orkney.
Yeah. They use an OST track for the first bit of this that I don't recognize. It's only used here, but this is a theme. This is an ambient soundtrack they use for, like, I feel like that would be like what this field or zone would be like in the video game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, if you could actually explore it, if it was that kind of game. And it's just like, damn.
So we arrive to the northern shore where it is snowing, and we learn that these are the tears of the Rain Queen, who was wiped out for the crime of helping the Fairy of Paradise.
Yeah.
That's it. They were just kind to her. That's it.
They helped her out. Also, you know, the snow is their tears. Well, if the land is corpses, it makes sense that the precipitation is their tears.
Mm-hmm. Abatrot speaks about how our adventure is about to come to a close, and we meet up with a familiar-looking wolf. Bork. The wolf leads us to a campfire where a familiar blue-haired man is. It's the boy Koo, but actually Grimir the Sage. Apparently this is his second rodeo, and he is here on behalf of Odin. We have to fight, though, because if we're going to be real, when have we ever met a Koo and not had to fight?
And he declares...
A test of your reflexes!
I mean, it really is that simple.
So after that, apparently we learned that this is the same Koo that we met in Fuyuki. Apparently Odin used his eye to look in the future and decided to help us out. He slapped Koo with his authority to make him a caster and sent him to both Fuyuki and this Lostbelt. The first time he was here, though, he was here in the Fae era, and he was a pseudo-servant taking on the form of a 14-year-old boy with a sword. So, personally, I'm assuming that this means that he was Saber's Setanta.
Yeah, they might. I mean, if they had that sprite, they might have used it in some flashbacks. Well, we'll see, because Setanta is connected with, you know, for us anyway, with the arcade event. So
Yeah.
I'm interested to see where the loop closed there. But yeah, no. Hey, the guys, they explained why Koo is a caster.
Yeah. Odin.
Odin said so. They did imply that he was tangled up with Odin because of the way the rune magic works.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. I also appreciate all this note of like, oh yeah, yep, I'm definitely the same guy from Fuyuki. I'm also here now. No, I shouldn't remember what's going on, but I do, because Odin said so. And Odin would be the guy to say so. as one of the things that Koo attributes to him is says he is a god of magecraft, so yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like, I haven't, like, I'm gonna be real, like, I've always had this bad taste about Odin ever since I'm playing God of War, so I'm really glad to see that Odin's just, you know, like, unilaterally on our side, especially after the events of, you know, fucking Olympus and us having to blow up gods and shit, you know? It's like,
And to be fair, Lostbelt 2 implied that while he wasn't acting nearly as directly as this, Odin was with us there because we were followed by some suspicious birds at a couple of points.
Yeah.
Leading us to things.
That is true. I forgot about that again.
Yeah.
No, my memory lucky. Ah!
Well, this is why I edited and posted those recaps, so that other people could recap it. It recapped me. If you can stand to listen to yourself, you can always recapify as well.
Ugh, I can't stand to listen to myself, though. That's the problem.
That's fair.
So his first iteration vanished after the Tree of Emptiness withered, and he was only summoning it not too long ago. He did some investigating on his own because he had no idea what was going on, and upon finding Orkney, he realized what he needed to do was wait here. It seemed fairly obvious. He says that MASH is in the Bell Tower.
Yeah, there's a couple of good music, a few other good music choices here. The fight with Grimir the Sage with Caster Koo uses the LB2 battle theme.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because Norse is very good. Also, funny enough, this is where my Morgan Hitmon 5. I busted her out for that. But also, when we talk with him later and he does this exposition, they play the OG Part 1, like, mystery exposition theme with the one-woman whale and everything, and I'm like, ooh, yeah, good. Like, very good callbacks.
Mm-hmm. So we must fight our way to the top of the bell tower, facing down familiar foes and reaching the top, where we find MASH encased in ice. There are two more familiar shadows here, and this hurt my heart so very much.
There's a lot of heart hurting here. It seems to hurt some of the characters' hearts too, because as we start running into these shadows, Castoria starts doing some math, and she does not like the results. Like, she starts realizing what is going on here, and I think she may even realize where we're about to meet Mash from, and she's just like, oh, no. But as for the part, you know, that we come up here to this one fight, I just wrote down piano. What? No, whomst.
Yeah, no, the battle.
I don't know what this piano piece is, but it shakes me to my soul. It really rattles me bones.
You want to know what rattles my bones? That the final knight can fire his noble phantasm, and he is completely silent during it. I don't know why, but that just...
There's a couple of really good uses of silence. Earlier, we both remarked on this. I forgot to write a note about it, though. But the first fight you do with the Phantom Enforcement Knights, no music.
Yeah, no music. That's right.
The second fight with some ghostly knights who appear to be using the shadow spirit origins of some Knights of the Round, we use the Camelot map theme. The really creepy one. So yeah, like there's a lot of things that go on, and yes, the final fight there is a very familiar looking caster and a very familiar looking Saber.
And oh god, it hurt. It really hurt. There are things
I do genuinely wonder, right? Because everybody says, even Totorot says it, that Uther was sweet on Ashe, even though he's gonna marry Queen Mab. Was Ashe, you know, did she feel the same way? Or did she, once again, just bury her feelings in order to do business as usual?
I'm pretty sure she buried her feelings, but I'm pretty sure she cared for him more than she admitted to anyone else, and probably herself. It's probably the straw that broke the back.
Grimir Ku talking about these ghosts is like, yeah, don't worry about them. Souls are supposed to reincarnate. These guys are supposed to move on. Like, and well, as discussed, you know, this ghost of this savior, I think that perhaps the original owner of that ghost did move on. Again, maybe not in the most healthy way, but movement happened.
Oh, God. I know I keep repeating this, but it's just like... This Lostbelt...
Yeah. I understand why Edinburgh has to come after Orkney, because, like... This is punchy. But we run up to Mash, and the ice begins to break. We flash back to... Oh, it is. Thank you very much for it. We flash back to Ashe memories, the breaking of her will, and the resolve to change things no matter what. She talks to Mash about how things will be, and how neither of them will properly remember this. Before Mash is sealed... this is where in my notes I said this was Ashe's Joker moment.
Mm-hmm. Before Mash is sealed, Ashe lets her know her secret. She was sent back in time to try and save Britain, but she is not Ashe. She is Morgan the Witch, arch enemy of King Arthur and future Lostbelt King. Time's Lucky Has Cried 3.
Yeah, so I've got a lot of thoughts about this one because this is very important, but there's a lot of things going on here. First, she says that Ashe is the name her adoptive mother gave her. That would have been as we find out hereabouts and stuff, the ruler of the Rain Clan, you know, who were destroyed just for being nice to that fairy, you know, for taking her in. But as we see this, you know, the loops are closing, the branches are vanishing. When the moment comes, everything will proceed as the map is laid out. In other words, as Lucky discussed earlier, the Winter War, the switch to the High Queen era, is a quantum time lock. Knowledge that it must become the era of the High Queen is locked in. Otherwise, Mash existing and doing a time loop would cause a paradox. And also, Morgan herself would cause a paradox because of she's sending things back in time. And Morgan knew this because she and Ashe are the same person. Now, I want to say I got two things about this. First of all, now you can argue that she had to kill time because she understood that there would be stuff coming and that she's throwing stuff back at herself, but that things are going to change. But shout out to her for trying her hardest for like 4,000 years before deciding to go this other way.
We get more about this, but she is Morgan Le Fay, and she wants to rule Britain, but she's not trying to be an evil witch she just wants...
Future spoilers, everybody. Plug your ears if you don't know. I think the best comparison is Da Vinci Small.
Yeah.
Ash has received all of the information that Morgan, the enemy of of King Arthur, had, right?
Right.
But she's not that same person. She just has the information. She doesn't know what to do with it. Until she meets Mash, I don't know if she knows for sure about the era of the High Queen.
That makes sense.
Knows that stuff is happening and that the Calamities are there. Once she meets Mash and hears about the timeline, she understands, and I think she has that moment where she's like, oh, that's me. I'm doing that. I don't know why I'm doing that. I'm doing it. I think that's dumb. But as we get that last little bit of grinding, she realizes, oh, I know why I did this. It's because these guys suck. But also, Chad, I'm just going to quote, this is the moment where it first came to me to think about the lyrics to The Man Who Sold the World just to complete my Metal Gear Solid 5 loop. I would just like to read these to you. And by read them, I think I will probably end up, at some point singing them just because I can't help but think of them in that tone. Actually, no, I think we've been going for like 5 hours. I've lost my sing juice, but like, seriously, the lyrics. We passed upon the stair. We spoke of was and when. Although I wasn't there, he said I was his friend. Which came as a surprise. I spoke into his eyes. I thought you died alone. A long, long time ago. Oh no. Not me. We've never controlled your face to face with the man who sold the world. And then the second verse, because there's only 2 verses, is I laughed and shook hands and made my way back home. I searched for form and land. For years and years I roamed. I gazed a gateless stare. We walked a million hills. I must have died alone a long, long time ago. And then the chorus repeats. And like, I don't think Nasu would have had this in mind, though. I don't know. Has Nasu ever said if he's played a Metal Gear Solid?
I don't know. He likes video games.
He seems like the kind of guy who would. But like, just that was what I mean. It's even more correct than the version that plays for MGS5 for things we won't get into because we'll play that day someday and we can dissect that one. But like, no, I was like, I read the lyrics over again. I was like, no, I was correct. These line up perfectly. This is that moment of like, we realize what's going on. Ash has realized what's going on, and just this is what happens. Ash is the man who sold the world. She wanted to save out everything and decided to cash out and preserve Britain at the expense of these fairies, and just did the Thanos, fuck it, I'll do it myself.
She tried. She really, really tried.
Okay, so this is a question Chad is talking about. Ash, the fairy who gave herself the name Morgan, because I do think that she was born with that name anyway. She is a fairy. She is separate. She is her own entity. She observed the information of it later. Castoria is effectively a iteration of that same fairy. If I were to guess, based on how this seems to be working, the reason why Castoria is an Artoria is because Ash made herself a Morgan. We'll get into this later, but remember, specifically, Artoria is only here because Ash didn't do whatever the fairy from Paradise is supposed to do. She switched up her moves, and so we needed a second savior.
That's right. Like, oh, this makes sense more. At first, they sent Morgan. They would send Morgan to do the thing because Morgan was all about
She was because remember also Holmes talked about this at the beginning of this part of Lostbelt. He asserts that Morgan Le Fay of proper human history was effectively 3 aspects.
Yeah.
She was Arthur's sister, the student of Merlin. She was a fairy, a trueborn fairy, with the authority of the Lady of the Lake, which, by the way, Artoria at one point says that her progenitor was the Fairy of the Lake as well. I think that may have happened during the Albion section, or may not have happened now, but it's there. And we're all talking about the spoiler of Ash being Morgan, so we're here already. But the third thing she is that Morgan was chosen by the land of Britain to inherit its primeval energy.
Yes.
So I think that Ash represents the Fairy of the Lake part of Morgan. She was sent from paradise to do the business. And then she decided, you know what? No, I have inherited this love of myself for the land. I will become the Queen of Britain.
And so to counter Morgan, the next time they sent one out, they sent an Artoria.
Yes. They sent the Pendragon. And this is why, by the way, Chad, I would like to say, I don't know if it's meant to be a spoiler, but I'm pretty sure that final stage Castoria's lines are meant to be important. The final dragon is within my heart. No destruction will touch us. Also, yes, no, they're deliberately meant to have similar skills. One has Charisma of Hope, one has Charisma of Desire. And then their Protection of the Lake is literally the same skill. It's just, what the other effects mean that probably have meanings in the story. But yeah, no, it's all like together about iterations and generations. And again, we'll discuss it later, but I think this is that like I said, Morgan's not right, or Morgan's not wrong, but she's not right either.
Yep.
That moment Artoria has when she straight up calls her out on this is true, right? Like at several times, Morgan tries to put off the responsibility for all the destruction she causes about the Child of Prophecy, of like, oh, Child of Prophecy, this is your fault. You chose to do this. And Artoria spits back, whoa, I didn't choose to be born. I am literally only here in this situation because you didn't do your job.
But also, I'm starting to think that what the job was?
Oh, do you have the concern that maybe the fairies are beyond redemption?
Yeah.
Perhaps they will never show remorse for their sin?
And I think
yeah. Spirit.
Yeah, so I'm a little concerned that if you do carry out the duty, something bad happens to, everything.
Well, I haven't done the pregame yet, chat. We'll see. We will see. It's bad though. It's bad. Like, again, the prophecy never says Morgan had to die. It's bad.
Yeah.
It's real bad.
Yeah. It's just like,
and you know what? We probably could have come to a different solution if Morgan had just fucking explained to us what was going on. But anyway, she wanted to be enemies. That was her choice. And again, like I said, she's not wrong, but she's not right. We're only at section 19. We're wrapping up on our thoughts though. Orkney though is that's the bomb. That's the spoiler. And I think I can say this actually. This is something from doing my pre-research and stuff I knew. It's a little hard to dodge if you go looking. That Summonable Morgan is future Ash, the future savior. But I still didn't realize like what that meant, because you don't understand why that transition happens until you see it and understand what's going on.
In my case, I know some spoilers about things. I won't say exactly which ones, but when reading this, I try to make sure that all that information is like the furthest thing from my mind. And so when I get to these things, I can make these connections and see where the story leads. And God, just every time a puzzle piece clicks into place, it's just like, why is this happening? I hate this.
Yeah. Knowing that a fact is true doesn't have that same impact as when, like I said, I could only think of the man who sold the world when Ash is having the speech with Mash. I knew that was the case. The story set it up brilliantly earlier, but I was still like, nothing prepared me for that punch of her having that conversation. But anyway, we got Mash out of the fucking icebox.
We did.
Take her out of the fridge.
The ice breaks and we cast Mash and we have a moment together. But then Mash shares what she knows, and Da Vinci puts together the timeline from there. Because Ash was there, Britain was able to survive this long. Morgan is still planning on wiping out human history though, so we still gotta fight. It seems that Habitat's role is over, and it's time we head to Edinburgh. Artoria privately has doubts.
Yeah.
Random ass Q upgrade, by the way.
Yeah, cool story buff. He's super cool.
Super
Powered
cool.
up. But yeah, Da Vinci gives us a recap. Shockingly, Mash seems to have found her groove. Like that speech that Ash gave her about fighting and conflict, right?
Oh, I didn't
seems
write
to have
that down.
resonated with Mash. Yeah, sorry. We should mention that. This I think leads to your point that no, that friendship was genuine. Because like Ash gives Mash, as we know, the many rhyming, the reason to keep fighting, and basically says like every living thing has, and this is true by the way, I like this speech. Every living thing has the power to hurt someone else, but we don't, because that's not what we want. The desire to bring, we have to decide for ourselves what we're willing to fight for, what we want to protect, what we want to, you know, take on, and that Mash needs to hit that resolution that she will need to fight to defend if she wants to protect these things that she cares about. And that's the same conclusion Ash has come to, the thing she cares about, Britain, so.
I do like that she notes that once you do that, Galahad will be glad to lend you his power again.
Which I think almost puts in a context of like, the reason why Mash loses access to Galahad's powers is not just because Galahad decides to take him away. He's like, Neener, you did the bad end. That's, I mean, that he comes across that way in the OVA. But, also, sorry, I'm getting hungry. We've been going a while. I'm chewing on a Starburst. I'm keeping us lubricated. But, I think it puts into context that Galahad worried or understood Mash wouldn't know what to do with that strength against Lostbelts. She wouldn't have the like resolve to do it correct. And only through these moments does she actually like, you know, come together and realize like, no, I can do this. But yeah, gives Mash her groove. I wrote down emotional damage because what I think happens with Habitrot, you wrote it as her story is, her role is over. I don't know if that's true because I'm still pretty sure she's holding on to the black barrel. Mash just says that she lost it, and we're like, oh, I bet Barry has it. Oh well. We never liked that thing anyway. But I remember how Ash said that information that was outside the loop would have to be removed.
Yeah.
I think that Mash's memories of Habitrot were the paradox that were lost.
Oh. That's right, because she doesn't recognize Habitrot when she comes back.
She's like, who's Habitrot? I remember Totorot. I don't remember these as the same people. And I think, because there's a point where like we're like, Habitrot, are you okay with this? And she's like, yeah, no, this is a plan I came up with Grim, right? And Grimmer's like, yep, must have been a plan I came up with. Like, I think Habitrot understood that by like turning herself to stone for a while and doing this, that like she would get to keep her memories of the loop, but Mash would lose them because that would be the paradox.
They both couldn't have the.
Yeah, because that, like I said, it would create a paradox. So Habitrot kept hers because she would need them in order to help Mash, and Mash lost hers. We will see if this comes back because I can future spoilers. I can tell you right now, you get one free copy of your Habitrot. So, no matter what, you get to keep a Habitrot. But yeah, so yeah, it's not the most emotional damage Habitrot has ever taken. I think she knew this would happen. But yeah, it's still spicy. But Section 20, the Chocolate Empire.
Edinburgh.
Which is spelled Edinburgh.
Yep. Artoria.
Also, that might be true, Robin. Saying she might remember because she wrote in her diary. I don't know if, again, Ash kind of implied that the information would be, like, Mash would have literally been Thanos snapped if she stayed, so I don't know for sure. But yeah, the diary can help.
So, Artoria continues to have doubts about her role in place. We get a lot of these.
She's working on her big thumb. She has to grapple with what being Morgan's successor really means, and I think she's starting to proc it.
Oh, that reminds me about something here. I didn't write it down because it didn't really make sense, but you mentioning the black barrel reminds me of something. But on the Ashen Shore, we catch up with Redra and make introduction, and Redra continues to sow chaos with his words by asking who would win in a fight between Grimir and Muramasa. This inevitably starts a conflict.
No, Redra, don't say that. By the way, chat, in case you're wondering, you can double match this fight, hypothetically. It's funny. You don't need to do it, but it is funny.
So after slapping the boys down, we load up and head towards Edinburgh. And this...
Hey, that anti-alter ego class can't come too soon, huh? Smile.
Smile. But you mentioned the Black Barrow reminds me that Redra mentions that Habatron has to ride on Redra's back for the trip. And Redra first thinks that she can't be that heavy. But once they actually do arrive, it's like, you're a lot heavier than you look. And I'm just like, wait a minute.
Oh. Yeah, that is. I didn't even think of that either. But yeah, no. You're right. It's probably because she's carrying the barrel. Redrabit would think that's heavy. That item is heavy both physically and metaphorically.
Yeah. But we head to Edinburgh, and Habatron says, it was just a tiny village, and it can't be anything much more now. Boy howdy, she is wrong. It is a metropolis.
It's fucking rad.
But we gotta go see Nocnaria, and Arturia is raring to go, shadow boxing in the street. Eyewitness report.
Fucking love that. Wrote that in all caps in mine. Eyewitness report. I love this. If I can take a picture of her shadow boxing in the street. Fuck.
We get surrounded by troops, and Arturia is really keen to start a fight, but that they were just here to escort us. Redrabit had already written a letter to make an appointment, which sounded more like a letter of challenge if I'm gonna be real.
Thank God. I mean, it is a challenge as well, but, you know, because knock is knock, she takes it on the chin.
Because apparently...
I'm just surprised to get, just get over there.
Apparently Nog was waiting for a battle as well. They really know each other well. I love this scene of it's just all black and Nog just running like, get the troops out of here. We're gonna look like doofuses.
Like, oh shit, she's coming quietly. She was gonna storm us. Shit, gotta get out of here. Gotta get out of here. Okay, I said no lackeys. And then we see that she hustled those guys out. We heard it. Oh, God, it's so good.
Oh, it's so good. But we do get our meeting with Nog, and we have a slight panic about what's gonna happen when she sees Ku. But nothing actually happens. A fact that Ku is actually quite excited about. I think I've come to understanding that Ku actually does like and is fond of Maeve, just can't handle her in large doses.
Yeah, I don't. Depending on what part of the story, or especially because after they're dead, I don't think Ku as a heroic spirit bears Maeve any ill will per se. But he is just not into her. Which naturally, that's why Maeve, the heroic spirit, is the way she is about Ku, because he is like the one man who always, flipped her off, and like she wants to have the one thing she can't control. Even her perfect version of Ku is, kind of an emotionally distant asshole, and also a giant dinosaur man.
Rawr.
But yeah, this is a refreshing tone of voice. I know a lot of people have actually liked this. That like. Nock kind of can stand on our own without being such a Ku simp.
Oh. So, Nocnaria is willing to work with Arturia, but she's going to be the one in charge, and there'll be no humans fighting because they are useless and die first in battle. So they're going to work in the chocolate factories until they die with full benefits and a pension. Arturia refuses this and challenges Nocnaria for it. Nock accepts this and slips in marrying Gus as a prize. Arturia misses that part. Mash does not.
Hold on a minute.
We find out that the way that Edinburgh determines its leader is with a chocolate making match. Devil Karen slides into the frame to be the judge.
Yeah. She said the V word. Haha, I'm in danger. And then when Karen power slides into frame, I'm like, oi, 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 oi. And then, we have a fight, and I'm like, that's it, you're going to space, kid. You're still a ruler.
What I found hilarious about this fight is Karen doesn't actually do anything.
Yeah, she's just the ref.
Yeah,
but
she just
taunts, and she has a charm on hit.
Yeah, no, I took out the fucking chocolate heart in one hit, and it was just me just slapping Karen after that. I was like, what the fuck?
It's almost like we instinctually understand that she is the true evil here. She must go.
Yeah, because I also sent them to space. But because it was AoE, it was like it hit everybody. So.
Yeah, it's what you do. Also, fun fact, Ashtarte is, I believe she herself is charm immune, and she makes your team charm immune.
Yes.
So, a lot easier to do the thing.
So after beating the qualifiers, Devil Karen tells us the rules, and we're given rooms to wait. We want Mash to help Arturia out, but first we gotta catch up with everything. Mash is basically a high server now that she is dual-wielding Galahad.
Superman.
After the leaves, though, we head out to sightsee. It turns out that something is weird about the city here, but we can't quite figure it out. But we also learned that Mab didn't accept defeat like she said, but because she was betrayed by her human husband and then pounced on by Ash.
This absolutely, by the way, sounds like the Ash we met. She finds out Mab has become heartbroken and immediately busts in to kick her ass. I can fucking... If I knew what Mab looked like, I could perfectly picture it. Like, I assume she's probably like a Maeve face, but I don't fucking know.
I want to imagine a curvier Maeve face. Like, older, more mature. Probably a little more built up, more warrior queen.
Yeah. Definitely still got the floof, though, because she was from the north.
Yeah.
It's cold up there. But yeah, just like, you know, just sitting there, weeping silent to yourself, and just boot.
Well, I want to say weeping because here it says writhing in pain.
Well, that's actually true. Yes, I think I understand. I mean, we get more context later.
We get more context. This story is part of the twist. We'll get into it later. But here they say she is writhing in pain. And Ash is all
and
like...
they just say the phrase of, like, her human mate betrayed her.
Yes. Where was I? We return to our rooms and try to tuck in for the night, but first Mash swings by to ask some advice for the chocolate. It's very quick and sweet, and I'm just like, heh, they're having fun over there.
Yeah.
Second, we are escorted, captured, by one Iken Drum.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I just kind of faced the camera there for a second. Who is going to take us to Noctaria, where she is gonna... she wants to learn about proper human history, and then have a moment where she can talk about herself and Mab, and you realize that she loves humans just as much as her predecessor did. And Mab's betrayal wasn't done out of hate or avarice, but from genuine love, which is just as cruel.
Yeah. Also, by the way, this Wee Woo Warriors, right, to take this tone with me, I probably would have gone for the window. He's like, come over here, don't go out that window.
It's like,
I need to start carrying that gun Kiritsugu got with me everywhere.
See, we need a gun!
But also, I like this where she, you know, she does talk about panhuman history, and she's like, weak little human of panhuman history. Tell me of your panhuman history, unless you're too scared. Here's my business card. Here's my resume. Would you like to look at my SSRs? Like, we never shy from telling people about panhuman history.
Honestly, we never really shy from people in general, now that I think about it.
It's probably because we live with infinite servants, 12 humans. Was Mash part of the name count there?
Yeah, I think she was, because she was mentioned as part of being part of the field op team.
Yeah. So, you know, we have untold servants, one Sion, and, you know, that's, and you know, 12 other humans to hang out with. It's not... Conversation is weird, okay? Like, it's later going to be a plot point by the fact that, like, part of the Master's thing, the reason why they've lived this long, is just we take everything fucking seriously all the time. Like, we don't have a non-game face. Every day is a game face to us. And like, yeah, no, this is probably why we were excited to talk to anybody new about anything. We gotta do shit, okay?
Oh, I didn't note here, but at some point, Nock asks what their proper human history person like. But he's like, wait, no, don't tell me. It's just gonna make me mad, and starts stamping her foot, and you're just like,
She says, "Oh, I'm gonna throw a tantrum," and I'm like, "Wow, she really did throw a tantrum."
I'm like, and I cannot but help feel fond of Nock Naria right here.
I'm so sad that Maeve doesn't have this costume yet.
Honestly, I would rather just have a whole nother Maeve and just be Nock Naria. I'm gonna be real, because Maeve is good in her own right, but just this different type of Maeve is... It's like I think you mentioned it before, it's like Princess Maeve, not Queen Maeve.
Yeah, while she thinks of herself as the queen, she still, and this is her whole story that we get dumped on us here, is basically, she feels like she has a lot to live up to. She is a successor. She is trying to be something. And actually, because we get this, note about, what happened with Mab. I feel like Mab is much more like a normal Maeve, it sounds like. She is basically driven to crazy extremes because of her passions.
Mm-hmm.
So much so that her human beau literally died because he couldn't keep up with her. She kept riding into battle for her people, and her human lover was like, yeah, I'll do that too. And he could not keep up because she was a freak show.
Yeah, he promised that he would always be by her side.
Yeah. And he died, and that was the betrayal, because he wasn't always there. Even then, that still only kept her down so long before she kept scheming, because there's a lot of talk about how Mab kept this in mind to, make this all work out. At some point, we learned that, the new King Clan fairy, Nocturia, was only born, 100 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
There was no King Clan leader for a long time, and because that was presumably because of some shenanigans Mab did. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. And then we try to go back to fucking bed.
We make it back to our rooms where we get our third visitor, Oberon.
Trolls us.
Yep.
He pranks us. He's like, you thought it was the door, it was the window.
You fool! God. He's checking up on us while skipping out on work. We talk about Artoria's burden and a bit about ours. Our Oberon's burden is quite a sad one too.
Yeah, he's looking for his ideal woman, and it's sad. His ideal woman is a literal bit character. He wants a person in the back, She's kind of important in her own way. She's here to bring joy, bring conclusions, but is still kind of in the backdrop, and he hasn't found her yet.
Next day comes around, and it's time for the chocolate making finale. It takes place in public. It looks like it's in the castle or the cathedral. I'm not entirely sure. It's got done up.
It's name dropped as the cathedral.
Ah, okay. I don't remember. It's quite the event. They do a little bit of a blow-by-blow and a play-by-play, and Toria brings a unique flourish to this contest. I can't remember what Devil Karen says exactly, but it was to the effect of, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Nocturia makes a majestic Edinburgh with 19 layers, but Artoria makes a heart. A simple heart. The fairies are bamboozled by the heart and love it! So Artoria wins.
They love new things. And as Da Vinci explains later, the fairies do not have an association with the heart as we understand it. The hearts are part of Nocturia's thing, even though she can't perceive them. The rest of them can, apparently. But they don't use the heart symbol, which doesn't resemble a literal heart, as that seat of soul or mind as we do. So they're just like, woo, look at this shit.
But Artoria may have done the thing where they stick all the ingredients in and not really consider the consequences. And so I quote, "The child of prophecy has made a super weapon, run for your lives!"
We all knew it. Chocolate is truly the worst.
It truly is. I do love the line where Nox is just all like, you're the kind of person that hears, what was it? 10 minutes on low is just 2 minutes on high, and Artoria just has the embarrassed face and just nods, and it's just like, oh, okay. The enemy is called Misbegotten Monstrosity, by the way.
Yes, and it's an evil hand with instant death bullets.
Jesus. The Choco fires an instant death beam at Naria, but Arturia jumps in to take it. She is knocked out and remembers talking about dreams with Nock back in Gloucester. She makes a good friend and rival with the only King Canine Fairy. Sorry, a little gaseous there. Arturia wakes up and the alliance between the North and the Child of Prophecy is finalized. Ku is going to stay back to help Naria, and despite well, this is where I mentioned this earlier, but despite how they normally act, Ku does seem to be fond of Maeve in all her iterations, but it is time to ring the last bell, onwards to Oxford. Along the way,
The
though...
last bell we know about.
Yes. Along the way, though, we are ambushed by human-like Moors. They scream bad news, and there's a lot of them. It is an ambush...
Moors, man! With the power to Moors. Also, this is the moment where I'm going like, there it is. It got worse. This is the moment.
It's an ambush by Babanshi, and she seems a bit more unhinged than she usually is. We defend her once again, but she decides to spring her trap and ends up trapping Arturia and us in a jar, the garden, and flees to New Darlington.
Yeah, my first thought when she showed up was just not even like mad at her anymore. Like the note I wrote is just, oh honey, this isn't gonna go the way you'd hope. That said, she cannot hope to defeat me. The circle of stall is complete. Blue card gang, rise up! I've got Mash back again. But then I have been trapped.
So we move on to section 21, Lost Will. We learn that no one likes Babanshi, and it's no wonder. She only knows how to be cruel and selfish, and when she thinks Morgan's disappointed, and her Babo's response is to be even more of the same. New notes, now that I understand things, I know why.
Yeah.
She doesn't understand what Morgan wants, and I'm pretty sure Morgan never really told her. Again, I understand a bit more now, so this doesn't necessarily ring true, but it's still very sad.
Yeah. Like, the way my version of this first bullet point is very similar. Everybody hates Babanshi. Not that she doesn't seem to deserve it for some of this stuff, because some of the things they say she did are like, supremely fucked up, and actively designed to piss everybody off. And this is, in fact, the intention, but it's also one of those things where you just go, like, okay, I understand this was your goal, but also, did you... When will you learn your actions have consequences? It's just, Morgan's not great at child rearing, but, you know, she's putting in an effort for some things. And,
Babanshi wakes up in bed, and she is starting to rot from the magecraft Barry has taught her. He is there, though, playing her strings again. Morgan may not be the best mom, but what Barry is doing is worse. He takes the mirror from her without actually explaining anything, and I'm pretty sure he's written off Babanshi in his mind.
Yeah, I literally, it's so funny. Like, I had my note about Morgan, and my same note on this is just literally, oof, but Beryl played this girl way worse. And my note is, I already think I can feel how this one is gonna play out. Not good.
So, we are in the Garden of Lost Will, an insidious trap meant to grind you away to despair and self-loathing. Arturia thinks she can get out eventually, but until then, she has to face a bunch of things she didn't want to.
Oh, hey, it's a Last Temptation type thing.
We then see what Arturia has been repressing this entire time. The fairies of Tentacle were not as kind and good as they were previously seen. Every memory has a bit more, something that turns their kindness into something cruel. There was going to be something more, but Arturia cuts it off rather than be trapped Excuse me. Arturia rather cuts it off rather than be trapped than face it. Remember we talked about how she just runs from everything?
Yeah.
But
now, on the one hand, I appreciate that she understands that she would not have a good time with this sort of will grinding, but you are right that she immediately is just like, nah.
But yeah, no, like earlier, I can't remember what exactly scene it was, but we see a lot of the fairies of Tatanko talking to her, like saying, hey, I got this book on etiquette, you can have it. But here we find it out, you can have it in your home, in the stable. Another one is like the mayor talking about how things are going to be rough. And it's really sucks because they sold all the treasure that she came with and not going to have any more to use. Another one was like her friend who's like, I'm not going to treat you like the child of prophecy. No, I'm going to treat you like the slave you are. I'm just like, oh my god.
Also, while that is the cutoff point, it heavily implies that the fairies of Tintagel tried to get her to kill Grandpa, the old man.
Yeah.
Who was Hector. He was the Black Knight.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not actually... One, I'm considering that guy was considered to be indestructible. I'm pretty sure she didn't succeed. Also, I think we saw him in flashbacks at Tintagel when wood was exploding. But still,
yeah.
Rough. Bad news. Especially because we know that Castoria likes grandpas. But yeah, fairies suck.
Fairies suck. We then move on to our suffering. We don't see the past, but we see an illusion. But it
highlights. By the way, before we, because Lucky's got such good flow to this, I want to throw my point ahead of time. This self-doubt thing we're going to talk about is very interesting because in our self-conscious healthscape, we insert Kadok as the superior one. We really are just alike. You know Kadok's version of this is just us, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's funny but sad.
So, told through the lips of others, we are told and reminded the fact that we were only just a spare. That there are other masters out there. That we haven't actually fixed anything wrong with the world yet. The fact that as we do this, we continue to burden ourselves only more and more and more. It brings us down to our knees, but we remember something that a doctor told us once. That everyone is constantly choosing between whether to go on going on or to just stop, and frankly, that's okay. That's the natural state of things. But even if it's hard and it seems to be the way to go, rather than just going for the game over, go for the game complete. Everything ends after all, and the best you can do is to try to do everything on your task list before it ends. We stand up, as we always have. Times like he has cried. 4.
Thanks, Doctor. Always there for me. I also, I want to say, I feel like, I don't know for sure, and maybe there's interviews about it, but I feel almost like this message from the Doctor, he doesn't even appear on screen, it's just his words in the caption, just Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like knowing this chapter was written by Nasu, it's hyped up that it comes directly from Nasu. I can't help but feel like this is the creator speaking to the audience as well.
Oh, definitely. I see it. I thought it too.
He's telling us that everything has to end. The game will be over. But not to be afraid, because whether it's meant to be literally like, we're going to try and do everything we can to give you a complete experience first, or just you'll know when it's over that it's complete. But yeah, like it's just a really great heartful moment to just get in here and like, yeah, no, it's a deep cut to that moment of just we're at our lowest, literally, bending and breaking, and then just like, remember the Doctor words. They also, by the way, do some really interesting and slightly freaky stuff with text boxes from you, as well as omniscient narration.
Mm-hmm.
I also find it very interesting, by the way, that last shot is a shot that doesn't even make sense. It's Oberon standing on the storm border.
Mm-hmm. I think it's weird. It's really strange. Because Oberon is the final person you see in this one, and talks to you, but it's a little strange because as you are breaking free, whether from internal force or external force, I'm not entirely sure here. He comments that, wow, resilient humans are way more resilient than I thought. I was like, and kind of lingers after the breaking effect.
Also, there are points where you talk to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, like there are moments where there's dialogue boxes that you clearly not picking, and then you also pick dialogue boxes. So yeah, it's very surreal and interesting.
Mm-hmm. Arturia, who has been watching our suffering this entire time and pitying us, is bamboozled at our fortitude.
Yeah, well, I have a mind of iron, baby.
Mm-hmm. But we escape the mirror, and Mash is there, and so is Pepe. They tracked
to the rescue.
They tracked us down and smashed the mirror. Mash was on the warpath apparently.
Yeah, Pepe says that she fucking ran from Edinburgh to Darlington
so fast that she was kicking up dust clouds. So she was doing the little thing where you just see the tiny dot just going across the screen as a big billowing like column of dust follows her.
You know, Lil Mash is doing it just like her deadbeat dad. It's the fucking meme from Monty Python with Lancelot. Just two dumbass fairy knights eating apples. Only, you know, she wouldn't stab him. She's just gonna smack him with her shield.
And probably apologize at the same time, like, sorry! But Mash was on the warpath, and Pepe had stepped in to help her slow her down. And they found us at the bottom of an underground sanctuary, and we're gonna have to fight our way out.
At the bottom of the suck hole.
Mm-hmm. Barry perspective, he remembers how he summoned Morgan, but she had seen through him at a glance. But he got who he wanted, and as long as he got to kill people, he's fine with it. He goes to sleep and wakes up in Fairy Britain with the Lostbelt weathered and Morgan no longer a servant. She says they can still pretend for appearance's sake.
Yeah, so once more from the top, we see it all, and then I just go, you fucked it up, Barrel, you had one job. Well, I literally told you one thing, kill this dumb Lostbelt. What did you do? You took a nap, you little bitch. All your fault. What a fucker.
Barry really did a number on Baba with her reputation and making her more cruel and hated. All for the kicks. Like, apparently, I don't like. Is this where it's mentioned? I don't remember.
Yeah, it's a little later. He
But
talks about his hedonistic side, his ethos. He's a hedonist. He only cares about like his own pleasure and stuff. And the things he cares about have to be either pitiful or interesting. His words.
And he found Babanchi one of those.
Yeah. So he sucks.
He sucks.
He sucks. He's never gonna stop sucking. This I will say. At least I appreciate about this writing. At no point does the Lostbelt and does Nasu ever try to convince me that Beryl doesn't suck. Every single time that we could come up with an excuse for how Beryl doesn't suck, or maybe, you know, something or other, it's just like, no, he just sucks.
He just sucks.
He's a shitty guy. He's just a scumbag. He fucking sucks. But there's also, we finally unpack a lot of plot stuff here as well.
Yep. It turns out that Morgan, when she was summoned, saw to destroy Brit and went, nope. And yeeted herself back to the past as information to her Lostbelt self in the past, creating a second timeline. She destroyed herself in the present, but saved Britain from annihilating itself. The whole world, including Barry, was probably overwritten that night, but Morgan was able to resurrect him somehow.
Stop, Morgan. You have violated the time law. That's right. It's a time crime.
Morgan has seen through Barry. He is a hedonist that only wants to fuck with things pitiful or interesting. By which he means things weaker than him or things he can twist or backstab. Because I'm pretty sure that is his thing. He never fucks with anyone strong with him unless he can get the fucking backstab on him. And like I say, he's not interested in us because we know we probably kick his fucking ass.
And that's also the other thing is he knows for a fact we will never let our guard down.
Mm-hmm. So we're not worth it to him. He can't get one over on us normally.
Yeah, he can't manipulate us no matter how it works. You know, we will never, you know, listen to his honey words, nor can he like make himself look weak enough to us, because that's the thing. We are physically we're probably are weaker than him. He apparently accomplishes some fucking magecraft bullshit in this story that we could not hope to do. But he will not be able to get one over on us, like you said. He can't hoodwink us, so there's no fun in it.
While Mash is talking to Pepe as they seem upset about something, we run into more of the human Moors, corpses from Darlington, where we have the most nothing fight I have ever seen.
Yeah, my notes were just Pepe has a bad feeling, and then so bad he stopped me from doing anything, I guess.
I didn't actually see what the debuff was.
NP sealed, skill sealed, and then all 3 of your card types are sealed, I think.
Yeah, everything is sealed, but do you remember, like, was there, like, a name of this debuff that popped before it all went off?
Oh, yes. Pepe, like, appears and says a line, "Wait, stop."
Ah, okay, so Pepe does it. Okay, thank you.
You go in to do the fight, and Pepe is like, "Wait, don't do that."
And just locks us up. Okay.
And we do the smart thing. We listen to Pepe. We freeze. It's just, I don't know why the fuck it was two pips long before they decided to call it. Anyway.
I mean, it was the most nothing fight, and it was very unsettling just to have them observing us. So I think it does give the opponent that they aren't going to actually attack us in a more mechanic sense.
Yeah.
But after the fight, Barrel appears, and man, that Pepe rage face is not one that I see often. Jesus.
He is upset.
He is very upset. But I'm gonna be real, I'll take Pepe the Killer over Barry the Cleaner any fucking day. Pepe has this thing about always talking himself down, how he's just a killer and a scumbag, and I'm just like, you just keep telling yourself that, buddy. It might be strange, but I don't care.
Yeah.
I think you're a good egg.
Oh, also,
okay, maybe not a good egg, but you're not a rotten egg.
This is important to note, it's not in the notes yet, but the reason why there are human wars is because your good buddy Barry has been doing some human experimentation and used his knowledge of curse magic to infect humans with the Moor's curse. Because remember, fairy corpses become the land, but human corpses, still we need to do corpsey things with them. So when Baban Shi accidentally caused a zombie apocalypse in regular Darlington, this was discussed earlier, and I do believe it was an accident. I think we saw in a flashback that she did not mean to do that thing. It was Grimalkin who wanted her to do it. He thought it was a joke. But Barry has cross-planted the Moor's curse into humans. And this is what caused me to do the note of, like, Morgan has a folly for Beryl as well. Beryl is truly untrustworthy. You cannot trust him.
You cannot let him out of your sight.
Marsbury must have been watching him, like, 24/7 or something.
Yeah.
Like, because you can't give him an order and expect him not to make his own fun with it. So, like, somebody must have been, like, trying to keep him on task the entire time. So yeah, I don't know what's up, but yeah, much like I said, technically everything is Barrel's fault because he decided to take a nap like a dumbass, but a lot of the bullshit we're about to run into later is Morgan did technically fuck up by deciding to, like, resurrect or recreate Barrel out of, like, thanks, pity, whatever, for summoning regular her in the first place to cause this whole time loop. And she should not have done that because Barrel is absolutely not worth any of that. Whatever emotion that was that she did that for, he was not worth it. He is a scumbag. He sucks.
Do you think she did it to preserve the timeline?
Maybe. But we would be after that. The end world is still after the tree is destroyed, so maybe not. I don't know.
I don't know, because she still says we can pretend to be it to maintain the relationship, even though there will be no need for her no need for it, like at all.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know,
We'll see.
but
Also, hey, thank you for the super chat, Aaron. Yes, this is the 6 hours. Not our longest assist ever, but we're still there.
we're still there, and we still got 5 sections to go, plus whatever's left of this.
Yeah. And also the pregame, because, you know, the Lostbelt comes out on Monday, so.
So Barry is gonna bring the entire place bring down the entire place on us. So we flee for the surface. Apparently, he doesn't want Morgan finding out about his human experiments. So we flee for the surface, but with the end in sight, Pepe stops us from going forward. Apparently, there's poison gas in the room, and it's gonna take 3 minutes for Pepe to shut it off. After 3 minutes, we open the door, and Pepe is there. It doesn't look like it, but this has cost Pepe something.
This is exactly what I put in my notes, by the way. It clearly cost Pepe something for those 3 minutes.
I don't know. Well, at the moment, I was just all like, did he have to use up his use something or burn something or? It's
There
something.
was a bloody splash as we opened the door.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm a little gaseous. Ooh, excuse me. Barry is at the exit and throwing a little tantrum that his game isn't working. For some odd reason, Pepe can't fight now, but we sure as hell can. Barry then plays a trump card, turning into Wood Woes.
Yeah, so first, Beryl makes it sound like the top of the stairs there was a saw trap or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, you didn't play my little game. But then we get Wood Woes 2!
2! I don't remember how I did this fight.
I'm kind of sad. Well, the first time is a fake one.
Oh, that's right.
I'm sad that no matter what, for these fights, though, there's not a special, boss theme. But again, maybe it's appropriate for a little waste fuck like Beryl to just be a fatal battle. Boy, even a grand battle.
Fuck off. Oh, that's right. It was a fake battle. That's right. After this battle, Barry is mocking us and gloating, and wounds Pepe, who was trying to sneak up on him. Turns out, though, that Pepe is going to play the reverse card on him. Pepe was carrying around enough Moore's poison for 500 people and put it all into Barry with a little extra on top. Pepe doesn't look too hot right now. In that previous room, there had been about 500 of the human Moors, and instead of having us fight them, Pepe took the burden all onto themselves, shouldering all the curses and poisons so that we would not have to. We fight Rudwos again. I 3-turned this with Vlad. It takes a monster to fight a monster at a time. Bet you think you're scary? Look at motherfucking Dracula.
I went a different route because he's a caster. Kets, crush his skull.
Also good.
Also, this dumbass trying to think he's better than Bumblebee. But yeah, no, this. Pepe was prepared to be fashionable, even to his dying day. He's the best at wet work, even though he says that he's 90% dead. Shine on, my crazy Senpai. Shine on. I'll build you the prettiest statue in Novum Chaldea, and then as we go into the fight, now to quote my boy Clive, I'll fucking kill you. He even bitches that it's not fair at the end, and I'm just like, no, it's not fair, you scrub. Now die in this dumb gutter you built. You built this death trap. You die in it.
Unfortunately, Barry runs like a fucking coward he is, and we're left with a dying Pepe. We don't want to leave them there. Leave them here. Fuck. But there's nothing we can do. Pepe wants us to think of them as a scumbag and our enemy, but we can't do that either. We have to go if we want to escape. And Pepe warns us that there is a true enemy out there, something to do with the great curse governing Britain. We go and leave Pepe to think about some bitter memories. And so passes Pepe, my friend and enemy, a scumbag, a villain, and one of the best senpais I have ever known. Times Lucky has cried. 5.
times Omega has cried? 1. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not kidding. This one really, really got me. I'm not sure. I've talked about it. I was a big, blubbery crybaby as a kid, so I don't really cry as much as an adult. But, like, this got me all the way. Blurry vision, and I actually, like, moisture left my eyes and started to cross my face, and I had to wipe it away. So it wasn't like, big sobs or anything, but, like, this is the most, physically anyway, anything has gotten me in FGO. I don't think this is the saddest I've ever been, but, like, something about this one just really, really, like, hit me in a certain way. I'm not sure how, but it did. And so passes Murangiaro. He may have been a scumbag, but at least he understood art. He was and always will be a real human. He a man. He a human man. Human.
All right, well, give me a second here. I think I can get Tamacat to 120 finally.
Nice.
If the RNG gods are good to me. And after that, I'm probably going to have to refill my fucking QP.
QP.
Oh, I don't have a... Actually, my Berserker team should actually still work for it. I just have to switch out. Alright, just... Oh! Alright. That's level 120 Tamacat with 18k health and 14k attack. That seems a little low on attack.
I think she's weighted more towards HP than attack.
Yeah.
Oh, his last words about David?
Means David knew that... Oh, sick.
Yeah, I think he says that David used his once-in-a-lifetime chance to travel Lostbelt to see Pepe when he was at his most fabulous, Like, it gave Pepe, like, one happy moment in his life he could reflect on. And be like, at least I got to be fucking hot once.
But also, remember, he knew when he knew his karma.
Yeah.
So he knew it was happening. That's probably why he was being a bit upset earlier. Maybe not. He didn't know exactly how it was gonna go, but he knew his time was coming.
And he also knew that like that's also I think why he knew to take on certain things without us, because he knew it would be his time and not, our time. He also did specify, by the way, that he will not reincarnate.
Yeah.
This is his soul's last iteration.
Let's see here. What to do?
In case you forgot that humans can suck, we get more flashbacks to the clan, and they're kind of butts.
Let's see here.
Oh, if we're talking about Pepe saying there's a true enemy, well, we've already been talking about this. There's something wrong with this island. I'm fairly certain that it was described earlier that we have no earthly idea what a Moors is. So I think they are unique to this Lostbelt.
Hang on 1 second.
Yeah.
I need to set this up.
We'll rattle those bones to move on to 22.
So there goes this, and then...
I mean, I've always kind of thought that David is probably not the worst guy. He's just probably a weirdo.
I forget, is Medusa's monster strength her first or her second skill?
Second.
Second. And then, oh shit, I forgot to...
Her first skill is her Mystic Eyes, I believe.
Mm-hmm. We do not know that, Mr. Dennis Cardone. We don't know shit about David. That's his thing.
I mean, like, we already know that he showed up to do that moment with Pepe, but still, like, he's doing his own shit. The burning god in the giant pit. Yeah, it's probably something to do with the guy. The fairies have done original sin. I don't think Moors are rulers, actually. Normally. They are Avengers or Berserkers.
All right, I think that should do it. Done. And then we'll do writers. And then, let's see. Preferred cards. Bella Lisa. Max limit broken. Back. Okay.
Yeah, the Moors are clearly some kind of... I mean, they use curse damage, so they're curses.
Curses. All right, let's start service up again.
When they don't...
For Joe!
You know, do their thing. Because there used to be a king of the Moors as well. I mean, that's fair. One time I thought David would be all right and would carry on his plan.
Mm-hmm.
So, David is probably okay, but that's the point, is that he's a weirdo.
Yeah.
He's kind of unknowable until I'm sure we write about him. In that case, he will be somehow knowable. But maybe not. I don't know. Maybe they'll stick to their guns.
Like I said, well, Dame thought, you know, fucking Barrel would get the job fucking done, and look how this happened. Look how that turned out. Alright, but I fired up, so I hope you're ready to hear a lot of Blackbeard.
I hope they're ready too.
Yeah. They might have been. There might have been a ruler in there, but I don't remember. I do remember I did have to pull out a fucking... I had to pull out a fucking Avenger at some point. I know it was with Devil Karen, but I think it was another time too. But, so, after that, the rest of the game has tracked us down in the meantime and come bearing news. The Round Table Army has captured Oxford and we can ring the bell at any time. Orkney has been taken through negotiations. Apparently the lack of wood woes and the Child of Prophecy ringing bells was a key point in getting them to surrender. They weren't... Why are they firing fucking fireworks? At 11:20 p.m. You little shits.
On a Saturday. For you. On July the 8th.
Sorry. I just heard one go off. Where was I? Ah. They weren't sure what to do with the Fang Clan when Miriam came and she will take them in and even join in the war effort. Percy thinks this is great. I want to shout at him that he is a fool.
Yes, so the titles just keep more and more on us. This is section 22, the final night.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't actually say that. Blech.
Yeah, we got that part. I mentioned we were going to do that, though, so it's okay. Now I just... Oh, my sweet loved boys, you are trusting. Why did you do this? But alrighty.
Did I forget something? They should have taken only 3 turns. Whatever, I'll fix it later. I'm not too fussed about it. Cause money. Okay. So we cut over to Miriam and Koyaskayan over at Gloucester, where Miriam is about to do something, and Koyaskayan tries to caution her against it. Miriam says, "How about I do anyway?" And Koyaskayan remarks that wise people making foolish mistakes always lead them to ruin. Miriam goes out to meet the Fang clan, and they are ungrateful louts and are already plotting a takeover.
You know, on second thought, maybe these Fang boys deserve what's about to hit them. Fairies really don't change their natures easily, do they?
No. Oh, Giant Murian, be still my heart. Like, I do like...
Giant woman, the Nasu special move.
It's like, except for that one face, I'm all like, no, this is good. You know the face that I'm not about. I don't think anyone's about that face. Ugh. And the BB's theme arrangement only amplifies the fact. I don't actually know if this track is in-game or if it was specially done for this scene. But, just the...
Yeah,
just
very
the,
deserved right now.
The very slow...
excellent arrangement.
Yeah. But actually, it's not Giant Murian. It's Tiny Fang Clan trapped in a... something. I don't remember. I think she said it was like a garden or something. It was...
Yeah, when she's talking with Koi and Sky about what she's built, she talks about, like, the water and the placement and stuff. And I think she built, like, a little dollhouse at the moment.
So Murian gets her revenge for the massacre of the Wing Clan. Koyaskaya sees the fall in Murian and decides this is not what she wants in a client.
Yes, the Fang Clan are important to the ecosystem, so Koi and Sky decide that it's time to bail on this clan.
Because they are the Fang clans were normally the only ones that can really fight the Moors, and while you can understand where Murian has come from, she did just kind of maybe potentially fuck over future efforts here. Actually, have they ever mentioned? Like, I remember it was Woodwoes and the Fang clan that took out the Wing clan. Do you ever? Did they ever mention why they did that? I don't remember.
I think there is a flashback with Woodwoes later that talks about this, but he basically says that the Fang clan's nature is frenzy. When they get too worked up, they can go to extremes, even if they are regrettable. And that's what happened with the Wing clan. The Fang clan got too worked up and decided to just take him out. For what it's worth, as much as he was a bad boss in a lot of other ways, Woodwoes said that he was sorry about that, and that's why he started opening restaurants.
And apparently made them vegetarians, too.
Yes, he tried to figure out how to cull their predatory urges to keep them from freaking out. If only he had told Murian this. But alas, fairies are, much like humans, are also shit at communication.
So Orkney's bell is wrong, but we have no idea where the last one is. It's finally brought up that we don't know what the bells are, and Mash fills us in. They are the dead bodies of clan leaders, apologizing and recognizing the child of paradise. When they are lost or broken, a new one is made from the last clan leader. At hearing this, Artoria panics and asks where Gareth is, and we get a message at that moment. Londinium is under attack.
Yeah, bad news bells.
Remember when I was saying that it feels like Artoria knows a lot more than she's letting on? This was that moment.
Oh, I much like how I figured out that Gareth was actually Mirror Clan.
Well, yeah, you figured that out, but
pretty early. I think Artoria knew that a lot longer. I mean, I guess logically, if she was the last one left, that would make her the de facto clan head.
Yeah.
But yeah, Artoria at this point seems to have gotten a little... She fully understands the baggage that we're dealing with here. But, you know, keep on keeping out.
Over back in Londinium, Gareth comes under attack from rebel soldiers. The rest of the castle is under attack. Percy probably should have been a bit more selective in who you let allowed in your army after a big victory. It's the best time for spies and sleeper agents to get in.
Yeah.
Gareth is determined to protect Londinium and gives it her all. Someone familiar lands in front of her, though, and attacks her. Gareth is knocked out and awakens later to see Londinium on fire. Seeing this scene, Gareth remembers. She was Ansel, the Mirror clan leader. She has seen a scene like this before, but she has no time to grieve, though. She has people to protect. Times Lucky has cried 6. Night of Londinium is hell of a drug. Why did they have to use this music in Sprite, too? Like, Gareth doesn't speak, she just defends the place she cares about.
Yeah.
Just like a certain human kings whose shade we fought not too long ago. It's a battle already lost, but it's a fight you cannot lose. Literally. And then I have a bullet point after this. Oh, this is why it's called Final Night.
But yeah, so a few notes here, you know. Gareth mad, much destroy, but can she stand up to the light of the lake? No. Also, hey, who does the light of the lake work for? Who could have done this? There's literally 2 people, and this doesn't seem like one of their styles.
No, you're right. You're fucking right.
I mean, it's very simple. Lancelot answers to literally only 2 people, and I'm gonna be real with you, Chad. I don't think this is Morgan's call. She would have just, you know, appeared overhead and been like, "You're dead," and they would have gone, "Oh shit, we're dead," and like.
I didn't parse that, but you're right.
No, I didn't parse this at all originally at first, but then I thought about it and I was like, wait a fucking minute. Literally, Lancelot listens to 2 people. The second person is Aurora, by the way, chat, not to put too fine a point. The only people's orders she's ever obeyed have been Morgan's and Aurora's. But yeah, so it's very interesting here. Somebody said this earlier, but I, you know, had to keep, I didn't want to get ahead of myself, but so, you know, she remembers that she's Ainsel, you know, possibly a new version of her, or maybe the original. We're not sure. Leader of the Mirror Clan, but she took on the name Gareth. So does that make her Tamlin Gareth? Maybe. But yeah, we have truly unlimited guts, and oh, it's painful.
It's very painful.
But yeah, no. Specifically, what Lucky's saying, by the way. First of all, there's a special damage sprite for this. How dare?
How dare?
We use the map theme arrangement as the battle theme, and as you said, there is no dialogue. Gareth says nothing. It's just defense, just victory, win. And in some senses, she does win.
Mm-hmm. Gareth finds him off and makes her way to the command room to stop the bomb that they had planted because they just want to be that thorough. Actually, now that I think about it,
they do use Enforcement Knight, which is what Aurora used earlier.
Yeah, no, and they're also called Rebel Army. Specifically. They're not like, you know, Round Table Army. I was wondering about that.
Shit, wasn't that what Aurora's forces were called earlier at the
yeah.
Part 1 as well?
Yeah, no, like I feel really dumb all of a sudden.
Damn! They played us like a goddamn fiddle!
No, that was actually way more obvious now I think about it.
Foreshadowing. Ha! I'm Kaz mad right now.
Yeah, because like I said, I noticed that when I was reading it, and I thought it was weird, but now that you mentioned it, I was like, oh, fuck, it makes perfect fucking sense. Son of a fucking bitch. Ugh.
I mean, both rebel armies, both quote-unquote, you know, that rebel army and the Round Table army use Roman soldier sprites as well, but yeah, the Enforcer Knights are hers only.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking, like I said, I wasn't really thinking about it.
That said, that part doesn't come until the cleanup, but yeah, no. Morgan uses Queen's Knights, which are different.
Yeah, that's right. I'm an idiot. Ugh. I was too emotional.
I mean, it's hard to think critically about parts of this, okay?
Like I said, I literally did this at a combination of last night and today. Ugh. Gareth fights him off and makes her way to the command room to stop the bomb. I said that already. She finds it and yeets it out the window, hitting the fleeing rebel army guys on the way out. You know, 3 points.
Couldn't happen nicer.
She hears the bell ringing though and knows that Percy is on the way. Things have turned out the way she knew they would again, but she isn't sad this time. And so passes the final night, the night of Londinia. That evening, we are laying the dead to rest. There are no survivors. Victoria has taken Gareth's body to the belfry and wants to be alone as she rings the sixth bell. Percy takes up Gareth's lance, saying he'll return it to the one who deserves it most.
He's ready to return the lance. Also, I feel like there's a silent admission here that whether it's because it'll kill him or because he won't be able to do it. But at some like Percy picks up the lance, and it's not the spear of selection, the spear that he can't use to be singed. So I feel like he's thinking about like that spear's not gonna work. He's thunking.
Oberon looks upon all this and said the conclusion is almost upon us. Section 23. Eve of the decisive battle.
Well, actually, yeah. I'm about to say, Oberon says we're almost to the finale, but we all know that's not true, yeah? Eve of decisive battle 2!
In Camelot, Morgan forces are assembled, and Nocnaria makes a call to deliver her the declaration of war and is not kind about it.
Nope.
It's day 44, and we're having a strategy meeting of sorts. Nock wants a throne, and seems it's a literal want. We discuss the plan of attack, but are shoot out while the brains and the leaders hammer out the details. We visit Mash and affirm our will to fight, even if it's just for the reason that we promised to help.
Yep. I'm gonna stick this one out. Also, hey, we still haven't solved the problem where humanity might explode.
Nope. Percy remembers his past, that he was bought by Woodwoes, who was trying to repress his bestial nature. Percy didn't think of Woodwoes at the time as cruel, just kind of a dude. He remembers how Melusine had doted upon him and had fallen in love with her, and how she had been tricked and used, and in the despair that followed. Percy does not fight for such good things as he has claimed, but rather just to free her from the pain and despair. It's revealed that Otoria is having such a hard time around people because she still has Fey eyes, which let her see through lies and the reasons behind them, just like Morgan.
By the way, this is what I'm going to say. I bet this is how Morgan has reigned for 2,000 years up until now. She's really hard to fuck with. I think this is why some people don't go to Camelot anymore. And also, this is probably why Beryl was able to get away with some shit, because I don't think Beryl lies. He just redirects.
Yeah. Muramasa thinks about how we've been through some crazy shit together, and we asked if he could just stay with us. He's flattered, but it's not in the cards this time. But he isn't worried about it. He'll leave it to another him.
Joke's on you, Muramasa's already in my Chaldea.
Yep.
I've used it a couple times.
Artoria and Oberon chat where no one else can see or hear them, and they call each other out on all the lies that they have been saying.
And this conversation, and I think the next conversation, just remind me of the line, the only way you can tell who is good is when it's all over.
The next conversation is between Bargus and Tamlin and Lancelot, as they talked about their views and why they fight, and it's no surprise, but they aren't very compatible. Baba was dying a slow, lonely death in the castle, and I hate this. Like, I wanted to slap her around a bit, tell her that she was wrong about everything, but, you know, actually make her confront this, not this.
Oh, he's bad.
And like a fucking festering wound, Spriggan appears, and I hate this even more.
My only notes to this effect is, oh no, Spriggan, what are you doing? This is a terrible idea.
Woodwoe seems to still be alive, somehow? And Aurora...
Local Woodwoe's too angry to die, no heart, but he keep on trucking.
And Aurora lies as easily as she breathes.
Well, hey, that's an interesting thing. I put in my notes that Aurora shows her true colors as well, but, does Aurora lie? Because if she lies, surely we're going to be able to see that at some point during their history. I think this may be why she has that we talked that thing about with Coral earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, good fairy, bad fairy, trying to be the center of attention. I think maybe that's why she does that, because she doesn't lie. Coral says, "Oh, Aurora told me to do this," and Laura's like, "No."
No, I'm pretty sure she did, because Aurora said, like, Aurora straight up tells you, no, the queen didn't. Like, the queen didn't send the ring.
Aurora lies to Woodrose.
Yeah.
In a direct sense, she tells things that are not factually correct, but I feel like that can't be the only way she approaches things.
Well, I guess it's the other thing. Does fucking she actually believe that? I guess if she thinks it's the truth, it's not a lie. It could be.
Oh God, is that her weird fairy superpower? Is just she's so airheaded that she thinks everything she says is the truth because it's all about her.
Oh, that'd be so fucked up, but it makes sense because she might not have known what actually happened to Reinforcement, and just assume that Morgan fucking didn't send them because that fits her ideas of how to get to fuck over Morgan better, and just ran with it. So while technically what she said is factually incorrect, as per her view, it's not a lie.
Yeah, she doesn't understand that there's anything wrong with that.
Okay. Now that we got that conundrum out of the way, and I am getting a headache from how much I am starting to hate this woman. In the few hours before dawn, we talk to Oberon. He speaks about how he is always angry about things, mad at the people who treated the past, and treat Story. But he doesn't hate Morgan, in fact respects her for bringing her own fairy tale to life, but it's for that exact same reason that he has to bring everything against her. Oberon says, though, that his part is done, and the rest is up to us.
Is your part truly over, Oberon? Is the fat lady singing? I think Oberon, not only does he lie to us, to himself sometimes. We'll talk about that when we get into this, because it's time for the big bonk. That's our last note before section 24.
The final section of Lostbelt 6 Part 2, Section 24. Morgan. It's morning and the BGM is going wild. Noctaria gives a hell of a speech and isn't afraid to call us out for things her naming sense is a bit weird. Yep, I love her.
Yeah, so first of all, my first thought when we got here is 7 pips, huh? Well, I come bearing neither salvation nor absolution. But also, I think this is the final mix of the map theme. This has the most instrumentation.
Oh yeah. Apparently, no one informed Oberon that we made a secret backroom deal with Bargis, but with both sides' forces so easily matched, having her turn will tip the balance heavily. We clash with Bargis while Muramasa and Grimir deal with Lancelot.
Yeah, this is the point where I jotted down that another earlier point as well. But, this is where we inform Oberon that we flipped Bargis, right? Mm-hmm. And he says, damn, my lie about no casualties might become real. A lie might become the truth. Another line that was said in Act 1.
Mm-hmm.
It's all coming back, baby. This is something I said off-stream earlier, but to refresh this point really quick. The freaky thing about this Lostbelt is, like, they add so much story, add so much layers, but also this feels like the normal point where a story would wrap up in FGO, right?
Right.
Like, all the themes are coming back, and then it's not gonna end. A thing happens.
Mm-hmm.
Chills, man. That's crazy. All right, okay.
So, we clash with Bargis while Muramasa and Grimir deal with Lancelot. The fight with Bargis is over as soon as the ads are taken care of, and I had a surprisingly simple time with Lancelot with Yagyu, Tamamo, and Castoria. Yagu's ability just to inflict attack down really made her fucking MP hit just like a wet noodle. It was actually quite interesting.
Yeah, that's a good one. So, just some general boss thoughts. By the way, this is when I realized the Queen Knights have the skill named Ash of Orkney.
Mm-hmm.
When those 2 knights are supporting Bargis. I wonder how Bargis and her 2 knight buddies feel when I roll up Main Street with their boss, a gun goddess, and Mash in my crew. Just like, sup. But, then we go on to Tamlin Lancelot. Time for a rematch. I did note that she says, I'll fight at my full strength. She says, still being Tamlin Lancelot.
I think.
But then it's time. Saber. The Necromancy CE came in clutch for me. I did actually fuck up my team comp choices a little bit at points. I mishandled my skills, but it didn't matter because thanks to Necromancy, Mordred lived through like 5 Innocence around dice just all on her own.
Oh Jesus!
Just kept gutsing, baby. Shishigo got my back. Just blam, blam, blam. Spicy. I thought I was gonna have to reset, but no.
So Tamlin Lancelot is just a lonely heir's head, but she'll kill you if you say that. She realizes that something doesn't add up here, and just as she does, word travels that Bargus has joined our side. Lancelot totally has not run away at this point, and she'll kill you if you insist otherwise.
What a sassy child.
I low-key adore her. I haven't really, like...
Oh, yeah, no, from what I've seen of using her and her stuff, she's great. Like, she's got all the, like, greediness and, like, spiciness you would expect from being a dragon, but then also all of the, like, you know, fairiness as well that the others have. She's pretty fun.
Just a sassy, lonely airhead. With Bargus on our side now, we can push into the castle. Oberon's gonna stick with her though, so it looks like we're keeping an eye on her and it puts the other troops at ease. Everyone else pushes forward.
Why does Bargus call him Oberon the traitor anyway?
Tamlin Lancelot is in the air, and she remarks about how none without sin should be able to pass the gates of Camelot, but Morgan still allows fairies to pass through it. Tamlin Lancelot calls it her one act of mercy that they've trampled all over. She's about to start decimating troops, but receives a wind tiding from Aurora and stops what she is doing. During a lull in battle, we caution ourselves about Morgan's Rongo, but the soldiers with us have never seen it used or even heard of it. It's then that we realize that Morgan has never used Rongo inside of Fairy Britain. That makes us wonder then what she's doing with all the magical energy she's gathering.
There's definitely a fight in here somewhere where you have to fight some more Queen's Knight casters, and I'm just like, class casters. It's time for my 5-star riders. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you know how many riders I have? I have lots. And then we cut to the throne.
We got to the throne room, and in there, the Camelot fairies are getting restless and concerned Morgan. And getting concerned, Morgan decides to stand up. And decides to take to the field herself.
God, these cretins all suck. Morgan, please use them as human shield. Please.
I mean, she was planning on using them on this fucking land fodder, so nah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, Morgan, I would much rather you have sent me to fucking murder their asses before you got up from your chair. I would have done it with an honest-to-God smile on my face. The courtroom... I mean, we'll get into it later, because they really suck, but the court fairies are like... The Camelot guys are the shittiest fuckers. I hate them so much.
I bet Morgan just keeps them around to remember why she fucking hates fairies.
That's her hate battery. Her bitterness pill. Right, yes, that's why I get up every morning. To fuck over these guys specifically. Right. Wait, I don't sleep.
Honestly, I don't think she ever gets off the throne.
No. Beryl does imply that she takes a nap at one point, but no, I do not think she leaves the chair for reasons. Possibly related to the giant pit that's just outside her window from her chair. The one with the god in it. The god on fire. The fire god.
Back on the ground, though, we are getting turned... Hey, there it is! Made it to fucking 9. One more, and I'll have Bonta and Castoria. Back on the ground, though, we're getting turned around by Camelot's moving partitions. Apparently, they can move around to confuse and delay troops. And we learned about a Wind Clan technique. The wind tiding sends messages on the wind. Usually they are unsecured messages, but if there's a powerful Wind Clan fairy, they can send them privately. As we talk about this, ash starts falling from the sky. Can we just talk about this entire fucking mood here?
Yeah, I was just like, oh, it's raining ash like snow.
Morgan comes up and talks a strong game. I don't remember entirely what she said, but I just remember being like, oh.
Yeah, she just appears herself out of nowhere and is like, Ah, hey, it's you guys. I'm gonna get you.
I don't remember exactly.
But also, this is where the boss track hits first, and I'm like, whoa, we got real serious here. There's a one-woman whale and everything.
Oh yeah. I don't exactly remember now. I should have probably written it down here, but I was a little salty because, as usual, I had to use a stone one turn from victory. I hate that.
My stone pick was a little earlier. I think it was on her last break bar, but yeah, no. It's a pretty tough rumble. You gotta balance out your factors and your debuff clears, but got in there.
After defeating Morgan, she tells us to think about what Chaldea is and what it's race shifting for, and then she vanishes. We don't feel good about winning, especially since we didn't get any answers. I know it wasn't the moment, but I kecked a little bit about Da Vinci being like, wait, what the fuck? You can't just leave and not tell us anything. That's not how this works.
Yeah, no, and I love that because that's the I feel like this is the way the game signifies, hey, it's not over.
Yeah.
Like, that's the last real fight of the Lostbelt.
Oh, yeah.
It's not, you're not done. That's not the conclusion. There's more to go. Because we defeated one Morgan easily enough. But now she has multi-Morgans. I also put this down on my notes, like, as we're busy being like, oh, we beat her? We killed her? That was real?
What?
Ash was seemingly killed in, like, every little which way by now, and Bash may have told us that. We know it's not that easy.
Nah. I think she said there was only one way that she hadn't been killed yet, and I can't remember what it was yet. Was it poison?
Yeah. Which, hypothetically, may remain true.
But Oberon bursts into the scene, yelling, fly, you fools. A lance of light falls from the heavens onto him as he pushes Arturia out of the way. Morgan's voice echoes, and she takes aim at Percival. Mash once again stops the lance. I actually don't know if this is Rongo, but I'm assuming it's Rongo.
I don't know if it's the real Rongos. It's definitely her extra attack, which is maybe like a Rongo Light.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's an animated cutscene for this of just Morgans in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
She can fly twice as high. Take a look in a book. Royal Rainbow.
Morgan reappears and tells us to look towards the sky. Oberon realizes that Morgan never needed an army in the first place. She is stronger than every soldier here combined. The fairy rushes to save a girl who is full of faults.
Oh yeah, actually that's a good point somebody in chat brought up. At one point she the boys are like, "Oh, hey. Like 60-something of your knights have betrayed you." And she's like, "Don't worry about them. They're all dead." And people are like, "What? How did you kill every traitor knight in one day?" That's how.
But, yeah, no, apparently Morgan can just make full ability clones of herself and just send them out. Morgan's still on the fucking throne right now.
She's standing up from her chair, but she's still in the room.
We cannot stop Morgan, and she beats us soundly. Before she can strike this final blow, she vanishes, and we hear Aurora's voice on the wind.
So this is the moment I want to talk about earlier. We have this great big clash, right?
Right.
There's this conversation about, like, you've brought this on yourself. You were the only one to defeat me. Everybody takes a dive. Even we, the Master of Chaldea, are like, okay, you used up too much of you. Snap time now.
Mm-hmm.
And, Morgan is talking up, like, I'm going to get you, foolish child of prophecy. Everything that happened here, this is all your fault for ringing those stupid bells, and they're all going to die because of you. And Arturia fires back. Remember, she's Trash Talk A+. She's like, hold on a minute. I didn't choose for any of this to happen. I am only born here because you did not complete your mission, which I think Arturia now knows what that mission is. Even though she's not saying it out loud. Whatever the Fairy of Paradise is supposed to do, I think she understands. She's just, not telling us. And Morgan doesn't really have she doesn't have a chance for a comeback, but she doesn't even try. She, like, starts charging up her blast first. And it's like, I don't know. I think this is maybe one of Morgan's problems is that future knowledge attachment. I feel like maybe the reason why she got so spicy with Arturia was because she was Artoria, and Morgan is Morgan. Like, she knows that information about their rivalry, so she's just like, oh, this kid thinks she's fucking King Arthur, right? Well, I'm gonna show her. And that's just not what it's about. And it's kind of sad and unfulfilling, because I think that's intentional. That moment, like, that's a lampshade when Da Vinci calls it out, but that is an intentional emotional response for us to go, wait a minute, it can't be over. I still have so many questions. But yeah, we snap back to the throne room.
For right now, guys, I am done playing FGO, so it's just going to be Morgan looking at you with Sun in the Abyss playing in the background.
Where'd you step?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, also I put in this note, Oberon is down? Question mark?
Question mark?
But yeah, also, by the way, I put this in my notes. If you're paying close attention, Lucky was probably in a fucking fugue state, so might not have caught this, but I was like, you can tell this fight is fake because it only costs 5 AP.
Oh, yeah, I did not realize that.
Yeah. I was looking at it later, because obviously, I guess, pregame, so I knew that this fight that you're supposed to lose, but I was just like, wait a minute, 5? 5 AP? That doesn't seem right. No, it's because it's the fake one. But yeah, Aurora picks her moment. Ugh, first sneeze in like 7 hours.
We're almost out of here, Omega.
Yeah, by the way, I'm going to warn you, I think the audio is going to have to wait because I think something has gone wrong. My Audacity is only saying we've been doing this for like 5 hours. I'm not sure how. I don't know if something got lost somewhere or it lagged out, but I'll probably have to pull the stream archive and re-export that audio. Also, if it's like, whether it's 5 or 7 hours of editing, it's almost 3 a.m. So, but yeah, don't worry, I got a little bit more work to do.
Yep.
But Aurora has picked her moment, and so is Deadwoes.
Yep, because Woodwoes has appeared in the throne room and asked Morgan a question. Morgan tells the truth, as always, but it falls on ears filled with lies. It's too late, though. Woodwoes attacks Morgan and is knocked off her throne, laying into her. Morgan stops him and gives him words of comfort. He realizes what he has done too late and begs forgiveness. He turns into a Moor and vanishes. Morgan gets up and starts making her way back to the throne, but Spriggan stops her, blocking her way with knights. I didn't like this. At this moment right here, every cell in my body was telling me not to go on, that I'm about to see something very wrong. I hated it, I feared it, and I recoiled against it. But I go on. I just have it in this next note. I had put it in all caps because I was in a fucking moment here. But I wish to yell at Spriggan, what other nations, Spriggan? This isn't Japan. The world is gone and there's nothing out here but innocently evil fairies that will cut off their nose to spite their face.
Yes. Spriggan has picked his moment as well, but he's playing dirty, as always. And he's got a really weird opinion of nations. As I said, I think Spriggan's fatal flaw is that he has assumed that Fairy Britain is like regular Britain. And while it's certainly going to bite Morgan's ass first, it may end up biting his ass someday too.
Oh, that
Probably
dude's
someday
dead.
pretty soon.
Oh. Spriggan brings Bao and Chi before Megan, chained and almost dead. Morgan freezes and is cut down. Morgan has been on a very, very long journey just to find a place that she can call her own. Alas, poor villain. Aurora lies as easily as she breathes. This she's fucking lying in.
Yes.
And Ash is once again betrayed by the clans.
Yeah, that's, in my notes as well. Very similar. Ash is once again taken down by an ungrateful people. But also, Aurora, you're on the top of my list. I can only hope this need for absolution means that Aurora can receive some admonishment for her sins. Yep, you got the note. Go on.
I got a note here, and it's very short and simple, but fuck Fairy Britain.
All my homies hate Fairy Britain.
We learn of Morgan's love for Balbanshi. Apparently, during her journey as Ash, Morgan met one person that would thank them for helping her, and made it her work to try and give that person happiness. But no matter what she tried, that girl will always end up maimed, killed, disfigured, and pain. So she told that child that instead of trying to be good and kind and help others, she needed to be cruel and sadistic and lord it over others. It worked, but it didn't.
Maybe too well. Yeah. My note here is just, Morgan, I see what you were going for, and maybe your parenting was a little too good. I thought you were kind of bad at this before, but no, it was very effective. I think it makes sense that Balbanshi is this role because literally Balbanshi just means fairy woman, fairy girl, right? She's said to be a vampire, kind of similar to the phrase Lenanshi, which just means fairy wife. So, like, the fact that her normal form as a fairy, her normal purpose is kind of like, codependent, maybe even almost parasitic, makes sense. But yeah, it's just she realized that there wasn't much juice left in Balbanshi, and she had a long way to go, and she tried to get her to convince her to be hateful, be cruel, destroy fairies, and it worked. But oh man, did it make it way too easy for some of this bullshit to work.
This broke me a bit. This was me, hands in my face, just sobbing for a while. My note here is times Lucky has cried 6, 7. I don't know anymore. I think haven't stopped for a while. Because here, I didn't really mention it because I really didn't want to think about it. But with Aurora's proclamation lying as easily as she braves, basically places all the blame for everything at Morgan's feet. Which, if I'm going to be honest, isn't incorrect, but also is not correct. Aurora tries to paint...
I'll loop back around to this with my super point I've got at the bottom here, but yeah.
Aurora tries to paint Morgan as this selfish, cruel individual that's only doing this for herself and no one else. And while Morgan is definitely cold and heartless, I've realized she's not actually cruel. Like, she basically lets fairies lie in their own beds and doesn't necessarily try to help them, but she doesn't go out of their way to torment them. I think the worst she does is probably the existence tax, which I'm pretty sure at this point is something that's keeping Fairy Britain from, collapsing on itself somehow.
Yeah.
She's doing everything she can so she can maintain this status quo and hoping that Britain will somehow move forward and be able to stand on its own 2 feet one day. Like, that day is not today, so fairies have to die so they continue to expand, but that's what she is working for. But no one in that throne room understood that. And they tear her to pieces. Literally.
And like I said, I think this is part of Morgan's fatal character flaw is... now that it's all said and done, and we understood her past as Ash all this moment, I think her problem is that she wears her bitterness, her coldness, you said, like it weighs her down like a chain. It's that weight is reassuring to her. It's always there with her, but the fact that she couldn't let go of it even a little bit, like to communicate with somebody, to let the Balbanshi know her thoughts. I mean, it has nothing to do with them being magical. It has everything to do with the fact that I'm pretty sure the Calamities would have eaten them. Hell, didn't the Great Calamity after the War of the High Queen, the Calamity of the Beast and the Calamity of Fire, destroy most of Britain?
Yeah, no, that's why it was a dead end. After that, there was only like a few straggling fairies, but not enough to actually maintain a society.
Yeah. But something Morgan did with those calamities, like, off-put them and prevented them from being complete wrecks. Even though they still did lose a lot of guys, I'm pretty sure. Much like the Great Calamity they're about to hit in this time period.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like, Morgan is so done with fairies that even a little bit, she, like, cannot open herself up to that kind of pain. And it ultimately, I think, is part of what costs her. That, and the fact that out of all of this utilitarianism, there's a couple of people's tickets she probably should have punched that she didn't do. Aurora's supposed to be really, really fucking old, remember? Wind Clan Fairy head hasn't changed in a while. Probably should have taken care of that problem, Morgan.
Well, this is what I mean. Like, as ruthless as she was, Morgan is surprisingly non-violent.
Yeah, it's like she said, she's not here for salvation or absolution. She's not, you know, whatchamacallit, like, she's not here to cleanse them. She only demands loyalty, right? That's what she says, you know, in her big speeches, is like, you know, as long as you know, bow your head, silence your lips, you can do whatever. Well, what happens when fairies are good at keeping their mouth shut but don't want to bend the knee, you know?
Yeah, but, like, if you think about it, Morgan has had ample opportunity to just wipe us and the Child of Prophecy off the face of the map. And probably would have taken it no effort. She flat out states that we weren't an enemy to her until she rung a bell. And even when we rung the bell, she sent, you know, armies after us when she didn't have to. Gave us plenty of chance for us to defend ourselves, build our forces, and never really actually, you know, like, tried to do, like, a nefarious plot or scheme. She just did straight up battles and just said, whatever happens, happens. Like, hell, like, Morgan had, like, 100% chance of victory because she is that so strong, but I get this odd feeling that if we had figured out some way to overcome her, she'd just been like, oh, well, that's that.
I guess that's the limit. Well, but yeah, because I think it's because, even though, like I said, because of what I was about to say, Morgan has inviolable rules, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whether that's her rules about, like, trusting and forming emotional connections with other fairies in, like, an open manner, or it's about the fact that she has 12 Rongo Bongos in her basement, but never uses those at us. Hey, you know who was a king who didn't have that stipulation? The Lion King. She tried to directly blow us up a couple of times. And Morgan doesn't do that.
No,
Morgan never lets rip at us. But yeah, it's like I said, she's not wrong and she's not right. There was there were moments where she could have done more, gone farther, and didn't do it. And there are other moments where it was like she absolutely could have used a lighter touch, but it's all like, when you think about everything that she cared about, like, that's all she was ever acting for, was just to preserve Britain, and she really wasn't concerned about the fairies. She really didn't care about them.
I know I've said it, but I can't blame her. God.
No, I mean, like I said, well, we got like 2 more points, and then you got like 2 more points, and then I got like a super point.
Yeah.
That I've come to, like, pacing around my kitchen earlier today. And then I got to do the post game, and then we got to fucking leave.
So after this, Morgan's successor, that's her name now, is forgotten and left alone as the court fairies are reveling in their victory over Morgan. She's done. She's tired and she wants no more of this. She throws herself into the pit, cursing these fairies and calling for Carneros. It ends there, and I think this story makes me want to be a better person.
Yes, we get our little note. I do not like this note. It mocks me. But yeah, so to piggyback on this, because it didn't fit into my own notes originally, but this is my thesis of, I think, one of the major themes of Lostbelt 6 that I've come to through, like, all this discussion and writing and everything. But this Lostbelt has very strong themes about the conceptual idea of sin and absolution. And I think what it's saying is one of the major steps to absolution, to salvation, to whether that's, settling your soul with yourself or with a higher power or whatever, is first, you have to acknowledge you have sinned. This is before even the attempt to make up for your sin, your wrong comes. You have to acknowledge you did a bad thing. All of the best characters we meet, arguably, like, barring the Fairies of Paradise, who are kind of our Messiah analogs, and also, honestly, aren't that great of people.
Mm-hmm.
They're kind of feisty and curmudgeonly. But almost all of the best people we meet are aware they do bad things and accept the consequences. Barghest, every single time she does something, she's like, well, that's on me. I accept all responsibility. Percival is like, spear, judge my actions. One day I will not be able to wield the spear, Like, all of the good people we meet acknowledge they do bad things. Hell, I would even argue Oberon fits this role, right? Oberon straight up tells us, yeah, I've done some bad shit, but I'm not gonna, he doesn't get to the being sorry for it stage, but he admits he's done something bad, but will continue to do these things because, he thinks that it's right for them to win in the end. All of the shittiest people we know always assume everything they do is right. They could never do anything wrong. Everything they're doing is the correct option. Spriggan thinks that his worldview is correct. Obviously, this is the way for a kingdom to move forward. Whatever's going on with Aurora. Several other characters have this problem. Woodwose thinks Woodwose knows best, right? Mm-hmm. Everybody assumes they are in the right. They are just going along with what they're doing, and they will go on. Meridian, same. She's like, oh yeah, revenge? There's no way revenge could be wrong. Nothing bad could happen from the result of my choices. I do no wrong here. This is just payback for that bad shit you did that you won't accept. Yeah.
Oh, that's true. And even Mike was all like, I've been doing this all wrong.
Yeah. Even Mike is a positive. Is like, oh, shit, we could do better? Hell, even Beryl is just like, yeah, I'm a bad guy, but that's okay. I love being bad. Like, that's his thing. He acknowledges that he's a shitter, but he's like, but that means I'll just be even shittier. Mwah.
Yeah.
Like, I think this is the theme, and this is like kind of that crux point is that I don't know exactly what the original sin these fairies are responsible for. I have some ideas that involve a fluffy guy in a pit.
Yeah, I do too.
But I don't know the exact circumstance. But like the fairies who were destroyed, right? Like the Rain Clan, the Mirror Clan, they were the only fairies who owned up. Like the Rain Clan was like, oh yeah, the Child of Paradise, we'll raise him. We'll take care of him. We'll set him about on their journey. I think that was their sign that the Rain Clan acknowledged they did a bad.
Mm-hmm.
The Mirror Clan, I think, might have been the same. The prophecy exists, the prediction of what's going to happen of like, oh, well, this is just how it is. So, that's how we work. Fate. I think Coral has problems because she's attached to Aurora. It's like, can I say that Tamlin Lancelot is a good person by this metric? Maybe. I think she's got some shit to work through. She might have some character arc to go on.
I think she might have some baggage. She might have some dependency issues.
She's got some shit to work through. I think she might have the possibility to be like, yep, I've done a fuck up. I've done a fucky wucky.
And Coral, we'll I don't think Coral is necessarily a bad person, but I don't think she's necessarily a good person. I think she's questioning some things, but hasn't,
I mean, here's the thing. Remember, the default nature of fairies, as they're explained to us by Ash, is they are by default true innocents. They do not understand good and evil. Mm-hmm. And this is probably why Ash's quest is doomed to failure. She probably cannot explain to them what the fuck they've done wrong. They just don't get it. And every time she tries to do something for them, be like, this is what doing good is. You guys should be better. They're just like, all right, fuck off.
Well, actually, no, it's like, get her! Die!
She's like, she said we did bad. We don't do bad. Get her. I think there is just some, there is a complex nature of this universe where it's just the land is cursed, right? They understand that things are bad, but I think that's what puts them at unease. They understand intrinsically the idea that the the fairy of paradise is there to like judge them or something, and that's why they're like intrinsically freaked out about her. And I mean, that's true to real life. Like, if you know someone is there to judge you, you'd probably be a little on edge, and some of them accept it, and some of them don't. I think that's actually the whole point of this being a parallel timeline axe. Normally, fairies are considered sinless. You know, they're kind of supposed to be free of the greater good and evil dichotomy in a lot of mythologies. But the point is that in this version of the world, those 6 fairies did do a bad. What bad did they do? I don't know. There's a couple that could be mattered, because this is something I brought up to Lucky while he was streaming it. But, hey, chat. Where's the sword of the breath of the planet?
Yeah, no, I got that, and
Where's Excalibur?
why was the world destroyed?
Yeah. Hey. In case you guys don't remember your Extella, you can go watch an old ass Let's Play I did of all of it. But, the way this works. Axe is asking us questions that are answered by the fucking Lostbelt that he's not reading far enough ahead. Just fucking read, nerd. But remember, in Extella, the white giant appears and beats up all the gods. Now, in Olympus, we solved this problem without needing the sword, because Zeus was like, Zeustron activate, all form the head. And they defeated her. In proper human history, what happens is a sword with that reflects the light of the planet, that contains all human hopes and dreams, defeated the white giant. Wielded presumably by a caveman Artoria, as we like to joke.
Bunga bunga.
Hey, bust your gorilla. In this world, the point of division is 12,000 years ago. MASH explicitly says this is the same time Olympus divested. The world was reduced to a sea. I think Habitat even said that all land ran together like a river and became a formless ocean. In this ocean, there are just 6 fairies. And then a god is there, and a human. Everything else is fucked. What happened? That's not how that should go. Hell, there's no lance either, because there's no need to keep the reverse side and the regular side apart. It's very interesting what's going on here. Like I said, I don't know exactly where the line of original sin for those fairies is, but it exists, and it's bad. And the fact that they won't admit their guilt is part of the process. But okay, all right. We've been going for, 7.25 hours. This is, I believe, the longest episode ever. Makes sense. It's fucking episode 300. Very quickly.
Yes, Maxine and Naru, that is exactly what we were saying. This is why I had a wait a fucking minute moment, and Omega had a yep moment.
Yeah. Some stuff happened. Or didn't happen, maybe. I won't spell it out for anybody who still doesn't.
Yeah, no.
You should know some things about Excalibur already. But yeah, let's talk about the Lostbelt 6 Part 3 pregame. Real quick. It won't take long, because it's not that long. Welcome to the final curtain call, everybody. Oops. All boss fights. This section is only Act 25 to 30, plus an epilogue and several intermissions. It will not be easy. It will not be fun. But our work has only just begun. Also, by the way, double hella spoilers. Some of the shit will absolutely be given away by me going into gory details. But completing Lostbelt 6 Part 3, which completes the whole of Lostbelt 6, will net you 9 Saint Quartz, 1 Grail. That's right, 2 Grails total. Your MASH will be able to be raised to level 90, and she'll be able to go up to Bond 8. Fuck yeah. You'll get some skill upgrades for Castoria. You will get a copy of a CE and a Habitrot. You'll also be able to roll Habitrots in the FP Gacha. You'll get a fuck ton of mats, EXPs, and Quartz Frags. So yeah, it's kind of a big deal. Being so short, our ending is pretty straightforward at the macro scale, and I'm not kidding. It's like mostly bosses or mores, and you should remember the gimmicks for story supports. Oh, and there's some bitch-ass Knight Enforcers. It's fine. You'll take care of them. So, Act 23 has you fighting lots of waves of mores with limited options. This is where we introduce the gimmick of having more than 3 enemies on screen. Basically, your first fight is infinite. You just hold out for several turns against ever-increasing enemies. Then you have to achieve victory with a solo Barghest for 1 battle. And then you get a fight where you get a forced support pick of Grim and Muramasa against waves as normal. Act 27, we're going to do some boss fights. You got to fight the Red Dragon Calamity. They're a Lancer with 800,000 HP. No break bars. All one bar. All 800,000. You only have Castoria in and the front row, so you get 3 servants total. One of them is story support Castoria. Every time the boss is hit, they will randomly give themselves 3 times 3 turns of attack, defense, or crit up by about 10%. So you probably want to do a whole shitload of damage all at once. Act 28 has a bunch more Moors waves and some story support picks, but the Moors have a new gimmick where they drain your HP if they hit you. Hard defenses do not prevent this. And then Act 29 is a motherfucking boss rush. First, Lancer Dragon's Revenge. 410, 310, 205, 91k HP. The last bar doesn't count. This fight is unique in that the Storm Border has an HP bar, which is tracked on screen. Every enemy NP it fires will damage the Storm Border by 25%. Castoria's NP proc will protect it, though.
Okay.
And you do have NPC Castoria in your lineup. The boss gives itself a special buff each turn. Every stack of this special buff it has gives it a proportional little bit extra attack, NP damage cut. On bar 1, gets 5 hits of evade. Those 5 hits don't go away other than when you use them, by the way. On bar 2, instantly fire NP. They also have a piercing NP. Don't worry about it too much. You'll be fine. However, when it uses its NP, it loses all its trait stacks, so all of its special buff goes away. And every 5 turns, it'll be stunned, though. Next, you must fight the Beast Calamity, a Saber boss. The first fight's kind of a weird stall. Your party's going to get some debuffs and basically not be able to do anything. Your goal is to basically keep away with NPC Mash. If she's the last one alive or manage to actually break a bar even with all these bad buffs, the fight is over. But if Mash dies, you lose the fight. So, like I said, it's a weird keep away situation. Also, yes, somebody asking in chat, if you do not secure the Storm Border through 4 NP hits, you lose. If you continue, you only get 50% of the Storm Border HP back.
Oh, Jesus.
So, be careful. Time out your shit. Think appropriately. The second fight against the Beast Calamity is real, though. 252, 307, 362k HP. Yes, those get bigger every time. Your front row is NPCs only. You do get a back row, but its front row is NPCs only. But you will get a Mash included, as well as a couple of other extra NPCs. But they're powered up. Mash makes you immune to the boss's initial bad stuff wave and gives you defense up. Your other allies will give your team Buster and Attack up, Arts and NP gen up, respectively, plus some passive gains. One generates stars, one generates NP. These special buffs apply to themselves, but also to all allies who are Round Table Knights. Bring your Round Table Knights for buffs. The boss will use some skills in order. First, they do a burn and buff strip, removes your first 3 buffs. The second one drains your NP and applies max HP down, but support Mash should prevent this while she's on the field. Final skill is a random stun and curse, because fuck you. Also, every time they kill an enemy, the Beast Calamity gains a NP tick and increases attack. And their NP will reduce your max HP and increase their max HP. Oh, and they also have another weird skill thing where they have a delayed buff to randomly put a delayed instant kill chance on your team, too. They just randomly pick a guy and say, 5 turns from now, you'll die.
Oh, God.
Maybe. It's a chance. Break bars will strip your buffs again and lower your debuff resistance. And then the last one is an attack down for your party and charges a single NP tick. And then the Black Wolf is back. Beat his ass. Get him. 275, 380 HP. He takes 40k curse damage per turn. And is permanent disastrous curse. He's always taking plus 100% curse damage. Good job, my senpai. He will focus his attacks on NPC Mash, who is mandatory, except for his NP. That can be anybody. On his break bar, he gets 5 1 HP guts and stuns everybody except Mash for 3 turns. The stun is non-removable. Even to his dying breath, the Black Wolf is a fucker.
Oh, fuck boy.
And then, Chad, we've got the big one. The one you've been waiting for. Big Floof. Big Bonk finally gonna get up. This is considered possibly one of the toughest fights in the game, straight up. Big Floof is a berserker with 176, 244, 342, and 538k HP. You can pick story supports only, no friend supports. You get your pick of Castoria, Mash, and Holmes. I personally recommend Castoria for the hard defenses and the debuff clear. After you pick your command cards every round, you will get a random helpful buff. This takes the form of one of your characters healing 3k HP, getting your first 3 debuffs removed, or randomly generating like 20% NP, I think. But it's after cards proc, so keep it out. I think your Tamlin and their first ascension count as round table knights, yeah. So, Big Bonk is immune to all forms of stun. Stun, doesn't work. Petrify, no go. Charm, nada. Pigify, He's going to start the battle with 7 stacks of Curse. The damage he takes and the attack he deals increases proportional to the amount of stacks of Curse he has. You cannot remove these stacks of Curse normally, by the way. When he attacks, he has a chance to produce a new stack of Curse on himself. When you hit him, he sheds a Curse stack, but heals 10k HP and gives you minus 1k HP, defense down, and curses your whole front line. If he hits 11 total stacks of Curse or more, he will shed 3 stacks of Curse. Your whole team gets cursed. They get double cursed. They get, disastrous cursed and defense down. Oh, and for active skills, he has a 1-turn invul. He has a battery. He can curse you and then have a delayed buff to suck all curses on your team onto himself to give himself more curse stacks. Oh, and then also he can choose to shed a curse stack of his own to heal 10k HP and charge an NP also. Yes, he has 2 pip charges. So many curses. His NP, by the way, is an AoE that gives you curse. Add more curse. It's a lot of curse.
That's a lot of curse.
Break bar 1, he gives your entire front row unremovable skill seal and NP seal for 1 turn.
Ugh.
Break bar 2, he gets 5 curse stacks and gives himself 20% crit chance permanently. This is the point where I was looking at some guides and they were like, yeah, this is when shit gets RNG, baby. You gotta pray. Break 3, he gives himself 7 curse stacks and gets a debuff on your entire team for minus 10% NP per turn for 10 turns. Yeah, there's a reason why this is considered the hardest fight in the game. General consensus on this fight is burst, burst, burst. Put your biggest damage cards at the back of the bus so you can delete more stacks of curse and hit him as hard as you can, as fast as you can. You will lose a ramp fight. He is grindy as fuck. Now, the big boy does have Divine, Demonic, Threat to Humanity, Supergiant, and Heaven traits, so you can maximize your trait damages. He is still a Berserker, and unlike a lot of our other friends, he does not have any kind of special nullification on that. He still takes Berserker damage. It's just that he has damage reduction from all of his big boy bunkle curses. Now, you might be able to survive a stall if you have a godlike team like Lucky. If you have multiple 120s with big heals, you might be able to do it, but I think the time limit is intentional. You're going to want to try and do burst damage. But wait, there's one more. The only way you can know if someone was good was when it's all done. Act 30, the final boss is a Pretender. To refresh your memory, Pretenders do double damage to alter egos, 1.5 times damage to knight classes, but they deal half damage to cavalry, except Zerkers, they still take double, obviously. And foreigners, they take half damage as well. And they take double damage from foreigners. All the results are neutral. Your final hurdle has 203, 302, and 407 HP. You will take both Castoria and Mash with you. They will get story buffs. The boss will strip 1 buff on hit every time he hits you, and inflicts attack down if he strips a buff. Bar 1 gives your whole party members a debuff to reduce their attack, their star gen, or their NP gen when performing basic attacks. That's randomized between those 3. He also gives himself increased damage against debuff enemies. Bar 2 is some Gatia shit right here. Permanent Pierce Invul, permanent Defense Ignore, huge NP damage up 1 time, charges NP to maximum.
Oh, Jesus.
He has an AoE NP, which removes your offensive buffs as well.
Why?
Good luck. So, yeah, no. While Big Floof is problematic, by the way, chat, we're hoping and praying we get the post-patch version of this fight. In JP, it was possible for all his fucking curse damage to kill you and you still lose the fight, even after you've eaten all his HP. They fixed that shit so that doesn't count anymore. But, why, boy, howdy do I hope it don't count for us. Damn. Like, I can see some people pulling some clutch burst damage, but if you're on your last block of servants and you run out of juice, oof. But yeah, no. That's all she wrote, baby. Curtain call.
Good luck.
Yes, it is only Pierce. It does not defeat anti-enforcement defense. You are gonna want your story support Castoria. She's juicing. I mean, listen, she's story important. She is a forced pick. You have to take her in story mash. Now, based on the JP, the conclusion campaign, which drops Oberon and then the Morgan banner, should be about a week after this, if I understand the dates correctly. We did some research on this earlier. So you still should have time to make peace with your god. Just remember, I come bringing neither salvation nor absolution. This is not an act of clemency. This is an act of judgment. Oh, yeah, no, that's... it sounds so simple and straightforward. It literally took me like 15 minutes tops to describe, but oh, lordy. Well, I'm just glad I got 8 of my rocks left.
Yeah, no, I'm probably gonna burn them all. I'm gonna be real.
I think I'm holding those rocks for the big floof.
I'm saving it, yeah, probably for the last 2 fights. I'm burning...
Yeah.
I think I got, what,
if I got any shit left after Big Boy, we'll see where it goes from there. But damn, hot damn. I said earlier that I hope that they ratchet down difficulty on some of these gimmick fights later, and I was like, I'm pretty sure this Lostbelt won't. I think I'm correct. This is just row after row. If I were to offer a comparison, I have a strong suspension that the way calamities work in Fairy Britain is, I think they're like beasts. They're like evils of humanity. They're calamities of Fairy Britain, you know? So just imagine 5 chapters worth of nothing but beast bosses.
Oh,
is what
I think
like.
that's a good way to put it. Instead of like evils of humanity, they're calamities of fairies.
Yeah. And they seem to be, drawn up not from love, but of some kind of like revenge. Fuck you. And unfortunately, that does probably mean, though, the reason why we got to deal with them is because of that thing Da Vinci said, which is if any of them decide to fucking leave, we all die. Ugh. But yeah, this was episode 300. 7.5 hours, everybody. I'll skip the ads. We're gonna wrap up. Do you have anything else to say to these people? Otherwise, I'm going to shotgun the outro.
No, shotgun it. Like I need to go die a little bit.
Yeah, fuck, we do this for 7 hours. Thanks so much for all of you tuned in. We're still over 50 concurrent viewers. Thanks so much, everybody. If you like this video, give it a like. Give me those likes. Fire it up there. Juice them up. Keep them coming. If you haven't clicked like already, click it right now. Right now, or you're not my friend anymore.
Harsh.
Yeah, listen, I got shit to say. But that's where we at. So, you can leave your comments down below. You can join our Discord link in the description. You can ring that bell so you always get channel notifications. And you can also sub. If you're not already subbed, you can also ring the bell. So when we do stuff, sub to get more. You can consider joining our channel membership for membership badges and emotes. It's super cool. It's great. Really helps support us. And you can also support us on Patreon. Get access to other cool stuff. So, yeah, it's super, super rad. I would normally say the thing about the audio part, but like I said, something has gone wrong with this process in 7.5 hours, and I will have to, double check the audio later, but I might not even. You guys already got a bonus this week's patrons. I'm sorry. I'll see what I can do with this, but this is 7.5 hours. This is a lot of fucking shit. We'll see what happens. But yeah, that's it. Thanks so much for everybody who's here. We'll see you guys on the flip side.
Yeah, by this time next week, we will...
We'll have seen it all, truly.
And we will talk about it fully. Have a good evening. See you next time.